It is the SAMBAZON morning update here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Arrivals this morning, Aaron Brooks, Noah Clapp, getting ready for a potential day of competition. Good spirits on the beach. Why? Because the surf is good. Talia Swindell taking advantage of the warm-up sesh. Beautiful sunrise here on the California coast. Bella Kenworthy got into it as well. A crisp California offshore morning. Nanaho Suzuki looking sharp. And all of these signs really pointing towards a great day of competition. Our defending World Junior Champ on the men's side, Jarvis Earl, also on the warm-up this chilly California morning. But a beautiful California morning. Sunrise here over the Oceanside Pier. Oceanside, the north shore of San Diego. And good morning, I'm Kaipo Guerrero along with Rosie Hodge. Beautiful morning here, Rosie. I'm stoked on how the weather's turned out. We came off a huge day yesterday. I mean, it was a half day, but with huge scores. Today's looks like we got some good stuff on tap.
We're going to be carrying on with that energy. And as you saw in the lineup there's that remnants of the swell we saw yesterday. Super contestable out there. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing some of the women get after it. So we'll see what the official call is. But I think today's going to be a big day of competition.
And right on cue, let's get the call and see what's happening this morning. Throw it to the beach.
The Waxer down here on the beach with North America Tour Manager Brian Robbins. It's the coldest morning of the year, below 40 Fahrenheit out there, but the waves, they're looking pretty good. What's the call for today?
Yeah, it is icy out here this morning, but you know, what a difference a day makes. I mean, it was howling on shore and well overhead yesterday, and now we're back down to 2 to 3 feet, crisp offshores. So we're getting going. Day 4, women's round of 16 is in the water now. Well, heat 1's about to start, and then we'll go to men's quarterfinals, and we'll finish the day with the women's quarterfinals. So full day of action, 16 heats, and it sets up a nice, tidy semis and finals day for the weekend.
Classic California morning down here. It's going to be great to see that sunrise. That tide will come up, but beautiful conditions down here. Let's go back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Matt. And great news that we anticipated. Surfline, Rosie, they gave us the forecast and the heads up. Let's see what Surfline has in store.
So that swell mixing in is forecast to ease through Friday. So that's that swell that we saw from yesterday. That energy is going to slowly deplete, but Friday still has some great swell. And then forerunners of a new swell that's supposed to hit us on Sunday. So as you can see there, that swell is slowly filling in. And Sunday is the last day of the waiting period, and clean conditions on Sunday morning. You know, after we finish the quarterfinals, we're only going to have 6 heats left to crown champions. But as you can see today, 3 to 4 feet, that's beautiful size for Oceanside. And then the wind staying relatively light. So that's awesome. We got it offshore in the morning. Then it's going to switch around to that onshore direction that we've seen throughout the week.
And the next 2 days, you can see Saturday, Sunday, we're going to get down to the semifinals so we can really pick a window in either Saturday or Sunday for the optimum condition and wave heights to finish off and crown World Junior Champs. So we've put ourselves in a really good position. Thank you to Surfline for all the data, all the info. And if you're not a premium member, you should sign up and get all the extras in that membership. Flying over the opening heat of the day. And we have 30-minute heats on the clock. Yet to start, Aaron Brooks up against Noah Clapp. Winner of this heat moves on to quarterfinal number 1.
Love this heat on paper. Both of these women were exceptional in the opening round of competition, which we saw on Tuesday. So a few days now that the women haven't competed. If you won that opening round heat.
Both surfers sitting calmly, waiting for the hooter to sound. Again, 30-minute heats opening up with open priority between our 2 surfers.
Dolphins out the back, Capo.
And we got dolphins out the back just as a good omen.
That is a good sign for the day.
To start off the day.
Ooh, it's getting frisky out there.
They're playing.
Yeah.
It's recess time. It's morning recess in the Pacific Ocean for the Dolphins here. And still anticipating the start to this heat. We're all getting set up. We're going to have 8 hours of surfing to bring you today. So thank you for joining us. Remember, all replays will be available on worldsurfleague.com if you happen to have to step away at any moment today. This is a great setup between these two surfers, and I'm excited to see what Noah Clapp is able to bring. She's out there in the blue jersey, 20 years old, from Malibu, California, residing now in Ventura, representing Germany as her flag. And in the red jersey here, we have Erin Brooks, 16 years old, originally from Boerne, Texas, residing in Hawaii on the North Shore of Oahu, representing Canada as her flag.
Yeah, Erin's living, this nomadic kind of lifestyle. It's so cool to see all the places that she's been traveling to and live vicariously through her.
Crispy this morning, 41 degrees on the Imperial still, 41 degrees Fahrenheit, and light offshore winds. Some indication in the lineup of some first breaking waves, and open priority between these two, so they'll just be putting in position to take that first wave.
Yeah, as we've seen throughout the week, got some big tide changes. The tide's still coming in this morning. I think in about an hour and 20 minutes, we're going to see the top of it, and it's another big one, Capo.
Yeah, huge tide. The tide coefficient has been pretty big. It's a 6-foot tide right now, going up to a 6.8 foot high tide. That's going to happen at 9 California time. It's 7:37 California, so we got an hour and a half right now of rising tide. After that, after this big tide, it drops out all through the day to a negative 1.6 low. That will happen at 4:18 this afternoon. So right around when we finish up competition today, we'll be at the dead low tide. So one of the challenges that we've seen every morning, Rosie, is these early heats with the high tide.
That's right, and just the first heat of the morning has that challenge of being that guinea pig heat of really establishing where the banks are the best breaking waves. I'm sure that both of these women would have had a keen eye on the lineup and really established their lineups for the morning.
So our heat is up and running. We're down to 26 minutes on the clock, counting down from that 30-minute start. No waves ridden as of yet. And we've seen another trend, Rosie. It really is that first exchange a lot of times that establishes dominance for the heat.
Especially when it seems a little bit slower and a little bit sleepier in the morning. We've seen 3 or 4 waves in a 30-minute heat that really have that substance for excellence. We've seen so many excellent scores throughout the week, but it has been all about the quality of waves that you put yourself on.
And so this is a bit of a, the mindset right now. And as a former competitor yourself, how do you stay calm? How do you stay centered? Because it's one of those things that you go from 0 to 60 really quickly when a wave does show up.
Yeah, there's that initial adrenaline spike, I think, when you hear the hooter sound of like, okay, let's get a wave. And you're really hoping that a set comes quickly, because that quick start is just such a nice thing to have in a heat. But definitely as that clock starts to wind down, no waves are broken, so no one's really doing anything wrong. This first initial part of the heat, you can elect to kind of drop anchor and wait for those sets to come. We've got 30-minute heats, plenty of time.
And we got a pot of dolphins at morning play. I think that's a great omen there. And fun. Dolphins, of course, they're pelagic mammals. They have a social structure, dolphins, in that they actually work in, they live in a pod and they have playtime. So they're a pretty sophisticated animal that has the understanding to actually have a good time. It's not just only survival for a dolphin. Dolphins still know how to live a good life.
And they sleep with one eye open as they rest either side of their brain. But Kapo, how do you say dolphin in Hawaiian?
Dolphin in Hawaiian is naya.
Naya.
Yeah. Yeah, in Hawaii we have a couple of different dolphins. We got spinner dolphins, which are really cool. They're small. They jump in the air. They spin. Hence the name spinner dolphin.
Bottlenose.
Well, we got the bottlenose, yeah. So back and forth here between the two surfers. There's Aaron Brooks' dad, Jeff. He's been a great support for this prodigious surfer in the way of Aaron Brooks.
Definitely, and then identifying that Aaron was really passionate about surfing and took on that role of organizing travel to different locations and going to all these places that just kind of elevated Aaron's performances.
Yeah, it was a quick rise for Aaron as well. I mean, relative to the surf world, she was a late starter. She started surfing at age 9. And, you know, her first surf experience was at Uncle Bully's surf school in Lahaina, Maui. So Uncle Bully didn't know, but he started off what is to be probably a star in surfing.
Well, I can imagine after that first session, he was probably like, okay, she's got something. But Erin, I mean, she's such a kind person. She's obviously a tenacious competitor, but really does have an amazing heart. She gives back a lot. Seen her give away so many surfboards over the years, but also just has time for everyone, Cups. Like, she'll go and like really hang out with all the Groms and encourages everyone. So it's fun to see Erin and the success that she's had, and she hasn't changed that character, that heart that she has.
We asked Erin, who are your surf idols? And she says, I don't idolize anyone, but I wish I could surf like Gabe Medina. Fair enough. Here we go. And both surfers kind of paddling each other out of position for that first breaking waves, but that wave, just a straight hander anyway, straight to the beach.
Yeah, and you could tell that they were kind of caught out of position for those sets though, so maybe going to make some adjustments. Erin looking back at the beach, probably looking for a little bit of direction from one of her coaches. Yeah, I remember Erin just touching on when she was doing those big airs at Waco when she put that edit out that Italo had DM'd her. So they'd been having like a little bit of a conversation back and forth.
Noah Clapp out in the blue jersey, 20-year-old. We talked about her coming from Malibu, now residing in Ventura. Her home break county line, pretty competitive lineup there. Her favorite surf spot, Noah's, is Punta Roca. And actually, like, Noah makes it onto the CT Tour, she'll be able to surf an event at her favorite surf spot.
Yeah, I think just knowing where the ISAs have been, they've been to El Salvador a couple years, and I think getting a couple reps out of Punta Roca is such a fun wave. Noah has been so impressive to me over the last couple of years, just such a mature surfing style and the way that she manages her heats.
I feel...
What's the deal with restarts today, Capo?
Oh, we may have one about 40 seconds away. Generally on a half-hour heat, you're going to have a restart after 10 minutes of no waves being ridden. This being the juniors and our time frame, we're going to find out if there's a restart in another 25 seconds. That is if the judges deem that there were no rideable waves.
And sometimes the contest directors can say no restarts.
Yeah.
Today. We've got a packed schedule, so we'll see what the decision is.
Okay, so the word comes down from the judges' tower. There were rideable waves. There will be no restart. So things are going to get a little bit more tense, Rosie. Now we're down to a 20-minute heat. So,
especially for the surfers, if they're anticipating a heat restart.
Yeah.
And then the judges are like, hey, you guys have been in the wrong part of the lineup. There have been waves on offer that you guys could have capitalized on. Look at that left. Here we'll see something get going, I think, Cups.
Yeah, it is high tide, and they may have to just move into the shore break because you can see the shore breaking waves a little further in. Take advantage of that inside bank. So now, at a 19-minute heat, it turns into, and both of these surfers come from strong amateur backgrounds. It really turns into some of your amateur contests, some of your regional contests as you're coming up. You know, sometimes you have 15-minute heats, sometimes you have 20-minute heats. 20-minute heat would be a luxury in amateur developmental contests. So this may just where you have to plug in, you know, your ground power right now. It might be a 15-minute heat.
Well, and also this is a short paddle back out. We have yesterday, it was like those 2 turns in quick succession that were really creating the scores that we're seeing the men walk through. So it's easy to go back to back here. I think as a 20-minute heats, that's something that these guys are super used to. 15-minute heats, beach starts. So
beach starts. Do they still do beach starts? I wonder.
yeah.
As I was coming up as in the NSSA and stuff, I mean, you obviously can't do a beach start in Hawaii events, but in California events, they were all beach starts. And we're taking a look at Noah Clapp and her parents, her supporters.
See a little bit of an indicator there,
yeah,
telling her to go a little bit to the south.
Frank and Heidi, who are her biggest supporters, Noah says. And they got to be proud of the accomplishments that their daughter has put together so far in this her young professional career. The end of the Oceanside Pier. Here, the Oceanside Pier, the longest wooden pier on the West Coast. Here we go. On the inside, Noah Clapp's going to have priority up this way, and she's going to get the first ride. Weaving down the line, and that wave just goes into a bit of a deep water gutter, but there will be a score and early advantage to Noah Clapp. And now we can play the priority comes into play. So now Aaron Brooks has priority, 17 minutes on the clock. Noah Clapp with just a 1-point ride. So would you say this is good for Aaron, because now she's runs the field?
Yeah, advantage Aaron there. And you could tell that those 2 women, they were like shoulder to shoulder paddling for this wave. You can see it right here indicated. But, you know, as Noah goes into this wave, it kind of dissipates in that deeper water. But yeah, 1-point ride is our opener. Let's see if Aaron can kind of capitalize on a shallower bank and find a wave that's going to have some critical face.
On the paddle here, Aaron. More of a cupped out face there. She gets a nice slash in. One more slash. This is a great start for the 16-year-old. And looking energized, kicking out of there. So that should be a good score and a nice start for Aaron Brooks.
Yeah, that's a really nice start for Aaron. And it's good to see her open with a good wave in her opening round heat. Things were a little bit more tense. She really waited to the last moments to turn the heat. It was a clutch performance, but I'm sure she wants to ease her way in and settle the nerves, and said she doesn't get nervous, but just really take command of this heat from the early onset. Beautiful. I mean, just look how active she is on this wave. That was, you know, 4 or 5 maneuvers in a short amount of time. So the swoop through there stays on rail. There's a little bit of bump on the face of this wave, but she cuts through it. This turn right here was impressive, throwing the tail a little bit there. I think, you know, that's kind of, here we go, Noah.
Noah finds a right, and this one's much steeper, and it's working out for Noah Clapp. A couple of carves on the backhand. This is going to get her right back into the game. The wave keeps on giving down the line. So she found a nice part of the bank right there and is able to answer back.
Really nice rail engagement from Noah on that wave. I love the way that she puts that surfboard on edge. As you get another look at it, she takes off. Really important on your backhand when the waves are a little bit slopey to keep that first turn tight in the pocket as she rebounds off that white water. But loving that low center of gravity that she's displaying too, and just the power as she kicks through her turns. Maybe a little bit repetitive, but I like the intent from her surfing, and it's just a good look at the Goofy Foot brand of her surfing.
Yeah, and the numbers are in. Aaron Brooks opened up with a 7-point ride. That last right for Noah Clapp, a 4.5. So Aaron with the nice start and the lead. You can see, look at all the judges' numbers there, Rosie.
Yeah, that's a good score for Erin to drop in at this point in the heat. Obviously, we saw them sit for over 10 minutes waiting to open up their accounts. All
Yeah.
about making those exchanges count when you find a wave when it is slower through the morning and the lulls are so expansive.
Yeah, the board looked good under Erin Brooks' feet. She's under the Lost Mayhem label, riding Shapes by Matt Biolis. And she's got colorful designs on her boards, and the art done on all of Erin's boards done by Matt's daughter, Ryder. So a family operation over there. And
She is such an amazing artist, Ryder.
can we talk about Ryder Biolis for
Yes,
just for a
I
little
would
bit?
love to, because she has, as we watch the scores there, but she's created some just stunning art on some of the world's best boards.
Yeah, yeah, some of the world's best surfers, and it's nice. It adds a lot of personality for each of the surfers. The color done, all hand painted by Ryder, which is really cool too. Because another thing is, she uses paint and brushes on her surfboard design, and a lot of times, and you know, a lot of them are taped off and everything, but generally, surfboard color is usually applied by an airbrush gun. So that's even more of an artistic showing, you know, as far as what Ryder does.
Precise, yeah.
Because to do that precise artwork is brushwork is art. That's art, you know.
I love the look of Carissa's new quiver. It's like a red, white, and blue with the stars on it. Also a throwback to her Grom boards. But I must say, Mason's art that he gets, Mason Ho, that he gets from Ryder, and then Erin's flame airbrushes, really cool.
Pretty cool. Well, it's Erin right now with the advantage over Noah Clapp. Can she continue control of this heat? We will find out. We're going to step away. We'll be back with the conclusion of the first heat of the morning here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. Looking back to Saquarema, Brazil, the final Challenger Series event, and Erin Brooks took it to Itaúna Beach. Handled the backwash, handled the power, displayed a tremendous rail game. The 16-year-old was able to best the entire competition. Had a final there with Sophie McCulloch, but in this final, it was all Erin Brooks. That finishing maneuver, riding the rodeo, bucking it off, no problem for Erin Brooks. Her first Challenger Series win out of what I predict will be many, many more. The chair up the beach, and Erin's in the water, and Erin's in control of our opening heat of the day. So far has a 7-point ride on the left. This time she's going to go right. Nice carve on the backhand. That's just a nice start. Snappy maneuver there. Erin getting back up into the lip multiple times. Looking energized. once more. And this wave takes it all the way to the shore, starts her paddle back out. That driver 3.0 from Mayhem in epoxy construction, looking good under her feet, Rosie.
She is looking so sharp this morning. There's that one particular moment where she went vertical and just snapped it off the top. It was so tight.
Yeah, that was, that's going to extend her lead, obviously, but it couldn't have happened at a better time for Erin Brooks. Utilizing priority, finding that right. Waves have been scarce this morning. Why? Because of the full tide that we'll be experiencing still for the first few heats of this round of 16. One more look at this right row.
So she takes off on this wave, and it's a little bit slopey, and then it starts to pick up pace down the line. Foamy and lots of water in the pool at the moment with that high tide, like you mentioned. That was the turn I was referring to right there. A lot of aggression. And if you look at the short amount of space that Erin is performing those maneuvers in, she's staying tight in the pocket, the flow up into the next turn. So 3 quick turns in succession. I think the judges are really going to like that wave. I wonder how it's going to compare to the 7.
Yeah, it feels to me, I mean, the 7 was a great performance on the left, which was 3 big turns. She got much more on that one. But as we know, a lot of times it's not quantity, it's the quality of the turn. And although she had the quantity on that wave, the quality of the turns may have not been as dynamic as the left. And so the second wave comes in at a 6.83.
Yeah, that's a really nice score to put together with the 7. Puts in a commanding lead. And I agree with you. I think maybe where it also was a little bit like for the judges, for the separation, the point separation is maybe a little bit repetitive.
Yeah. But anyway, all good. She'll take that 6.83 right to the score bank because she's put Noah Clapp into a tough position. Noah, if she wants to turn this heat in one wave, you can see in the needs column, needs a 9.33. Noah has enough time with 7 minutes to get 2 waves to turn the heat, but things are pretty sparse out there. Eve, Leula, Ikalani, Akea, Wong heading out against Sol Aguirre in the next heat on the draw. So it will be Peru up against Hawaii, heat number 2.
I was on the lineup, Cops.
How's that sound?
I love it. It's nostalgic, right? As soon as you hear the waxing of the board, you can almost smell it.
It's funny when you're on a surf trip and stuff and you're sleeping and then you can hear that sound somewhere in the room and you know, like, one of your buddies is trying to get out there before you. You're like, it can't sneak out there. I hear you waxing your board. Why didn't you wake me up? I used to do that kind of tactics all the time when I was a kid, just like with my own friends. Don't wake them up.
Surfing can be a very selfish pursuit.
100%.
Wanting to get a couple waves before everyone else.
So on the paddle here. And Noah Clapp just tracking Erin Brooks. Noah does have priority, so she really can, you know, dictate wherever she wants to be out in the lineup. You know, she doesn't need to be anywhere near Erin. It's all about her being in the right spot when the wave comes through, because she will have first right away on that wave.
And a 9.33, it's not out of question. I mean, we saw so many heats. Laura Rupp, a couple days ago, saved herself by locking in a 9-point ride.
Well, it seems as if we have a couple of lines coming through here. Tough part, Rose, sometimes with this high tide is that you have the mirage factor when the lines are coming in and you don't know exactly where they're going to break. Unlike low tide, where you're pretty much guaranteed that the wave's going to break and you can see they're a lot more obvious. You have to be more of a detective on high tide to really track those waves.
Yeah, you're so right. I mean, you have that moment where you see it kind of pop up out the outside and then just lose its momentum under you. And now Erin, I mean, without having priority, She can almost draw Noah off the peak by like doing those little paddles and showing a bit of interest. See what eventuates in the last 4 minutes, sub 20 seconds.
There's Sol Aguirre, the Peruvian, in her 4th World Junior Championships. And her boyfriend, Luca Macinas, former CT surfer. And Luca actually made history for Peru as being the first male Peruvian to qualify for the championship tour.
Yeah, what a powerhouse couple. Good guy to have in your corner before preheat strategy.
Bottom of your screen are all the heats coming up in this round of 16. We're going to have 8 heats in this round of 16. We'll cut that field in half, and that's going to set up our quarterfinals. Women, as we heard this morning from our contest director, Brian Robbins, the women's quarterfinals will be the last series today. So we have a full day of competition. We're going to go this round of 16 into the men's quarterfinals and then into the women's quarterfinals. And Aaron wants an update on scores as well as time. And our on-site announcers, Micah Byrne and Jeff Baldwin, giving her the information.
Aaron. Off towards the pier, Noah following her. Wonder what they've seen out there, Cups.
Yeah, I see some lines, but it's just, I mean, at this high tide, Rosie, I'm feeling like you have to kind of get the sonar, the depth, and figure out where the shallow spot is out there. Just some sonar readings off of the bottom somehow.
Click, 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 click.
Hey.
Yeah.
I think I just gave away like a potential, my light bulb went off. That could be a great surf accessory, like a sonar.
I'm not mad at that little innovation technology. And it's so true because you do have to find that shallower water to find where the wave's going to break today.
Something maps something just maps the bathymetry of the bottom, right? Just at a click, and then all of a sudden you're just like, perfect.
You watch like the coaches, they're looking at a map. They've got a map table. This is the shallow zone right here.
Well, make a play. I just gave away my multi-million-dollar idea. I'm sure. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Noah Clapp now needs to make it happen with one ride, and it has to be a special ride. She needs a 9.33. She needs a near perfect ride to turn this heat. Erin Brooks on the move. Noah Clapp utilizing her priority on the backhand. And disappointment by Noah after that first turn, getting a little hung up in the lip. Now it should be an elementary finish to this heat with Erin Brooks with the lead as well as priority.
That was a good play by Erin because having a look at that wave, the right was kind of going out to sea, where you watch the left looked like it had a little bit more scoring potential. So Erin selling that wave to Noah. I feel like Noah could have maybe had a better read on the lineup with that priority. I mean, watch this wave. So Erin starts to paddle hard like she really wants it, but watch, like Noah didn't even look left. So
didn't even look. Yeah,
maybe her game plan was the right. But
it would have been nice to see what the left was, Ro. To your point. And you were 100% right on the angle of that right going out to sea. So that means the left likely was a lot steeper. Yeah. Well, here we go, Erin. Free ride to the beach. And she's going to skate into the quarterfinals here. So our first heat winner of the day, Erin Brooks. There's the numbers. Nice start. 13.832 wave total. We'll see Erin in quarterfinal number 1 this afternoon.
Great surfing from all these women. Fun to watch this opening heat.
Yeah. Tactical heat, not a lot of waves ridden in that opening heat. A total of, I believe, 6 waves total ridden in 30 minutes. So Aaron Brooks holding it together. We'll see in quarterfinal number 1. We'll be back with heat number 2 of the day. We'll return Solagari versus Eve Leula Wong out in the water.
SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, is brought to you by Best Western Hotels and Resorts and by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai.
Good morning. It's the SAMBAZON World Junior Champs as we see Eve Wong out of Hawaii. Heat number 2 of the round of 16 out in the water. And it is Eve up against Solagari. And Eve with a nice start here on the backhand. Gets a nice finish. So we'll be waiting for the opening score coming through this matchup between Hawaii versus Peru. I'm Kaipo Guerrero along with Matt, the Waxhead Shanaski. What do you think about this heat, Matt?
Terrific matchup. 2 Channel Islands team riders, team managers in there, just navigating the 2 personalities as they were preparing for their heat. I think it's very evenly matched. We have 2 surfers that are very confident on the backside and the front side, well-rounded travelers. Evie got the call up at the last minute. She was over here for a swell, had a step ups, got a recent quiller provided to her, and Sol, you have to say she's the favorite going into this. Well-traveled surfer from Peru, the land of the lefts, but we've seen her absolutely unload on the forehand as well.
Yeah, Eve Leula Ikalani Akea Wong from Wahiawa, Hawaii. She'll be 19 years old in a few days, and she's had a great performance regionally on the Hawaii Tahiti Nui QS qualifying series. 2nd place last summer in the Surf Into Summer Ala Moana Bowls. She had a semifinal finish, 3rd place at Sunset. Solagari swooping through her opening turn on the right hand of the Peruvian with a nice control, nice rail control in her turns. Now remember, Sol is actually coming off of an ankle injury that she's just testing out, and it doesn't look like there's any tape on the ankle, Matt, but she said from her last heat she thought it was going to hurt a lot more as she was surfing, and she said, hey, the ankle feels pretty good.
Yeah, she did herself a favor by getting through that first round heat, and here we have that first exchange there. So a little bit of a hustle at the beginning, and Eve just making her intentions known. A lively, electric surfing. She's got off to a great start in the first heat, and now just building that momentum down the line eyeing off the critical pocket there. So given the tides coming in, these waves will be few and far between. So a great start there from Wong. And here, the powerhouse. This is Sol as she's engaging the fins there, pumping down the line, looking for the connection on the lip. Judges be wanting to see that surfboard in the critical moments today, Kaipo, with a fuller tide. Often you'll see the waves be a little flatter and difficult to find the pocket. I think Wong will get the better of that exchange.
Let's hear from our first heat winner. Aaron Brooks is with Rosie Hodge on the beach.
Well, Cups, we're both standing on the beach here shivering, and I didn't even get in the water. Aaron, talk to me about, the conditions at the moment. It's a little bit slow. It took over 10 minutes for you to catch that first wave. How did you manage the time and your energy?
Yeah, the tide is super high right now, so the waves are a bit slow and fatter, and Noah and I were jockeying for position for the first part. But I'm glad that I got my 2 good waves, and I'm glad to be on to the quarters.
Talking about the quarters, they're going to be coming up today. How do you manage that energy? What do you do between now and then?
Definitely take a hot shower because it's freezing, and just keep an eye on the waves and try to stay as warm as possible.
You going to change anything going into the corners?
I'm just going to try to keep surfing my best. I hope that the conditions change a little bit and there's more waves, but we'll see what happens.
Where's Jimmy? Has he been your good luck charm for this event?
Jimmy's actually at home right now, but I'm definitely going to bring him down for the quarters. He needs to come and watch.
Jimmy is the most beautiful golden retriever, you guys, and it was a gift after you won. I think after you won Sakurama?
It was actually after I went into the finals during the ISAs, because I had to make 13 heats, and my dad didn't think that was possible, but he kept his promise, so.
Incentivizing the wins. We'll send it back to you guys.
That is a great conversation between Rosie Hodge and Aaron Brooks there. Jimmy, the golden retriever. Smart dogs.
Yeah, and one that'll keep you warm too, especially after a very cold surf like that. Hot shower, not a bad idea. But hey, people pay good money for ice baths, so let's consider that as your morning wake-up call.
It's icy out there for sure. I feel the especially with the wind yesterday, I feel the water temp has probably dropped to the mid-50s Fahrenheit. Is that safe to say, Matt?
Yeah, definitely a booties type of day, and Evie out there from Hawaii definitely pre-planned her outfit. She's got the booties. She did have that on day 1 as well. But we looked at the spread of those scores, and I think really the judges will be very critical on the positioning of these maneuvers. We're going to see some great surfing today, but the waves tend to be a little flat. You could say there's some very good waves out there for a mid-length or a longboard, but for a shortboard, you want those pocket sections. You want those critical moments, and that's going to be the difference today as we watch that replay. So this is Eve's second wave. This is a 393. There is a great turn in amongst these. So that one there, clicking it in the pocket, and she does go incomplete, unfortunately. That one wasn't able to ride out of. That would have been a great backup. At this point, she's still winning. See how she comes around the section, hits that one perfectly, and this one here times it, banking that one off the top. So the majority of the points coming from that single turn. That's what the judges want to see. I would say the lefts a little steeper than the rights at this point.
Yeah, and that's what we saw in the first heat. You were talking a little bit about surfboards as well,
Yep.
Matt. The first heat, we saw both Aaron Brooks as well as Noah Clapp. Both were out on epoxy boards, EPS cores with epoxy glass. Why would that be the go-to for today?
Scintillating speed, instant pop. So the boards flex under your feet. They feel more lively in smaller conditions where we don't have that chop and we don't have a long period groundswell with lots of turbulence. The EPS sits on top of the water and feels really electric and fast, and it makes you feel those little adjustments under your foot. Although we can't see it on the camera all the time, it's that little flex, and those little feelings is what makes everything exciting and creates a lot of speed.
So it really is today, given the conditions, equipment choice is going to be key to success.
These two are both on. Sol had a Happy Pro in EPS, and she also had the Fever in PU. I think she's got the EPS out there right now. both square tails, and Eve, 2 brand new boards, little round tails. They're modified CI Pros. They've been made for her on Monday afternoon. She picked up those boards.
Wow.
She only had the late call-up. She had step-ups here for that monumental swell that was hanging around the last 2 weeks. So Eve, a brand new quiver, and a testament to the team building that CI have done in the last few years. They've had changing professional surfers on that tour, and to be able to build momentum with that young generation is exciting things to come.
Well, Matt, let's take a look at our Best Western fan picks. And pretty close between the two of them. Just barely getting the nudge. Eve Wong with 52% of the fan choices on who's going to come out of this heat. Remember, if you're watching, you can go to worldsurfleague.com, go to the heats for the World Junior Championships. You can pick your surfer, and that's going to all get compiled in our data to produce the Best Western fan picks. Luca Macinas in the corner of Sol Aguirre. Luca, a former championship tour surfer. So a great support squad that she has on the beach as well.
Absolutely. Doesn't get any more critical than that. And I feel the power of Sol would be very beneficial on the world tour. I could see someone like that doing very well across different locations. She has real maturity with her style. These smaller waves right now will be a great test to see if she applies her knowledge and her skills in these smaller waves. Because this is coming from somewhere like Peru, and especially somewhere like Hawaii for Eve. These are not common conditions. These small, weaker beach breaks, very clinical. And it's very critical for you to find the waves out there that offer those sections. But where these two surfers are from, you don't really have to worry about that. There's waves on tap all the time.
On the move here, wall of water coming through. Sol Aguirre with priority. She's going to go left. Here we go with Aguirre. We know the backhand is something that Sol has displayed to a great success in the past, but that wave letting her down just 2 carves on the backhand. And priority now, since with Eve Wong, will be wait for the score for Sol Aguirre.
They're really displacing a lot of water on that wave. You can see Sol doesn't look like she's got any hindrance of that injury, the ankle injury we talked about. She performed a great layback maneuver to scrape through her heat on day 1, and here just driving through that turn. And this wave very flat, doing the best she can to stay in the power source. That wave just letting her down with no reform section. Second angle here of Sol's wave. Good technique, keeping the fins engaged, pumping down the line, but the high tide plaguing that wave.
Yeah, 2.9 checks in for the 4-time South American champ, Sol Aguirre. She continues to trail Eve Leula Wong. Sol needs a 5.77. You can see the needs column there. Eve with priority and the lead, heat control to Eve Wong. Nearly the halfway mark here at 16 minutes and 40 seconds. Taking a look at this beautiful shot of the town of Oceanside, a great beach town. And you can see that off in the distance, that blue house. So for all of you Top Gun fans, the Oceanside house right there is part of Hollywood history. It's in that infamous Top Gun house that was featured in the 1986 film with Tom Cruise and Kelly McGillis.
Great facts there, Kaipo. We walked past that house the other day and you pointed out you're a Top Gun fan, and
Swear Tom Cruise drove up on his motorcycle to try to pick up Kelly McGillis in that romantic scene in Top Gun. Also in town, the California Surf Museum, just a few streets back there, which is a great place and really a building that holds the archives for the history of something that we both love.
Absolutely.
Matt, surfing.
Yeah, and they've had lots of exhibitions there, which I think's really key for a surf museum, to keep things exciting and to keep things exhilarating, make us go back to those museums, different features. And over the years, they've had some terrific tributes. Donald Takayama had one last year that I checked out. That was very informative. An Oceanside shaper, somebody who was able to bridge that Hawaiian and Californian relationship between surfer shapers and went on to shape for the heavies. Joel Tudor, Rabbit Kakai, Bonga Perkins, some of the greatest longboarders and shortboarders of all time as well.
That is true. Well, we're going to take a break right now. It's halfway through the heat. We got a lull. We have Eve Wong with heat control, priority and the lead. We'll see if that changes. We'll come back to the end of heat number 2 of the day right after this. Looking back to Seaside, California last year for the World Junior Championships, and Sol Aguirre talked about the backhand of this Peruvian surfer. On point at Seaside. It was a pump and swell, and Sol showed some masterful surfing on the backhand. Critical turns off the top, long drawn out bottom turns. Wow. Great pace and great style from the Peruvian surfer. She ended up with a quarterfinal finish, 5th place finish there. Sol wants to do better this year, and she's out in the water right now, and here she goes. Sol Aguirre scraps into this left-hander. Nice snap on the backhand. Again, that great tempo and technique by the Peruvian on display here. Wave keeps on giving. Takes her all the way to the inside, all the way to the sand with the dismount. 5.77 is what she needs to turn the heat. She may have just done that, Matt.
Strong surfing there from Sol, and just exactly what she needed at the 12-minute mark. Here goes Eve.
To answer back, Eve Leula Wong also finds the left. A series of backhand snaps there for Eve. Wave tapers off on the inside. Eve sticks with it. And again, another ride all the way to the sand.
Great exchange there from both surfers, Kaipo, and this, just when we thought this heat was going to be plagued by a bit of a lull and the higher tide coming in, a nice exchange of two strong left-handers.
When we look at the scores, we're waiting for scores for both surfers. Sol needing a 5.77, but Eve right behind her. Smart surfing by the Hawaiian. If Eve betters that 3.93, she will elevate the need for Sol Aguirre. In my book, the 5.77 for Sol, she got that. She got that and more. But if her need increases, then it's going to be a different story. Well, the score comes in for Sol. 7-point ride for Sol. Now Eve needs a 5.18. We're waiting for the scores for Eve. She needs a 5.18 to retake the lead off of Sol Aguirre. So great exchange. A 5.33 drops in for Eve Wong. Eve, the seesaw battle continues, retakes the lead over Sol Aguirre. Aguirre now needing a 4.33. Aguirre with priority, Matt, and 10.5 minutes to go.
Love this matchup. Knew on paper this is going to be two contrasting styles, but here the power surfing of Sol roaring off the bottom here. Clicking into the pocket right there and keeping that momentum down the line. So 3 strong hits off the lip and rebounding towards the end. So that's 5 turns, and she makes her way right to the inside and finishes really strong, leaving a great statement. But behind her, as you can see rolling around on the stones on the inside, Eve, smart surfing, taking the eyes off Sol and getting some nice moments herself. A 5.33, well rewarded to that combination there of maneuvers, keeping the rail engaged, keeping the fins engaged through the maneuvers, and didn't have that dynamic end section. So one thing I loved about that decision, Kaipo, is when you have your surfer that you're competing against on a set wave, you take off behind, you actually take a little bit of the vision off. These judges do have replays, they're tracking both surfers, but it's always a really smart decision to take a wave afterwards if you're in a commanding lead. If you're not, maybe leave that wave and you want all eyes centered on you.
Here we go. Sol with priority right now. She's going to utilize that priority. Again, she needs a 4.33. Snap there to begin. Wave running off, but Sol catches up. Nice rhythm through the inside here for the Peruvian surfer. Doesn't need a big number, likely turning the heat with that last ride.
Strong moments on that wave. I believe that is the EPS that she's riding. There's a moment in that wave there where you could see the board flexing and popping through the maneuver. So this is it. This is the EPS. So here, nice opening carve. Nearly a little hung up. And that one, just a little poppy turn. And that's very distinguished with the EPS. You can really whip those boards around as they sit on top of the surface. Great board decision for the square tail for Sol. Looking to drop a 4.17.
So waiting for scores. See how this affects the heat. Think she got the number? She needs a 4.33.
I think so. Yes, some great moments there. I love the difference between equipment out there too, Kaipo. Eve, a smaller frame on a round tail, obviously factored in to her body shape and dimensions, but Sol, more powerful, a larger frame, opting for the smaller, wider square tail board. She reminds me a lot of a younger Sage Eriksson Sol. A very similar fixed stance, not moving around her stance too much, but great upper body extension and thoracic opening up through her turns. You can really see her torque through the backside maneuvers. Very similar to what we saw from Sage on the World Tour.
Eve now sitting patiently with priority, waiting for the news on what the situation comes through. And the news is a 6.23 has dropped for Sol Aguirre. Aguirre goes to the lead. Eve Wong with priority now is hearing that she needs a 7.23. So Eve is getting the news out in the water from our beach announcers and reacts accordingly. A little bit more pressure now for the Hawaiian surfer. Ellie Harrison getting ready for her heat. She's going to be matched up against Annette Gonzalez Extavari in the third heat of the day.
Very similar waves to that first day of action that we had. Ellie had a surprise loss, had to come through the elimination round to be here today. Also on the Almeric program. Critical moment of this heat, obviously position change with Evie. The first time down into second spot. Wave selection is going to be key. The surfing's there. She's got some critical moments. She'll take a lot of confidence out of that 6 she got. Even the 5.33, because it didn't have a dynamic finish. But if a wave of substance comes through, something critical, we know there's no real closeouts out there, Kaipo. So that's a little bit of confidence knowing that whatever set comes, the biggest wave of the heat will probably be a good one.
So checking out her fins. Turning the board over. You can see her fin choice. She's with those Almeric template fins. Really popular fin template amongst surfers. Eve looking at this one. Long wall ahead of her. Good size wave. She drops in. Eases through that first carve. Wants this wave to stand up. Another easy turn. And that wave We talked about the high tide mirage.
Yeah.
That was a high tide mirage that came right there. It looked like it was going to be a good wave, but it just dissipated right underneath her booties.
I mean, it did look really nice on the takeoff, and she did a nice setup snap, getting ready for down the line, but it did dissipate as it hit the inside. 5 minutes to go. Interesting. But I mean, look, it held up at the beginning, and then it just flattened here. So a priority error there for Eve, but at the same time, as from a surfer to a surfer, I can feel empathetic with that decision, because in a free surf, you take off on that wave all day long.
Yeah, it's one of the nuances of high tide surfing on a beach break, where you have those, I call them mirages, waves that look like they're going to be good ones, and then for some reason they just hit the wrong part of the bank and they just disappear.
Yeah, I have a habit of picking those ones on reef breaks. And oh, that looked like a good one. No.
All right, we're down to 4 minutes in heat control with Sol Aguirre. She's got the lead. She's got priority. She's able to dictate the tempo of this heat and what's going on. She doesn't have much time on the clock. We see the next heat getting ready to paddle out right up against the rock at the base of the Oceanside Pier.
And Annette with the Mick Fanning fins, the large template, which I find interesting. And
she's got to have some power for those fins.
And Eve actually is running the JS fins, which are large as well, which I find fascinating.
Here we go, Sol. Use her priority up into the lip, just one turn. Now opportunity for Eve. She's looks back, realizes Sol likely not improving upon her heat total. Eve Wong with 3 minutes, 20 seconds. And a chance to turn the heat. She's got priority. She needs a 7.23.
That was a pretty cool turn from Sol. No combination there, but finding the critical section, which is in the judges' playbook. That's what they want to see today. Combination of maneuvers in the critical section. Eve can just tee off on a wave like that. A little steeper as we see some wildlife on the outside, some diving birds. This is that replay of Sol's last wave. So driving off the bottom into the lip and a little slow on the rebound. So on the replay, not as dynamic as what it looked like in live action.
Yeah, 3.6 for that one that we're just coming off of the replay. Not going to affect the heat. Eve still needs a 7.23. 2.5 minutes. She's got priority. She needs a wave, though, to give her that opportunity. Couple lines coming here. It's going to be decision time for Wong. Decides not go on that one. Under priority. Sol says, I'll take this one. And just a carve to start. Nothing going there.
They're playing the game there, Sol, just riding some waves and perhaps distracting Eve, who's now got that priority. But it will have to be the best wave of the heat. And Eve knows this. She's an experienced competitor and working with the ocean. And right now, just remaining present. Looking within and just trying to stay in the moment and stay present, not think about the clock too much, and just identify a wave that's going to give her that opportunity, but it will have to be something special.
Talk about it. The X factor in competitive surfing is something you can't control, is the rhythm of the ocean and when a set's going to come through. And Eve's got 90 seconds for Oceanside to provide something to her, or else she's going to get out of this heat sitting, and that's always a tough way to go.
See us splashing the water, not splashing, but playing with the water then. That's something that a lot of surfers will do just to kill some time and also remain present and just stay stoic there. And literally a 360 Sol just paddled around Eve, really putting the pressure on, but Eve just remaining stoic and solid and just...
That's some competitiveness there.
Relying on her, like I've seen Honolulu Bloomfield do this in the World Longboard Tour a lot, where you'll see a competitor being really antsy, paddling around. She'll remain stoic, looking out the ocean and just believing in the process. At this point, the ocean's the boss. No real mistakes from these surfers during this heat. Some great moments. Very nice surfing from both surfers. Really, throughout this event, Eve has really shown. Really surprised me with electric starts, being very motivated and very lively straight out of the gates, despite the conditions not being as impressive as they have been over the last month in California. Showing some enthusiasm.
And when the conversation starts, that just looks like Eve is going to concede at this point. 5 seconds remaining. Some great sportsmanship. That's going to be it. And the end of the run for Eve Wong. While we'll see Sol Aguirre into quarter-final number 1. And we'll see her later this afternoon once again. So it's the Peruvian taking the win here. Second heat of the day. We got more action coming your way. Stick around. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with Mitchell Salazar, Matt Shanoski, and Annette Gonzalez-Exabari and Ellie Harrison in the water after this.
What a cool place to have the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. It's Oceanside in San Diego, North County, right here in beautiful Southern California. Mitchell Salazar with the great Matt Chonowski here for heat number 3. Matt, 2 heats done and dusted already. We got Ellie Harrison about to match up against Annette Gonzalez-Exabari, the Australian who was on the Challenger Series last year, coming up against one of the youngest competitors in the draw, the 16-year-old from the Basque Country.
You'd have to say the pressure is on Ellie right now, being the favorite coming into this. She's shown some great moments throughout the last few years in her professional surfing career. But Annette with nothing to lose from the Basque region. Waves, challenging. It's going to come down to who can get the best quality wave with the best sections.
And it seems like we got some dolphins right there close to shore. Yep. Popping out. Nice to see the real locals out here at Southside Oceanside Pier. And Matt, speaking of how high the tides have been throughout the event, 6.8 feet high tide this morning. Pretty high. Do have a new moon filling in right now. Doesn't really seem like it's affecting the waves too much. 9:01 a.m. the peak high tide, as it seems like we have a paddle here. Annette coming from Zumaya in the Basque Country. Great area. Tends to surf a lot of beach breaks, just the one carve on the backhand. And it seems like she is also really accustomed to this cold weather we are seeing here in Oceanside.
That's cool. We see the whale on the right-hand side of the screen. Oh, not the whale. Oh, is it? No, it's a dolphin. That'd be, well, a couple of dolphins. Beautiful.
One of the coolest experiences, you'd say, just being a surfer, is experiencing Dolphins popping up every now and then. And speaking of popping up,
Yeah.
Annette Gonzalez, she's only 16, Matt, won the WSL European Junior Rankings in 2023, qualified for this event alongside her sister Janire, and coming from Zumaya in the Basque Country, really nothing to lose, everything to gain from this event. If she wins, she will be automatically on the Challenger Series for 2024. Great start for her.
Yeah, it's electric surfing there from Annette, really coming out of the gates. We haven't seen too many quality right-handers so far this morning, but watch this turn. Drives off the bottom, snaps that one into the lip, goes almost into a layback scenario and a nice carving re-entry, a series of maneuvers as she makes her way to the inside. She pulls out with control and authority. That'll be a solid score. I think the judges will appreciate that one moment of excellence on that wave. The great board choice and staying in the pocket, which is part of what the judges have requested this morning.
Yeah, riding an epoxy too. Great option out there. And drops a 7.5 in the first 5 minutes of the heat. Ellie Harrison now needing a 9.0 to move up in a first, still waiting to see her catch her first ride. Speaking of Annette, though, 2 wins on the Junior Tour in Europe in 2023. She won in Morocco and in France. Also has a couple very impressive results on the QS, not only locally within Europe. She had a 5th place in Lacanau at the QS 1000. 3rd place finish at the Cruit Pro. That's a QS 3000 in the Australia-Oceania region.
That wrap, that combo of that snap with the wrap afterwards, super technical and really shows some maturity in Annette surfing. She may only be small in stature, but great connection with her board and her body and awareness to find that little pockety right almost immediately after that left-hander under priority.
Yeah, and you see a lot of Europeans try to get things going early because it just opens up that priority rotation, and you can see it right there. She was really hunting within the lineup, especially on the inside, as you were mentioning, underneath the priority of Ellie Harrison. Has been surfing for 10 years, started surfing when she was 6 years old. So a lot of experience, especially when it comes to competition, Matt. And with just under 24 minutes to go, Ellie Harrison, the surfer from Victoria, Australia, now needs a 9-point ride to overtake the lead. Long heats, and it seems like a couple of waves out there have really stood up a lot more than others. When it comes to a lot of these waves that break on the inside, though, you can see right there the clear separation between the two surfers. Some of those only really take one good turn to get an excellent score on the inside. It seems like Annette, having a look at this one, she's going to let it go.
And I might be drawing too much comparison here, but some of the radical tides that you'll see on the west coast of Europe is pretty, well, not too dissimilar to what we have right now. So in Europe, you could turn up to the beach in the morning and it could be high tide and very slow. You turn up to the same place 6 hours later and you're surfing equally as far out as what we were. And this is the replay slow-mo of Annette's wave. So a nice right, but see the pocket, looks up, snaps that one back, gets over her board, and this one straight into this wrap here. See her eyes and her upper body rotating. So fantastic technique there, staying within that pocket bubble, that little power pocket close to the whitewater, which is of course where the energy of that wave is. That's why they can, little small surfers like Annette are able to throw so much spray because of their technique.
Very subtle too. On the backhand now. Great combo right there by Annette. A little hung up on the second one. She's going to kick out. 22 minutes to go. Back and forth heat between Sol Aguirre and Eve Wong. Sol into the quarterfinals, Rosie.
Exciting heat for us to watch, but Sol being the person in the water, going back and forth with the lead, was that stressful?
A little stressful, yeah, to start the morning, but I'm just really happy and stoked to make my heat and then, yeah, get a chance to surf again.
And heard from in the post-heat interview, the foot's feeling great. You were a little bit sick before the event started running. How are you feeling now? How's the energy level?
I'm feeling so much better. Taking vitamin C so I don't get sick again. And then, yeah, my foot is feeling better. I think it's the cold water that makes it a little, like, I don't feel too much. But I'm going to rest and then recharge for the next one.
You're a warrior. And coming up against Erin Brooks in the quarterfinals, what do you make of that matchup?
Oh, it's exciting. She rips, and she's a really good friend of mine. It's a big inspiration. So I'm excited to surf again with her and then, yeah, see who wins.
Some great matchups coming up in the quarterfinals. Sol, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Rosie. Muchas felicidades. And gracias to Sol Aguirre. She's going to be matching up against Erin Brooks in the quarterfinals as we see our quarterfinal number 1, Canada versus Peru, Goofy versus regular, Matt.
Terrific. Well, I mean, it's going to be fireworks. You've got the power game of Sol, who's made her intentions clear in her backside, but Erin Brooks, electric, lively, sporadic, so many, and radical as well. So she brings a progression element to her surfing. I can't wait to see that heat unfold later on.
And during the interview, we did see a couple of rides. We're waiting for scores. The opener of Ellie Harrison. The previous of Annette Gonzalez comes in as a 4.43. Looking at the surfer from Victoria, though, 18 years of age, Harrison catches her first.
Yeah, great opening turn. Another one here, but just goes down. She was keeping her eyes focused down the line and got a bit off tilt. And love this opening turn here. And that turn there digs the nose as well, but rides out too. So we still have another. We haven't had that score drop yet for Annette. That was the 4.43 was for the wave. Previous to that, a similar left-hander.
And Harrison now up and riding on the backhand again. Off the bottom, much better right there in the pocket. Has some speed going down the line. Really increases that use of the bottom turn when this wave steepens up through to the inside still. One more section and a great finishing maneuver right there for the 18-year-old from Victoria. Wow. Now Annette Gonzalez. She is just a woman on a mission right now. 16 years of age. Really has nothing to lose, everything to gain here, Matt. And she is just taking it to Ellie Harrison right now.
This is an amazing heat. So Ellie building her confidence, a 4.43 in her first wave just based on that one turn because she fell on the second. So the judge is really appreciating the style and the power that Ellie is portraying right now. And this is Annette's replay. 5.17. This is the wave before last. No, this is the wave just then. And then banking that one off in the pocket. So really getting overboard, committing and throwing herself completely into those turns. Full commitment, Mitch. And this is Ellie's wave. Committed as well. This first turn, a lot of spray thrown there. Gets on the back foot and a big fan of spray. He works down the line. This turn up in the pocket again. Looking down the line though, not as much as full commitment as Annette, but really well completed wave. That one there. So that'll be a good finish for Ellie, and I think that'll be a healthy score, her best one yet.
Yeah, and she's riding a 5.8 CI 2 Pro by Channel Islands. You mentioned a few heats ago that they have really added a lot of key components to their team.
There's the whale.
You don't get to see that every day, Matt, and it's kind of a sign of good luck, really, when you're a surfer. You get to see all this wildlife out there in the water this early this morning. You saw a couple of dolphins. You see the whale again.
Wow, well done. Camera angles WSL bringing you the production. Look at this.
And I'm telling you, it's a sign from above that we got some good things going on right now. And Annette Gonzalez, I mean, she is just taking it to the next level in this one. Has a 7.5, a 5.17, still waiting on her last. Also waiting for what seems to be Harrison's best wave. And Ellie, coming off of a 9th place finish at this event last year at Seaside Reef, she drops a 7.2 on her last. So by far her best. As we see Zoe Benedetto right there. She's coming up in quarterfinal number 4. Partner Reed Platenius behind her, just helping her adjust the rash guard. And then Ryan Simmons, her coach.
Get the right, so you can come over and get the right. You know, like everybody's just, I don't know why, but they're all just like looking at this left, but the right's way better.
All right, great insight there from the coach, coming through the sound waves there, indicating that the rights are offering a lot of potential with the lefts. Everyone's looking at those lefts at the moment, getting fixated on it. But a 7.2 for Ellie Harrison, her last wave, and an 8.17 for Annette. Incredible scoring there. That was the one that took a little while to come in. And if we dive into those replays, you'll see, I think it comes purely down on the power of Ellie with that 7.2. She'll be throwing a lot more spray. When you look at it in the more expansive view, the spray and the power is obviously a lot more eye-catching, but the electric surfing of Annette, pocket rocket, really placing aboard a critical part of the wave. And Mitch, the thing that's exciting me about Annette surfing is the full commitment through every turn.
Right, and can't really teach that. 16 years of age, come through the rankings, won the European Junior title last year in 2023. And speaking of Harrison, a lot of good accolades for her, just outside of qualification last year on the Challenger Series. Her first year on the CS, 12th in terms of the rankings. And you look at her results, had really 4 great ones. A couple of 9s on the Gold Coast and then Bolito, a 3rd place finish at a beach break here in Southern California over there in Huntington Beach at the U.S. Open, and ended the year with a 5th place finish in Portugal. When it comes to big moments, big events, she's really thrived. And obviously you're talking about somebody who spent her first full season on the Challenger Series. You get in the top 20, you're doing something great. Nearly requalified by finishing in the top 10, just outside number 12.
Yeah.
But she wins the event here, Matt. She's automatically qualifying for the CS.
Yeah, and that could be why we've seen a few nerves in the earlier heats as well. A little bit of pressure building there, despite the experience, and a little bit of an off-season coming straight from the warm summer of Australia into the cold California, freezing cold California. For those tuning in at home back in Australia, it was about 0 degrees Celsius this morning, and that's on par with what you'll get in the Torquay, Bells, Barwon Heads region in the middle of winter as well. So a bit of a shock to the system.
It's a cold place to be from, Matt. Cold place, a lot of great surfers, a lot of amazing waves.
Yeah, hardcore is the first thing that comes to mind. This color of the water's got a very Bells and J-Bay-esque look, that greeny brown color.
Does resemble it. So using priority here, keeping Harrison off of this wave. Annette Gonzalez once again through the tail on the second one. That's going to be incomplete.
Yeah.
But just the intent that she has in every single turn, you can see it. That Mayhem Epoxy looks great underneath her feet. Going to be incomplete on the second one, but had a great opening turn on this last ride of hers.
Whoa, it's fireworks there from Annette, really showcasing her well-rounded technique, getting that 7.5 on the right-hander to start and an 8.17 on the backside. This wave could have been the best one of the heat so far. Look at it fading into this wave, and she just clicks his pocket perfectly, full commitment. This one here, thought she was going to go in the full reverse spin and tail slides it out, but the wave coming back had just collected. Ellie giving way, she didn't have priority. Great camera angle here showing the steepness of that wave and sending it right up in the lip. See the fins flying, really snapping that board around, board sliding it. Something you liken to a half pipe on a snowboard, but unable to ride out of that wave.
And now Harrison up and riding with the answer back. Needs an 8.47. Good work on the first combo. And this wave just kind of dying out at the tail end of it. Still going to work her way through to the inside, though, and finish with a strong turn. It's going to be incomplete, though, for Harrison. Usually travels with her mother, Meg. I haven't seen her this week, though, Matt. Don't know if she's here with her. And Ellie, ardent adult. She spent the Challenger Series last year, still traveling with her mother. Seems like the plan now is to try to get outside of her own shell, though, and try to make things happen on her own. 13 minutes ago, still needing an excellent score of an 8.47.
Yeah, that support crew of the family is really important, and at times not everyone can, you need to change up those support crews, whether it's the logistics, the finances, or sometimes just other commitments. Can't always travel with the same entourage. Ellie could be here by herself. We'll find out more after this heat. But what I like about Ellie's surfing is she's got that very mature power surfing approach, which is received well by the judges in pretty much every stop on the World Tour. She's up against a firecracker Annette right now, who's woken up with, she's taken a Red Bull this morning.
There's desire.
Completely on. And commitment in every turn. I mean, 11.63 heat total for Ellie, and she hasn't actually completed many of her waves. So super encouraging. And at 7.2, considering she fell in the end section, I think she'll take confidence out of that, chip away at that 8.47. That'll be a tough ask to get that this morning. It'll have to be a very special wave.
And on her last ride does not improve. It equals her low score of a 4.43. Still needing an 8.47 to move up into first place. Speaking of people that kind of come through the system, really with no expectations, a lot of desire, and as we were mentioning, big momentum shift in a lot of these big heats. Janita Gonzalez, older sister of Annette, was really getting a lot of attention from the media in Europe, saying that she was the big thing, even though she ended up runner-up in the Junior Series rankings in 2023. It was Annette who actually won the Junior Series over there in Europe, won 2 out of the 3 events. And I mean, you talk about consistency throughout each and every heat. She had an 8-point ride in her opening round heat, has an 8.17, backed it up with a 7.5. I think we're going to see a tremendous career out of the young surfer from the Basque Country.
Showing, this heat right now, putting everyone on notice. This level of excitement that we've seen. It's likened to what you might see with someone like Erin Brooks, but we've got the natural foot version from the Basque Country out there right now.
An excellent heat out there in the water for heat number 3. It's the round of 16 for the women in Oceanside, California right now. Much more action to come. Ellie Harrison looking to make a comeback, needing an 8.47. Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Heat 3 of the round of 16 for the women out there. It's the Basque surfer in the blue, Annette Gonzalez Etzawari, leading over the Australian Ellie Harrison. Harrison needing an 8.47 before we went to the break. A couple of waves being ridden, Matt. A 2.17 for Ellie Harrison. Not going to be the score that she requires. Looking at the replay here, looked right, ended up going that direction.
Yeah, so opting for the right, very flat looking wave. I would say being a natural footer that the right said, ooh, if she'd pulled that off, it would have really started to put some pressure on that 4.43, but she's needing an 8.47, so something dramatic. And this is a wave that we catching up with now. Whoa, wow, scintillating surfing there from Annette, unable to ride out of that wave, but really showing us some progression and some power out there this morning, Mitch.
Told you a few days ago, Matt, that she was one to keep your eye on. Beach break, feels comfortable, and I think most importantly, a lot of people just don't recognize her as being a threat out there at this event. You're one of the youngest surfers. Same thing with Erin Brooks, too. 16 years of age. Maybe a lot of people still don't take you as seriously as you'd like to, and all of a sudden you burst onto the scene with a performance like this. People take a lot of notice now.
Yeah, and the post-heat interview from Annette was very, I guess for a better word, was very confident, very strong in her mannerisms when asked about her intentions here and the confidence levels. You have to have that. If you want to be a champion, you have to have won the event before you even got here. You have to be surfing as if that is your crown and other people are trying to take it off you. And that's what I feel like Annette's got right now. A real hunger and a real fire. Not that Ellie doesn't have it, but Annette's just tapping into something right now. You can see the enthusiasm, riding lots of waves. That was her 8th wave in this heat so far, and there's still 6 minutes 45 remaining.
And she will be surfing again later today, too. We have our men's quarterfinals and then our women's quarterfinals for the rest of the day after the round of 16. 8 heats in this round. As looking at the next heat, Zoe Benedetto and Nora Leota. Let's try to hear in on what Ryan Simmons is telling them.
Let's just like work. Like let's just do like work. You know what I mean?
I want to try a different road trick largest for the green.
They're just. I think the men needs like a lot of movement, like a speedy brief wave or a point wave or something like that.
And some good info right there.
Wedge up. Like yeah, do that and then come down up right here.
One of the best in the business is Ryan Simmons, telling his two surfers to just do some work. Tough job being a coach, especially Ryan, somebody who nearly qualified for the championship tour a couple of times, one of the best beach announcers in the world too. Unfortunate for him, he has two surfers that he's coaching in this event in the same heat.
I've had the same thing myself, Mitch, and it is always an awkward scenario when you see the matchup, but the thing is with a lot of the coaches is they will play to the strengths of each surfer, and everyone has their weaknesses and everyone has their strengths, but not to necessarily focus on another surfer's weakness to get the win. You need to get the best out of a surfer. So in many ways, there's not actually as much conflict as you'd think there would be.
Harrison now up and riding. The 5-minute mark here, Matt, needs a big answer back in 8.47. Much better right there. Fully pushes the rails on that one. And still looking for the finish is Ellie. She's going to get it. So trying to at least improve on the 7.2, but an 8.47 is what she is needing to move up into first place. 4 minutes 50 to go here.
Wow, obviously it was that standout turn on that wave. I look forward to dissecting that. A lot of spray thrown, a lot of action. It was a critical section, a bigger wave. So at this point of the heat, that's exactly the answer that Ellie needed to match Annette's liveliness. She's shown some spark coming out of the gates, but Ellie still in it with that 7.2. I mean, a great heat total so far. And here we have bigger wave, a long wall driving straight off the bottom into a little setup hack. And this turn here, another little one stays on the top part of the wave and driving around, really committing to that turn there. And another one behind it, displacing a lot of water and eyes off that end section. Her finishes have been really exciting. A nice complete wave. Let's have a look at this angle. So a few setups that are getting likened to the Kelly Slater wave pool, this angle. See, she takes a high line here, little snap off the top, comes off the bottom. See, her eyes go straight back to the inside section. So that's an indication of full commitment. And she does really well with the warble on the end. This could have gone one of two ways. And she makes the completion. So an awkward section there, and she did really well to manage the wash and the backwash there.
And there was a subtle readjustment, Matt, after the first turn. Shifted her feet back, knew that that wave was going to stand up a little bit more. I think for somebody her age, you don't normally get to see that a lot. Presented a lot of maturity on that ride. Comes in as a 6.93, so not enough. I think it was just really the one turn that stood out a lot more than others. Good performance nonetheless by Harrison. And now the answer back by Annette. Strong maneuver right there in the pocket. A wave that did shoulder off quite a bit though. Surprised to see her go on that one with 3 minutes to go here. Looking to improve on a 7.5.
Yeah, I mean, once again, super lively. I talked about this earlier with Eve taking off behind Sol. And when you are in the lead and somebody takes off on a wave in front of you, it's a tactic that I think works really well sometimes. When you try and take the gloss off someone else's score, you have a look at this right now. This is Annette's wave there, really driving through that turn, and that EPS board looking super lively. And this turn here comes off the bottom, goes vertical, whips the board around. So she's very connected to her equipment right now, and you can see the amount of mobility in her body, the way that she's able to really rotate through her turns. The board's being receptive, and it's really flying through the maneuvers, giving that exciting, exhilarating ball that we're pointing out.
And with what you would normally see from an epoxy too, just a lot of buoyancy too, Matt, especially for a surfer as light as her. As you look at the score right there, the last of Harrison, a 6.93, went up to a 7.3. So One Jet said it was at least going to improve on her best score, but still needing an 8.47 to move up into first place. Has a minute 45 to go. A very respectable heat total too, 14.13.
Yeah.
That's a pair of sevens right there. I'd say around 70%, maybe even 80% of the time, you're going to be making it through a heat with that total. Not in this case, though. That one difference maker is the 8.17 of Annette. She was up and running there real quickly. Down to the last 90 seconds. A specific wave out there that you're asking yourself, Matt, that Ellie Harrison needs to be on to get the 8.47 that she needs?
I don't think the rights are out there for it. It needs to be a left with an end section on it, which she's done well to complete so far, but it's got to come back at her, which it is a northwest swell right now. The rights do look better, but I think the lefts will do it. And here's a set on the outside, Mitch.
And we are just actually hitting the peak high tide right now, 9:05 local time. A 6.8 high tide. And Harrison in position for this. It's got a good bowl on it. Just a cruisy start for Harrison right now. Really needs this wave to stand up on the inside. Much better right there for Ellie. And gets the combo going. Needs a huge closeout finish though. 30 seconds to go. And you can see in the body language right there, Ellie recognizing that's not going to be the score that she requires. A solid heat though, 14.13, great performance. Makes it in to the round of 16 where she had ended up last year at this event. And there's a great chance that we're going to be seeing on the Challenger Series in this year in 2024 and potentially even qualifying for the CT too.
Yeah, and the Australian leg's about to kick off for the QS. She's going to be a favorite going into that, a mature style, and she's got a very polished act, as we said at the beginning of the heat. That type of surfing with the subtle adjustments and the technique will be received well on the World Tour if she makes it to the Championship Tour, but matching a lot of the quality waves around the world. Say goodbye to Ellie at this event, but a great performance nonetheless in this heat.
And you can see right there, Annette Gonzalez Etzavarri trying to hide the smiles and contain her excitement. She's into the quarterfinals, taking out a very in-form Ellie Harrison. A big performance by the surfer from the Basque Country. We got Zoe Benedetto and Nora Leota about to hit the water in heat number 4 here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. That ad right there makes me want to move to Oceanside, one of the most beautiful places in Southern California. And it's the host of the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Heat 4 of the round of 16 out there in the water. Two good friends, and actually being coached by the same person, Zoe Benedetto from Florida in the red jersey, and Nora Leota from Haiku, Maui, Hawaii is in the blue. Mitchell Salazar with the one, the only, the great former CT surfer, Rosie Hodge. Rosie, good morning. Two great friends out there. Ryan Simmons has a lot of work to do in this heat, coaching both of these surfers. Unfortunate that they had to match up in the round of 16.
Yeah, it was an interesting shot of them with Ryan there in the middle, kind of giving directions for both the surfers. But I think, you know, we've seen the coaches split their time between the athletes, and each surfer is so individual. It must be like, you know, you're directing this person, you direct the next person, and at the end of the day, I think we're going to see the best brought out of these women, because when you have that same coach, it means you know each other really well. you know the strengths and weaknesses, so it makes for an interesting matchup.
And you want to be very honest with both of them, don't you? You want to be able to include both of them in the conversation at the same time. But it's tricky, though. He was actually telling me, what do I do? Do I give directions to one person when they're on the beach? Do I need to? And it seems like he has a great relationship with both of them. Zoe Benedetto, she's actually been a member multiple times on the USA Junior team, where Ryan is the head coach, Nora Leota as well. She's been a member of the Hawaii Junior Surf team in the past. Speaking of Zoe Benedetto, great soccer player too. She actually played competitive soccer up until a few years ago. Great surfer though, Rosie. Had a great result over there in Edeseda, 9th place at the US Open. Semifinal finish at the second to last event on the Challenger Series. And now shifting our focus to Nora from Haiku, Maui, just an incomplete turn. Loves to cook, train, and make jewelry too. You know who made some jewelry out there, Rosie? Was Annette Gonzalez Etzavarri. She's downstairs and into the quarterfinals with Kaipo.
Thank you, Mitchell. Annette, you're in the quarterfinals. How are you feeling coming out of the water?
I'm so happy. I've never been in a quarterfinal of a World Junior Championship, and yeah, I'm so happy. I can't believe it.
817, you went excellent out there. What did you see in that wave that told you that that was going to be an excellent wave?
I don't know. I saw that like the wave it was good and big, so I said, okay, I'm going in this one.
Right now it's 6 p.m. back at home. You got something to say to all your friends, family, fans back at home?
Yeah, can I say it in Basque?
Please.
Somos etxekoak, oso pozik, pena janire lesiona bindala, baina, bueno, urrengoan danak ingoaz, eta hor ikustea.
Let's go. Annette, into the quarterfinals. We'll see your surf again this afternoon. Mitch?
That is right, Kaipo, and a big congratulations, Eskerrik Asko, to Annette Gonzalez Etzavarri. Great surfer, lovely human being. Hard to believe that she's only 16 years of age, Rosie.
Well, watching that opening round of the women's, she surprised me so much that I instantly chose her as a pick for this event because, yeah, she's got some great rail work. We just saw her back it up in that round. I love it. We're getting down to the quarters. We're matching up our quarterfinalists. It's crazy that we've got to this point of the competition. It seems like you get through the first couple days of the event and then things really start to fast forward. So, yep, the cream is rising to the top, Mitch.
It's cool to see a couple of Groms in the quarters, too. You have Erin Brooks, who's still 16, Annette, who's 16 herself. I feel like the youth, they've really been prevailing at an event like this with the magnitude surrounding it, too, Rosie. We have a Challenger Series spot on line for the winner of each division. And speaking of somebody who hasn't really focused on the Junior Series before, Zoe, up and riding, great combo right there. Goes down on the second one, but she has been very dominant on the regional qualifying series. Had a QS 5000 win in Barbados last year. Also won an event on the East Coast in Virginia Beach, which I might add, Rosie, might be the hardest wave to compete at in the world.
Yeah, so I've heard. I mean, the wave and the conditions that you are competing in are pretty much boat wakes sometimes, the size
Yeah.
of the surf. But Zoe even mentioning in her post-heat interview that her focus has been those primes, has been the Challenger Series events, and she hasn't really turned her attention to the juniors. So to be competing at a World Junior Championships, like this is the big leagues when in terms of the status that you take home as a World Junior Champ.
And still has 2 full years to compete in this division if she would like to. As he mentioned, does want to focus on the Challenger Series if she could. But the regional qualifying series alongside the Junior Tour here in North America, real strong. You're a resident of the area now, Rosie. You get to see it all the time in San Clemente and throughout Southern California. A lot of Hawaiians like Nora also coming in the summertime and spending a month or 2 here. Talk about the talent level now coming out of North America. We saw it on the men's side on the Challenger Series, a lot of them qualifying for the CT.
Yeah, I mean, we've got about 5 San Clemente residents on the championship tour, 4 on the men's side, and then we've got Sawyer Lindblad on the women's side. So it's such a great thing to see, you know, that culmination of talent and hard work and really like the community uprising in San Clemente. Yeah, it's been fun. Like Kaloe and, you know, and that whole crew have been putting on junior events and really giving back to the younger surfers. And that does create that environment to be competitive and give you a bit of a blueprint for when you're wanting to compete.
I think Kalohe deserves a lot of credit when it comes to pushing a lot of the other kids too. And you talk about friendly rivalries as well. You see a lot of these young surfers like Zoe and Nora pushing themselves to higher levels. Very important for them to be able to do that among friends. Speaking of Leota now, a quick in and out for her, 21 minutes on the clock. She was second in the QS rankings within Hawaii, Tahiti Nui, that region over there, Rosie. Had a victory a few months ago at Sunset Beach, a QS 1000. Also competed in 3 events on the Challenger Series in 2023. Nothing that really stood out. Finished around, the midpoint of the board in terms of the rankings, 54th. But when it comes to really being prevalent in different kinds of conditions, she had a runner-up finish over there in Jacksonville at a QS 3000 at the Supergirl Pro. She can compete Sunset Beach at a beach break like this in Oceanside just as well.
Yeah, and you got to take confidence out of that. I mean, when you're getting your main results at Sunset, at Haleiwa, and then you can go over to Florida on the East Coast, which is a stark comparison in wave size and the way that the waves break, and get a result. So it just creates this well-rounded competitor.
And I think a very well-balanced heat out there in the water, too. Nothing major so far in terms of the scores. And I was kind of expecting this when I saw the matchup. Both of them working with Ryan. Great friends. You see a lot of nerves still out there in the water. Very similar in age. Zoe is 18. Nora's still in her late teens, too. And I think most importantly, you make it into the quarterfinals, and you have a mindset of knowing that you're into finals day, and the one thing there is always to win the event, Rosie. But getting the one-up over your friend and somebody that you work with as a teammate all the time really goes a long way when you get to travel with them and compete against them on the QS and the Challenger Series too.
Definitely. You remember these matchups as you go on in through your career. But also another thing, I mean, a 9th place finish is what you'll have if you finish up in this round of 16. It's not necessarily that keeper results. I think as soon as we head into the quarterfinals, the semis, and the final, that's where you look at it and you're like, oh, so-and-so got a 5th, so-and-so got a 3rd, so-and-so won the event. And that's where like that profile recognition starts to boost.
And you usually tend to think to yourself, quarterfinals, that's a keeper result right there. 9th, I'm happy with my surfing, but I'm not really too stoked with the result that I got at the end of the event.
Exactly.
So Zoe still searching the lineup on the inside, keeping really busy too in terms of activity. And she's up again. Good opening carve right there by Benedetto. Has a California connection too. Grandfather was actually manager of the California Angels back in the day, a baseball team here in Anaheim. About an hour up the road in SoCal. Gonna be able to get the finish. A little hung up with the strong offshore wind that we have this morning, Rosie. 18:35 to go, and the 18-year-old gonna extend first place, looking to improve on the 2.67 that she already has.
Yeah, I really like Zoe's style. Pay close attention to her back knee when she's going through her maneuvers. It has this really nice tuck about it, and then has a narrow stance that she just maintains throughout the wave. A lot of surfers like to shuffle their feet up and down the deck and widen their stance as they're going for different types of maneuvers. But Zoe kind of keeps that narrow flow and tucks that knee.
And looking at the replay here, Rosie, good pace on this one too.
Yeah, and really good example of that little added extra flair with the style right there, tucking that knee. So 2 pretty similar turns right there, but that's almost with the wave that she's surfing at the moment. It didn't have that steeper section. She comes through the inside, she finds a bit more connection, just held up a tad on that last turn. I think she's finding her flow, and as soon as she gets that wave that has more of a steeper section, we're going to see her really attack the lip.
And we did just hit the peak high tide, so pretty noticeable that it slowed down a little bit in this heat compared to the last one. Benedetto does get a 5.17 though, so at the moment the best score of the heat. Leota needing close to a 7, a 6.84 to move up into first, and you see the tides right there, Rosie. Huge difference. 4:18 p.m. a negative 1.6 tide, and you've been competing around the world since you were very young. When it comes to different conditions, especially tides, with a swell that is decreasing, by the way, too, what kind of mindset do you bring into an event like this, knowing that you have something big on the line to qualify for the Challenger Series, and you get a heat that you know is probably going to be a little bit slower?
You know what? Your competitors are all surfing the same conditions. The conditions that you have in front of you are what you're going to be competing in. So I think forgetting about how the conditions were on other particular days and just really honing in on what the conditions are doing on this day, the experience that you've already had in the lineup. And yeah, I think it's all about surfing what's in front of you and just the joy of competing.
So, good mindset to have. As Leota now up and riding. Biggest wave of the heat, no doubt. Cool combo on the outside, much better right there. Actually emphasizes the use of the rail is Nora. And a strong pace on this one too. Really love the speed management that she's had, Rosie. Gonna kick out. 16 minutes to go, needing close to a 7-point ride. At least going to be echoing the 5.17 of Zoe Benedetto.
Yeah, that's that kind of wave that really you take off and you're like, okay, finally, I've got something where I can display some of my best surfing. And you can tell by her body language, the way she's paddling out, she's happy with that ride as we head into the midsection of this heat.
And how about the use of priority too, the patience that she showed? A lot of people, a lot of younger kids probably would have been using priority on a smaller inside wave. Demonstrated that she is capable of waiting for the wave that she wants out there, and a great answer back on this one.
Yeah, what a beautiful wave. As she takes off, she really gets back onto that white water. Here's a nice section for her to work with. Does like a mid-face bottom turn straight into that next one. You know, there was maybe an opportunity there for her to hang back a little bit on that second turn and get a bit more critical and then combo it up, but that was a well-ridden wave from Nora.
And did you think at a certain point of that wave there was ever a pocket that you maybe could have leaned on a little bit more and maybe stayed a little bit further behind?
That's exactly right, Mitch. There was a point in that wave, especially on that second turn, where she could have hung on the bottom a little bit longer, not raced out in front, and just hit it just that little bit, just a little bit more. Like we've seen throughout the days of competition, a lot of the surfers waiting for that second section to really stand up. So there's moments in that wave. It was a well-ridden wave. It's gonna be the best of the heat as you see that numbers in there, but potential of a missed opportunity to just go a little bit harder. I really enjoyed the surfing, but yeah, I think we're always asking more of our competitors to get in the excellent range.
It is the best score of the heat, Rosie, a 6-point ride. And there is one of the best surfers in the world, Sierra Kerr. She's about to take on her fellow Australian, Kira Buckpitt, in the next heat. Great person is Sierra. You can see her right alongside her dad, former championship tour surfer Josh, and former residents of the area, by the way, right here in North County, San Diego. Ended up with a semifinal finish at this event last year at Seaside Reef. There's the scores for Leota. Gets a 6.0, the best of the heat. Goes up to a 6.5. You throw that one and the 5.8 away, the average comes out as a 6. And going back to that wave right there of Leota, I asked you if she could have maybe waited a little bit more in the pocket, try to get a bit more vertical. Much easier to do on the backhand, though, than it is on the forehand, especially with the offshore wind that we have now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Just being able to square those shoulders off and really stick to that whitewater section. But I think for Nora on that wave, the mindset of, she had, her 1-point ride is her best backup. So she hadn't had much as the mid point of the heat. I think she really just wanted to get that score on the board.
I think that's smart, too. And one thing we haven't really even talked about, Rosie, is that first few heats of the morning, you also have to deal with the sun coming into your eyes, too, especially on the rights. And I feel like that's something you usually see here in Southern California. Looking at the replay here again in slow-mo, this midsection right here, the best part of the wave.
Yeah, that was really nice, and it's the reason why this is the best wave of the heat so far. I think, I can't fault the surfing that Nora's doing, and I've just been so impressed with her technique. I think as soon as she gets a steeper section, and as you can see, that wave is pretty slopey when you look at terms of the angle of it. So she surfed that wave incredibly well. And like I said, this is getting that score on the board. That's settling the nerves.
And like a good Maui surfer, too, riding KT shapes. Surfer from Haiku still has the highest score of the heat so far at a 6.0. But it is the Floridian Zoe Benedetto leading over the surfer from Maui, Hawaii. Round of 16, heat 4, still in the water. Much more action to come here from Oceanside. Just over 10 minutes ago in heat number 4 of the round of 16 at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Mitch and Rosie here in the booth, and it's Zoe Benedetto who is still leading over Nora Leota in this very slow-paced heat, Rosie. We've seen a methodical approach by both surfers in terms of wave selection. Zoe has a 5.17 as her best, a slight lead over the 6.0 ride from Nora Leota. Wanted to ask you a question. I've known you nearly 7 years now, and I can't believe I've never asked you what you like to do on your off days or in your time in between heats when you have a long period of time. Tennis, golf, anything entertaining that a lot of these young surfers could maybe be doing themselves too?
I like body surfing. I really enjoy being in the water. So that's like, I don't mind a little polar plunge to feel alive. So I definitely love just getting in a body of water no matter what. I like to run, yoga. I definitely think yoga, like for the in-between times, just to kind of condition your mind and body, is something that I really enjoy doing.
So a good stretch is something nice. Clear your head. And it's really funny because you ask different people. Some people could go off and just say, like, I like to go to amusement parks. We have a couple here in Southern California. Legoland is 10 minutes away.
That's actually a good point, Mitch. Like, if you are traveling, I do recommend, like, you're in a foreign country, like, go do something fun. Go experience something that's, like, on the bucket list.
Everybody's different, too, though. There's some people that just like to be at home, read a book. Yourself, you like body surfing. It's cold out there. I don't know if you'd be doing a polar plunge in this right now, though. But
it's
doable?
Yeah, this is mellow. I've done made questionable decisions.
Yeah, I don't know about myself doing that, but could definitely see some people brighten up their day and get their day going that way.
Visit the mountains too when you're in California.
Yeah.
Like, you're 5 hours from some of the premier snow destinations.
2 hours away from Big Bear too.
Yeah.
Really close. Got some good powder over there to go snowboarding. And that's actually a good little different thing to do, especially as a board sport too. You're still riding something. You're getting into a rhythm. Your body's kind of getting accustomed to the same body movements that you probably would be doing on a surfboard.
I do not recommend trying to learn to snowboard or learn to skate while you're competing, though, because you get so beat up doing both of those board sports. Yeah, learning to snowboard was one of the most humbling experiences.
So, not to talk about myself, Kaipo knows this, though. My thing was always going out and trying some different restaurants, though.
Oh, you're a foodie.
I love food, especially when we're in Brazil. I love my picanha. Here in Southern California, it has to be all about Mexican food, though. And Nora Leota, speaking of being a foodie, she loves to cook. She's cooking on this wave, Rosie, here. Only needs a 1.84 to move up into the lead. Just under 7 minutes to go. Basically a 2-point ride, which she needs. It was a split peak, but it seems like Zoe didn't improve on the 2.67. So a good response here in a heat that has been really starved in terms of good waves out there.
Yeah, Nora is playing that game under priority so well, knowing she only needs under a 2 for the heat change, and the time is ticking away. It sounds like split peak maybe there. Zoe just a little bit off kilter on that first turn. Here's Nora. She's looking for that 1.84 important wave, so she's got that score, like, no doubt. And I'm thinking that this could be one of the best waves of the heat so far. So this is a great heat management and wave selection from Nora.
Tend to be the hardest heats to win too, Rosie. Those grindy ones that sometimes you just need a 6 and a small backup, and all of a sudden you're making it through into the quarterfinals. Next thing you know, complete next day is just a blur. You end up on the podium, you're winning the event. And it seems like Nora Leota kind of has that mission in her mind right now. A 4.87 is what she gets, moves straight up into first. And now Zoe Benedetto needs her best score of 5.71. As we look at Kira Buckpitt right there, she's going to be coming up against her fellow Australian. 18 years of age for this young surfer. A great, great human being. Rides her Slater designs. Really loves that FRK model. And when it comes to people that really thrive in big scenarios in a contest jersey, well, she's one to look forward to against Sierra Kerr in heat number 5. Just over 5 minutes to go right here, Rosie. And Nora Leota, well, she took the lead on her last ride. It's a difficult left to surf. Did very well, though. Got herself a 4.87. And now looking at Zoe Benedetto, she now needs a 5.71. A competitive soccer player up until a few years ago has now decided to focus fully on her professional surfing career. Mentioned her accolades on the Challenger Series last year. Hasn't really focused too much on the Junior Tour. Still looking for her best ride, a 5.71. Just over 4.5 to go here.
Yeah, Zoe's out there. She's got that priority. There's time on the clock. Hopefully a few sets as Nora's having a look here.
And deep on this right here, coming around the corner. She's going to kick out. Seemed like a closeout, Rosie. 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go in this one. And we talk about Florida and the surfers that they have produced. Really mass-produced. Last year's world champion, Caroline Marks, originally from there, now resides in San Clemente. I guess we could kind of call her a Californian now. Been here for 10 years. But Shea Lopez, Corey, the greatest of all time, Kelly Slater, Kepa Mendia, who's coming up through the rankings too, is a great surfer. His father, Peter.
The Hopgoods.
Talk about talent. And now you have Zoe Benedetto too, coming through the rankings. A lot of people really recognizing that name now.
Lisa Anderson.
Oh, of course. One of the OGs. Have to put her up there with the all-time greats. I believe originally, yeah. And most of them coming from the mid to northern part of the state too. You have Ryan Huckabee, who's coming through the rankings. Got to watch him and his social media clips too. But the East Coast, they've always had excellent surfers. I mean, Balaram Stock won his first major event last year too. Kid is a talented barrel rider, to say the least. But Zoe, though, surfer from Palm City. And she's needing a 5.71, Rosie, in a heat that we've only seen 8 waves ridden so far. A 2.67 to her backup. Needs a 5.71 here. And time is winding down. At one point, in a slow heat like this, with the tide that just peaked, needing a score close to a 6, do you make a decision with priority and come to the inside and just say, hey, I need to go on any wave that's breaking here?
I think Zoe's a smart competitor. She's going to wait for that set wave as she's looking in at the beach, probably looking to her coach Ryan for a little bit of direction. But, you know, you've got priority. You come midway in, you catch a little wave, you're going to have to manufacture that score.
Honest question here, Rosie. Would you rather lose a heat waiting outside knowing that to get a 6, you need to be on a set wave and you're not going to get it on an insider, knowing that if you try to grind a wave, it ain't going to be nothing better than a 4?
Yeah, I think.
Tough question to answer, right?
Yeah, there's something about going down swinging. There's something about dropping anchor and sticking to your game plan too. I think, you know, maybe as it gets to 1 minute, maybe you go inside, because if you do those 2 quick turns and really make them something special on a mid-range wave, could potentially get the 5.71. I think that's the question to ask yourself, is like, is the wave on the inside?
Well, Leota's been moving around a little bit, trying to add some pressure towards Zoe.
I think if it was a 2, I'd be ferreting on the inside for sure.
But something close to a 6, that's a good wave. Haven't been many of them out there in the water in this heat either. And get starved with those quality waves, and a bit of bad luck for both surfers too. But Leota, she's made it happen so far. A 6-point ride and a 4.87. And talk about a place that just also produces some great surfers. Haiku, Maui, having a good number of members on the championship tour on the men's side now from the island of Maui, 3 of them. Eli Hanneman, semifinalist here last year. Imai Kalani Devalt, and now, of course, one of the all-time greats from there, Ian Gentile, looking at the 6-point ride here for Leota.
And this just is to put into perspective the type of surfing that Zoe's going to have to do and the type of wave she's going to need to get a 5.71, because that is the second best score of the heat so far. So just to put it in context, that's a 6-point ride from Nora. Here we go. 30
Hold
seconds.
the phone. We were kind of waiting for those waves to show up. They did, right in time for Zoe. Gets the roundhouse cutback, and much better right there. Slides the fins up into the lip. Good answer back for Benedetto. And the comeback hit, making a huge comeback right here. Great finishing turn. 10 seconds to go. And Leota has a chance to answer back. She's going to opt to go left. Setup snap right there on the backhand. Looking to engage those rails well with the steep section on the inside. Nothing super critical yet, and she's going to go down. Looking to improve on a 4.87. Wow, pressure truly is a privilege, Rosie. We just saw Zoe Benedetto act under pressure, needing a 5.71. We also saw Nora Leota up and riding, trying to improve it on 4.87. Great exchange at the end of the heat.
That was a really exciting exchange. I mean, watching Zoe on that last wave, I'm very intrigued in what the judges drop in for that, because that was a great wave as she's having potentially a look at the replay, waiting for the scores to drop in. And then Nora's got to take off behind her and surf like she's surfing for a score. Little debrief. So let's take a look at this. 5.71 is what she requires. She almost gets a little bit sticky on that turn, but here she really starts to hammer it home. Love that little tail start. This wave cups out, open face. So a different shade and a bit of variety mixed in on this wave, and then a great finish. In my mind, that is, yeah, right there. Then Nora on this wave, I feel like she could have been a bit more aggressive, taking off, knowing that Zoe's just got a wave, that potentially the lead has changed hands. I really wanted to see her dig in on that wave, and I found it a little bit more of like a tense wave. She looked a little bit locked up by the nerves.
Well, you said that she was probably going to have to surf for a score on that wave, and in her mind probably knew that. So waiting on both scores. Man, you talk about somebody that's only 18, though, and handling the pressure that way. 10 seconds to go. She stands up, needs a score, and waiting for it right now. It is enough. It's a 6.67. Now Nora Leota needing a 5.85. Her score comes through as a 4.27. Not enough. Zoe Benedetto in the last few seconds of the heat changes the score and the outcome. Gets the best of the heat, a 6.67. And Rosie, diamonds are created under pressure. We just saw one right there towards the end. Moves through to the quarterfinals.
That was incredibly entertaining. I love that pressure is a privilege, Mitch. That's a great line.
And Zoe Benedetto with a huge performance right here. Gonna see some good sportsmanship. And talking to her coach, Ryan Simmons, just breaking it down. What a way to finish heat number 4. And we got another great one coming up right now. Sierra Kerr about to take on Kira Buckpit. It's a battle of the Aussies about to hit the lineup here in Oceanside.
The SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, is brought to you by Best Western Hotels and Resorts and by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai.
Back at Oceanside, and heat number 5, round of 16, out in the water. It is an all-Australia challenge. Sierra Kerr up against Kira Buckpitt. What's up for grabs? A spot in the quarterfinals. And a glimpse at the future of women's professional surfing. During the break, we saw this wave come through. Let's get a replay of Kira Buckpitt on her ride to set this heat, Rosie.
Yeah, so Kira on the left-hander wants to start her campaign early. Beautiful little release there, second one. Getting this early start, I think, is going to be just a bit of an advantage for her. I mean, it wasn't a massive wave by any means, but we've noticed that some of the surfers have dropped anchor. It takes a little while for them to get in the lineup, as we see Sierra.
Sierra Kerr eases a nice carve on the backhand, and not a lot of wall on this wave, and with that she kicks out. So a couple of small numbers are getting populated right now for both of our surfers. Sierra with a 2.33 and a 3.67 for Kira Buckpitt. So this heat still really hasn't kicked into gear as of yet, but we got 26 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time for things to eventuate. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, along with Rosie Hodge, and it's been a great morning so far. If you're just joining us, we have a full day of surfing. We have this women's round of 16. We'll get into our men's quarterfinals, and then the winners from this women's round of 16 will be featured in our women's quarterfinals to end the day.
Big day. Big day of action. The women surfing twice today. It's been great to see the action so far. Here goes Kira.
Kira Buckpitt opened up with a 3.67 on the left, switching it up, finding a right-hander here. Steep inside section, so some opportunity down the line for Kira. What does she have for us? Big snap there. Little carve. This wave continues to roll down the line, and Kira's able to secure a finish for that ride, so likely the best score so far in this matchup.
Yeah, looking good. Kira on that board, going through the motions, backing up that 3.67 in quick succession.
Kira, 18 years old, from Culburra Beach in Australia. She's running Firewire Slater designs underneath her feet. Yeah, it's a 5.4 FRK. Here's the FRK in motion, Rosie.
Yeah, round pin. A lot of response and flex under her feet. Board looking super responsive with that rounded pin. It's got a lot of concave as she taps down the line, gets a lot of speed. Hammers it off the lip there. Wow, great finish.
Nice finish, and another replay here. This one of Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, so Sierra kind of wants to get around that section and see a little bit more of a steep section to it. You see she kind of looks over her shoulder, that wave dissipating into the deeper water.
Yeah, so score comes through for Kira Buckpitt, 6.5. So a valuable score checking in. And that Slater Design FRK looks like it's on point. Of course, Slater Design is part of the Firewire family. That FRK is actually a Dan Mann design. And but when you look at Slater Designs, Rosie, it's kind of cool that there's a family of shapers, if you would, that put together those Slater's design. You have Dan Mann, you have Wade Tokoro, you have Akila Aipa. And lately, the last, I think, release from them is a Mike Wu shape.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cool. The Great White?
The Great White, yeah.
Yeah, super fun shapes coming out of that factory. And it's such a nice collaboration. I know with the FRK, that was also heavily collaborated with Kelly Slater and Dan Mann. I don't often surf a shortboard, but when I do, the FRK is generally the model that I'd turn towards.
I didn't know you turned away from shortboards. We're going to get back to that conversation.
I'm a fish all the way.
Because we have Mitchell Salazar with the last-minute winner of the last heat, Zoe Benedetto. Mitch.
That's right, Kaipo. Crazy finish to the heat, Zoe. Congratulations into the quarterfinals. Talk to me about the pressure right there towards the end, having to get a score against your good friend Nora.
Yeah, I just want to start off. Nora's one of my best friends, and it sucks like we travel so much together, we stay so much together, and inevitably you kind of end up in the same heats a couple times. So that heat draw was like hard for both of us, but we just knew that going into it that we're happy either way. I'm not happy, but you know, like at least if we're losing to each other. Yeah, I knew from the start that it was going to be hard. I definitely made a couple mistakes. Like I couldn't see with the glare on the right for my first couple waves, so I was like, oh, okay. And that kind of led me to a couple mistakes where I had to be under a little bit of pressure at the end. But it was a super obtainable score for me. I've been feeling really good. So yeah, I just had to stay calm. My 5-something was on a smaller wave. So I was like, okay, if no set comes in, then I know I can just send it on a little one. So I'm happy that came in.
At what point of Heat 2, with 2-3 minutes remaining, do you make a move to the inside and say, hey, I could get that high five that I need and potentially get the score and then flip it over Nora with a little over a minute to go?
Yeah, it's a hard situation because we both didn't really, we had like one okay score that entire time, and then the 8 minutes left I had priority and she needed like a 1, so I couldn't decide if I was going to sit on Nora or try to better my score, and I knew that in the end I would have to get a better score. So kind of just was focusing on that, and then I waited and no sets came in, so I was like, okay, relax. I just pushed a little bit farther in because it is super soft out there right now since the higher tide. So yeah, just pushed a little bit in, so if I did have to scrap for one, then I could get a better shot getting to it.
Can you talk to me about the unique relationship you have with Coach Simo too? You've been a multiple-time member of the USA Junior team. What's it like working with him, a guy who's just from up the road in Seal Beach too?
Yeah, Simo's one of my favorites. He's just like the best guy to work with down here, and it's just like such a positive and like reinforcing figure that I really enjoy working with. He's like helped me get my confidence up when I was feeling down, helped me with my technique, helped me with heat strategy. And obviously this is like one of his zones, so it's really nice just to be able to have like that reassurance behind you going out into heat. Okay, like Simo said this, I think that, but he also kind of reassures me. So it's just really nice, like eases your mind a little bit.
Congrats, Zoe. See you in the quarters.
Thank you, guys.
Typo.
Zoe Benedetto into the quarterfinals. And speaking of quarterfinals, we're starting to fill the quarterfinals up. From all the winners in this round of 16, we have 2 quarterfinals already set. Aaron Brooks going to come against Sol Aguirre, and Annette Gonzalez-Exabari up against Zoe Benedetto, who we just heard from. Your thoughts on these first couple of quarterfinals, Rosie?
They are stacked, and it's, you know, who you kind of expect to see with the Aaron and the Sol, and then some kind of newer names on the junior series. Annette Gonzalez-Exabari has become one of my favorite surfers, and then Zoe, she's been really focused on the Challenger series, so to see her do so well in the junior, that's really cool to see her talent shine.
Yeah, so the winner of this Heat in the Water will go into that first slot for quarterfinal number 3. And getting back to the water here, we have Kira Buckpit in the lead over Sierra Kerr. Kerr in the red jersey. Kerr with priority. Decision time for Sierra. She says, nah, she doesn't want that wave, and neither does Kira. Sierra Kerr, just 16 years old, splits time between Coolangatta in Queensland and Carlsbad here in California. Really has been heralded as one of the, torchbearers, if you would, Rosie, for the future of women's professional surfing. And Sierra's putting out a film. It's called Precursor. Cursor spelled with K and 2 R's. And that film's going to premiere tonight.
Yeah, here in Oceanside.
Yep.
At the JS.
At the JS Garage, right off of Wisconsin Avenue, right about 5:30 p.m. local time. So if you're around and you want to see some more of Sierra Kerr, premiere is tonight. And I bet you in that premiere, we're going to see some big barrels and some high airs from this young lady right here.
Well, we saw a couple snippets of it from, they went over to Western Australia and surfed the box.
Yeah.
Herself, Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum were getting some amazing waves. So, yeah, I think that edit is going to be really special.
Well, a berth into the semifinals, which we're going to have the semifinals set for the women by the end of the day, would just make that premiere night absolutely perfect for Sierra Kerr. But she's got some work to do right now. She needs a 7.84 to turn this heat into her favor, if she wants to do it on one wave. 18 minutes. We're just in the first third of this heat, so still plenty of time on the clock for things to change.
And you know what? Looking at these two surfers, so Sierra was touching on it in her post-heat interview, because she also calls Encinitas Carlsbad home. They had an Australian barbecue where all the Aussie surfers came over. Josh, her dad, is like the unofficial Aussie coach, so it's kind of like we saw good friends competing in that last heat. This one,
same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, great point. Yeah, Josh Kerr, former CT surfer. As far as role models, Sierra lists my dad. As far as surf idols, she lists my dad. And she got into age 5 into surfing. And who got her into surfing? Her dad. So Josh has been an influence, a big influence, and a great influence on Sierra Kerr. There's the Kerr camp right there. Mom Nikki, Dad Josh, and a couple of the other Aussie crew. Another fun fact about Sierra Kerr is that before her heat, she likes to solve a Rubik's Cube before her heat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's like her thing to like
Maybe that's
get
just
her
to
in the
zone
zone.
things in. I don't think I've ever solved a Rubik's Cube in my entire life. Have you?
I've thrown a couple Rubik's
Yeah.
Cubes.
Did you have a preheat routine when you were competing on the CT?
I like to listen to music and find a little bit of my own zone, do some stretches, warm up, that kind of thing. But yeah, nothing is, getting that like hand-eye coordination and almost meditative as solving a Rubik's Cube.
Sierra with a big slash here and just eases that JS boards through the flat section. Has to tic-tac back and forth trying to get to the inside, and that wave gives up on her. So the score is going to lean on that first opening carve for Sierra Kerr. Dad Josh, not a lot of reaction at this point, and I'm sure every dad, when it comes to competitive surfing, gets nervous. Whistles out to the break and some hand signals to steer Sierra in the right way. So we'll wait for that score. For Sierra, comes in at a 3.93, so it does not change the situation. It does reduce her requirement. She needs a 6.25 at this moment.
I'm surprised that she only got a 3.93 for that wave, because when you look at it, oh, here we go. She's found something on the inside.
Sierra snapping off the top. This wave with a little bit more juice is able to throw the board around there. One more snap to finish, and she finds a nice wave under priority, Rosie.
Yeah, that was really well done. I mean, it's so fun as a competitor when you've kind of had a little bit of a disappointment by not getting onto that inside section, but you paddle out, and on that paddle out, you sneak a little wave, and that's going to be Sierra's best. But back to the surprise of the 3.93, I felt like the technicality of that one single maneuver, the length of time she spent on the rail, and the emphasis she put on that knife edge could have potentially got her a little bit higher of a score.
I agree. Let's take a replay here of that second wave.
I think this is the 3.93, so it gets a little bit sleepy there, but you can really tell that little second section of that move where she really cranks it up.
And then this, we're still waiting for the score here for wave number 3 for Sierra Kerr.
My favorite moment on that wave was just Sierra's wave knowledge to go. She kind of almost seemed like she was going to go left, the way that she faded back on the open face just to make sure that she was right in the critical spot for that opening maneuver.
Nice slash there. And remember, she needs a 6.25 to turn the heat into her favor. Feeling that wave score is going to come right on the razor's edge. She finds another right, however. Here we go with Sierra. Nice carve, throwing a ton of spray there. One more time. Puts it down and kicks out. Previous wave for Sierra Kerr was a 6.17. Not enough to turn the heat, but now she just needs a 4.01. And I'll go out on a limb. It's a pretty thick limb right now. And say that she's going to get that 4.01. Rosie, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a pretty thick limb, about 6 inches off the ground. She's got that score. She's comboed up those two maneuvers on a bigger set wave. The judges have been loving that kind of recipe for success in heats. Let's watch it again. So straight into that carving maneuver, and then finding that lip line, drifts that tail.
One more look at this, and this is a 7.67, Ro.
Beautiful. It just, you know, the way that she does that carve and gets up into that top third of the wave allows her to accelerate out of that maneuver and go straight into the neck. So when she's getting to that lip line, she's got enough speed to come out of that turn.
So Sierra Kerr turns the heat. She gets the information right now from our on-site commentators. Kira Buckpitt now, who started off strong with that 6.5, now needs a 7.35 to turn the heat. With 12 minutes and 10 seconds counting down, take a look at all the judges' numbers for the last score for Sierra Kerr. One judge going as high as an 8.5. Of course, we take the high and the low and throw those out, average out the other three.
Sierra looking back at the beach announcers, hearing the situation.
So nice composure from the young Sierra Kerr, and now the emotion or the mood out in the heat turns to Kira Buckpitt. We'll see if she can show some composure and come back when we return to more action here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. Sierra Kerr in the lead, Kira Buckpitt trailing Sierra. Looking back to last year, right about this time at Seaside Reef for the World Juniors, pumping Seaside, and Sierra Kerr was able to attack on some large lefts with some great rail work, Rosie.
And some gritty performances, Capo, having to save herself at the last moments, showing such composure and producing some of the clutch performances that we saw all event long.
Sierra surfed her way into the semifinals. Seaside was pumping, and Sierra was able to paint some lines on a nice looking canvas here at Seaside Reef.
Just such a versatile surfer when it comes to being dangerous in any kind of condition. Amazing to watch the way that she's evolved in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, she has evolved. It wasn't that long ago that I would see just little clips of a young Sierra Kerr, probably 4 years old, of skateboarding, you know, and like skateboarding really well with the guidance of her dad. And then she's just had that early start, and she's continue to progress, and she's not done with where she's going. So this is going to be a great journey to watch in professional surfing of the evolution of Sierra Kerr. Again, she has her precursor movie premiere tonight, JS Garage, right here in Oceanside. During the break, this is what happened with Kira Buckpitt. She needs a 7.35. Found this wave, got a snap there, but goes down, and it does not change the situation. Kira Buckpitt still searching for that 7.35, bro.
And there you see her looking for a bit of space away from Sierra as she has second priority after that wave. Gonna play the inside game here.
Yeah, Kira Buckpitt, 18 years old. Her favorite surf movie, I like this. It's a flashback. Favorite surf movie is Mad Wax because it features a local break where she loves the Aussie Pipeline. And everybody, it's a cult classic. If you're a surfer and you're watching and you haven't seen Mad Wax,
Is that the one with the opening with Potts and Ross Clark Jones?
it is.
Yeah,
It
that's
is.
brilliant.
And there's a magic wax that you wax your surfboard. And when you wax the surfboard, you can wish to, I want to go to Pipeline. And then they pop up a
Pipeline.
That was my bad. Sorry.
That was great. Well,
Shanoski's over in the corner laughing at my Australian accent. Sierra Kerr, currently the heat leader. Looking to better a 6.17. Nice lip glide there, generating some speed on the inside here. This wave gives her way more opportunity as it hits the shallower sand on the inside. So what started pretty sleepy, Sierra was able to tidy up in the end and put a pretty spectacular finish.
I feel like we saw Sierra maybe in first gear, just kind of getting out of it, and there she's kind of going a little bit more full tilt. We watch how engaged she is on that wave.
Yeah. It's like a hybrid car once the gas kicks in.
Yes, exactly. I have a hybrid, and that really rung true for me. Out of eco mode, into power mode.
You get out of eco mode.
Here we go, Sierra Kerr. So it takes a little while for this wave to stand up, and I think that's why she's so intent on making a count as she meets that section, hooks it in the lip there, really lays into it with that back arm, showing that little bit of variety too. I think that's something that's on Sierra's mind when she's taking off on waves. It's really mixing up her maneuver choice. So this wave with priority, like I said, this wave takes a little bit of time to stand up and bowl up for her. This section comes out with a lot of speed. Watch that back arm. She lays into it. Drifts the fins and the tail. That was nice. I think that's going to replace the 617 potentially. We'll see.
You've been pretty good as a judge so far, Rosie.
Thank you, Capo.
So you can see the conditions still premium here at Southside Oceanside Pier. As we do a flyby, Kira Buckpitt with priority. The score comes in for Sierra Kerr, and as we suspected, it did improve her scoreline, a 7.5. That ups the ante for Kira Buckpitt with priority. Buckpitt requiring an 8.67 to turn the heat. 5 minutes remaining, and likely she's going to need to get that requirement in just one wave. It's hard to split it into two at this point.
Definitely. Well, our fellow commentator, the Waxhead, was sharing a little bit of info with me about Kira. She's got an air game that she can go to, so hopefully we see some of that progressive approach, and that was inspired by Sierra, someone that she really looks up to. So let's see, when you think about the time remaining, you could see Kira start to kind of open up the throttle and go for those more progressive maneuvers.
On the paddle here, and we'll see if she goes. Smaller wave, but it does have a wall to it. Maybe we're going to see an air section here. Pops it up, and just, you could see that she was thinking of that, right? And just maybe a little bit missed time.
Well, telegraphing that maneuver, I mean, these stiff offshore winds too, like that little bit of a fresh breeze does make it pretty difficult. Going to need the correct section to make it work for you, but Kira nonetheless going for it, and that's the approach we want to see. Looking for excellence, looking for the 8.67.
And Sierra with control of the heat. With the lead and priority, pretty mellow. Not really rushing towards Kira at all. Just defends the peak. And she's going to go left for Sierra. You could see that wave did not put it together, and a little bit of off timing at the start of that wave. So priority 2, Kira Buckpitt, under 3 minutes. Buckpitt still with a chance. You talked about the air game of this young Australian in the way of Kira Buckpitt. Actually, with both of these surfers, let's see if that comes into play to turn the heat. Kira again, looking right. Puts her head down. She's going to have to high line through this section. Nice carve there. Oh, and frustration on the dismount.
Yeah, that was a nice opening turn from her. It is frustrating as a surfer when you use your priority, you go on that wave. The opening section is so nice. Just nothing left after that, and Sierra is handed back priority with the remaining 2 minutes of this heat.
Here in the background, a couple of fishermen coming out. And Kira Buckpitt is hoping that she can cast something out to the ocean and have a 2-wave set come through right now. Maybe a 3-wave set just to give her a chance, because she's under priority right now of Sierra Kerr.
Well, with this much time remaining, 90 seconds. Slim odds out there. Little double up. Not going to break.
Yeah, well, so we passed the high tide mark, so that's good news, right? It'd be nice to have this sandbar be a little bit more obvious, you know?
And I think with today's conditions, with that combo swell, it's going to get really fun on this mid-tide.
Yeah.
It's going to drain out pretty fast, though. We're about an hour off the high. It's a 6.8 foot.
Yeah, and I just say that because I like to see when surfers are at least given a chance to come back, you know, in the closing couple of minutes. But with the high tide and the inconsistency, sometimes it doesn't happen. But maybe I just summoned a couple of wave sets right now. Both surfers splitting the peak. Kira's going to go left. Sierra on the right. Nice carve. Series of cutbacks, stomping on the tail. Pops it. Catches a rail. Not going to change the situation for Sierra Kerr. Kira Buckpitt did paddle to the left, so we'll see if she was able to get a wave.
Yeah, it looked like that was a split peak situation, Pops.
Kira did. The judges do owe us a score for Kira. But it came in as a fractional score, so it's not going to matter. And the situation is in favor of Sierra Kerr. This is what happened. This is what happened on the left.
Yeah, that wave kind of caught both of the ladies out of position there. Oh, there we go. Little alley-oop.
So it will be a 15.17 heat total for Sierra Kerr into quarterfinal number 3. There we go, the numbers. Sierra Kerr looking comfortable, Ro. 7.67 and a 7.5.
She's looking dangerous into the quarters. Good job.
More action coming your way. Heat number 6 of this round of 16, featuring Nanaho Suzuki and Laura Robb when we return. And we are back at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Japan out in the water, represented by Nanaho Suzuki, against Brazil out in the water, represented by Laura Ropp. I'm Kai Puguro, along with Matt, the Waxhead Shanowski, to talk you through the action in this heat. And Matt, it looks like Nanaho Suzuki opened up with a 3.17 to start this heat off. And here it is.
A trademark of her surfing is to get in nice and early. Exciting surfer out of Japan. That one, just a two-turn combination just to kick these things off. And the right-handers, as the tide's been dropping, have started to really reveal themselves, Kaipo, with a little bit more scoring opportunity than the bowly lefts that we saw earlier on in the day on the higher tide.
Yeah, it's nice to see that the tide's starting to recede, and it will so throughout the entire day of competition today. Nanaho Suzuki, 20-year-old out of Japan. Only 5'2". So she's small and light, riding a driver 3.0 from Mayhem Surfboards. She's been impressing us with her surfing throughout the competition here. Really smooth on rail. And the connectivity between her turns has been just precise.
She likens her favorite surfers to Steph Gilmore and Mick Fanning, two surfers that summarize those elements you just talked about, connectivity very much so, and on-rail surfing.
Laura Ropp gets around the whitewater for a carve here. Another beautiful use of the rail all the way back around. And a little bit of a longer right. But some downtime in between for the Brazilian surfer. Getting some speed, eyeing up the oncoming section. Snaps through that section for the finish. Laura Ropp, 17 years old, out of Florianopolis, Santa Catarina, Brazil. Look at her finish off right on the cobbles there.
Yeah, long way down as well. As typical of the last few days, we've seen as the tide dropped, the right hander sending the surfers way down. Yesterday, we had a big, long paddle out from this position. There was a current running from right to the left with that courtesy of that west-northwest swell. And you had a rip that runs out too, so a double whammy of logistics. But as we hit the replay, and this one was a second wave, just a 0.50 for hey.
Here's Laura Ropp.
Oh, opening up that first turn. Now, Gustavo, her dad, a surf coach, watch this, generating speed through this turn, an awkward section, hits this dead spot through here, but she remains lively and stays activated, identifies there could be something on the end section, and you've gone this far, it's worth persevering. She ramps up and gets a nice bank off the inside section, so that'll be a keeper score for Laura opening up her account.
Yeah, Laura on the paddle back out. She lists her preheat music, her playlist, the band she loves, Charlie Brown Jr. Oh. Charlie Brown Jr., if you're not familiar, is they're like the Brazilian Sublime.
Oh, wow.
So they're like punkish but reggae at the same time. Yeah. And much like, you know, Bradley Knowles from Sublime, the lead singer from Charlie Brown Jr. also passed away.
That's a cool combo.
Yeah, great. Sierra Kerr, what can we say? 15.17, pretty dominant out there, huh, Mitch?
Definitely, Kaipo. 15.17 heat, total pair of 7, Sierra. Congratulations into the quarterfinals. Got another heat later today. How are you going to prepare knowing that you also have your movie premiere later on here in Oceanside?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd probably just go back, take a shower, maybe go in the hot tub, and then come back, focusing on the heats right now, and then tonight have some fun, yeah.
So we have the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings going on right now. Mayhem was actually the first winner in our first year. You ride JS's, somebody who was great back in the day. Andy, Bruce, two of their best team riders. He kind of went under the radar for a little bit, though. He's having a resurgence with you. Can you tell me a little bit about the equipment you're riding now?
Yeah, I've been riding a 5.6.5, but I saw this board like 2 days ago, and I was like, maybe it'll work a bit better. It's 5.5 and swallowtail, and yeah, it feels a lot better when it's softer, so it feels good, and yeah, hopefully it keeps going good.
What about the relationship you have with your dad? What kind of advice does he give you before you paddle out for a big heat like that?
Yeah, for sure. We have a super good relationship, and just he's always, he more tells me kind of what the waves are doing, and just be free and surf like you do. Don't do anything don't just be soft, I guess. So yeah.
All right, rapid fire. Lefts or rights?
Right.
Airs or barrels?
Barrels.
Gold Coast or San Diego?
Gold Coast.
Oh, no. Betrayal for the local girl right here from San Diego, North County. Congratulations seeing the quarters.
Thank you.
Kaipo?
Wow. Rapid fire in the on the glass post-heat interview.
Getting it all. And I basically, what I got from that was that we don't see many JS surfboards in the junior series at the moment. So I think that was a good question, because you've seen a lot of surfers riding other brands. We've seen some Slate designs.
I was wondering where he was going with that, because there was mayhem in the question as well. So I was just trying to figure out everything. Yeah, but Matt Biolos did win last year's CT Shaper rankings. Yeah. And I'd love to see Matt Biolos in a yellow leader's jersey this year. I don't think I've ever seen Matt in yellow, so it'd be nice to see him.
That's pretty classic. Maybe do a boardroom shape-off in a yellow jersey.
Yeah, and Matt's boards budgets for 2024 have gone through the roof, because he gained, I think, about 4 more CT surfers from the Challenger Series onto the CT rank, so you had to build a bunch more boards to kick off the season. Remember, Championship Tour. We're going to kick that off at the Bonsai Pipeline January 29th. It's only a couple weeks away, Matt.
Can't wait. It's going to be an exciting year ahead. Some amazing talent coming through. And these junior surfers are also showing us what's in store for the future of professional surfing on the Championship Tour, because these surfers show maturity beyond what you typically expect on the junior rankings, Kaipo. Between transitions, very smooth. The connectivity, the awareness of their equipment and their bodies at such a young age is really inspiring.
Yeah, there you go. Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti. Look at that window. January 29th to February 10th. WorldSurfLeague.com, you'll find it. Nanaho Suzuki leading this heat on the left. And Suzuki stomps that finish, puts it up there, takes it down. Great surfing from our Japanese competitor.
I love the end of that turn. A little smile there. I don't know if that's a habit, but it's a really good one to have. You may not claim with your hands, but you can always do it with a smile. So look forward to seeing that replay. Some spicy surfing there from Suzuki. Really getting that board up in the pocket. That driver 3.0. And I always wonder with the different categories of model, the 2.0, 3.0, is the 3.0 always that much better than 2.0? Because if you interview these surfers last year, the 2.0 is their favorite board.
Yeah, I feel what happens with them is it's the next model, but that doesn't necessarily make it the best model.
For sure.
Here's a replay.
And nice opening carve there. This one just to set up, and she ramps up for that turn there and really puts some ferocity in that. You can see the little smile as she rides out of that. Must have felt good. Great drone angle. See these setups. These are all just to stay in the pocket and maintain some momentum down the line now, and snaps that one up into the lip. So that one would have felt really nice dissecting that wave.
Here we go with Laura Ropp on the right. Nice carve there for the Brazilian. Make it 2. Wave shapes up nicely for 3rd roundhouse. But just roundhouse cutbacks, really. Yeah. So we'll see what that number comes in. The number came in for Nanaho Suzuki on that last left, a 5.83. So Laura needs a 4.84. Here goes Nanaho. Throws the fins and just gets disconnected there. So not going to factor in her 2-wave total. Real attention onto last score for Laura Ropp, needing a 4.84 to turn the heat.
Yeah, the knees of both of us, Kaipo, can't do those maneuvers like Nanaho just there. And this is the replay. So really driving. This is the benefit of the thruster, is that you don't need a massive bottom turn to really drive through the turns. So some great board awareness there and mobility as well. Really twisting that upper body and driving as much as you can on that lackluster wave. Some great moments. And here's it. Have a look at the body torque through the turn here. Not a lot going on, but she really spreads the wings and drives through the turn. And this one here, really stepping on that tail, and she knows the sweet spot on that board, staying on top of the fin, staying centered. Really mature surfing there from Laura. This is that one, the knee twister, board slide up the top, comes down, gets so low, nearly rides out. It's that compression when you come down. If you can ride out of that, unreal. But if you get clamped and the wave comes down with all the force, it can't express the amount of body conditioning it requires to be comfortable in those situations and lift your body back up. All those little subtle movements like Pilates and yoga, but also strength under pressure with the moving turbulence of the wave that you need to lift yourself up. So incredibly technical, but couldn't ride out.
All I saw was the tension on that knee joint through that.
Yep.
That was a lot. Well, the score comes through for Laura Ropp. She turns the heat. A 5.83 for the Brazilian. Now, Nanaho Suzuki needs a 4.17.
She pulls that off, and I think that single turn's going to get her that score beforehand.
And my scoreboard says 4.17, but I actually think Nanaho needs a 4.18 because we're going to have to break that tie. A 4.17 would actually put these surfers in an exact tie.
Wow.
But you know what? The computer's programmed for that because then if they're tied you're tied after this. No. You go to their third wave.
Third wave, that's correct. Yeah.
So 4.17 actually will do it. But you want to get a little bit further north than that in the scoring. And Nanaho with priority, 16 minutes 45 seconds on the countdown. Highest scores for the girls for the event here with Laura Ropp. Remember, previously, day number 2 in that elimination round, Laura with that 9-point ride. Erin Brooks turned in an 8.33. Annette Gonzalez Exabari, 8.17. And Annette, again, on that top 5 with an 8-point ride.
Yeah, there we go. And we have that 9 that was performed under pressure for Laura, plucking that wave towards the end of the heat and really showcasing her composure under pressure. And that's a real professional attribute to have as you're in the World Junior Championships. She's going to take a lot of confidence out of that moving forward. And you can just see with her technique that she's very experienced.
Here she is, Laura. And board getting a little hung up there. Needs to make up for it on the insides. Opens the shoulder, throws a big carve. Second hooking turn for Laura. And an explosive finish. So we'll see if she tops that 4.17 and extends her lead over Nanaho Suzuki. Suzuki with priority, patiently waiting outside. Wave coming through here. Looking like a good one. It's got to be in Nanaho's sight at this point. Her need has increased now to a 5.51. Chooses to go left. Good looking left here. Oh. Off the bottom. Carves off the top. Wave goes a little sleepy on the shoulder there after that first turn, but that was a great outside turn. This wave would do some favors for Suzuki if it could form up on the inside. You could see the body language as she kicked out. A little disappointed that that wave didn't offer her more.
Contrasting to that first wave that Nanaho got with a smile riding out of it. That one, body language a little low, but still some great surfing. First thought that came to mind was shades of Tyler Wright, the way that she was able to compress off the bottom, go from the back foot to the front foot and really transfer her weight. And here we have a nice bowly left. Steve draws out the bottom turn, puts that perfectly, pinpoint perfect into the pocket, shuffles that back foot up on that turn forward of the fins. That wave just a little lackluster towards the end, but great technique and showcasing that she also has that precision and definitely some critical moments in the surfing. Love this. Comes around the section and banks that one perfectly in the pocket. Great rail control. You can see the back knee tilting forward and that front foot surfing having to be activated as that wave fattened out. But of course, when they drive off the bottom, Kaipo, you want to get over those fins, get back and come off the bottom, drive into the pocket. I love that transition that these surfers are showing at such a young age.
So the number for that last wave that we saw in the replay of 4.5 did not put Nanaho into the lead. She's still trailing Laura Ropp. Nanaho needing a 5.5. to take the lead. Laura Rupp with heat control. She has priority. She has the lead.
But I feel up until recent years, junior surfers were very much outclassed until their mid-20s, until they had the power to reach the likes of guys, I think back to Martin Potter, for example, who's one of the rare junior surfers, along with Kelly, Tom Curran. These surfers really lit up and broke the status quo of what we knew as junior surfers. But apart from that, it took them many years to grow into their bodies and compete. But as we're seeing today, these surfers have matured a lot. Do you think the coaching and the physical aspect of their preparation has really increased how good these surfers are at a young age?
It may be the coaching. I think more of it is the exposure to really good surfing and easily accessed through broadcasts like this and through like a lot of stuff that the World Surf League does, as well as equipment because of CAD designs being able to get scaled properly to their size.
Good call.
I think that's a big thing. Here we go with Laura on the backhand on a perfectly scaled surfboard here, and you can see how it's pretty loose under her foot. Now the lefts seem just to taper off quicker, Matt, and you know, really her mission there was to better her 5.5.
Yeah.
I don't know if she did that just then.
Yeah, that one was a bit of a grovelly score where most of her points have come from those outside sections and those bigger power carves.
Long wall in front of Suzuki. Lip glide there. Gets around the white water, but finds just the shoulder. So frustration now starting to mount for our Japanese surfer. She's had a couple of tries to get that 5.5 to move this heat in her direction, but she has been unable to execute.
Yeah, it's a shame. Poor wave selection for Suzuki. A changing lineup. The lineup getting a little more sparse as well as we've seen that tide drop. And back to the point about the surfboards. Traditionally, you'd see surfers get boards to grow into.
Yeah.
They get bigger boards. You'd learn on a bigger board and you'd grow into it. Where now, with the invent of quivers weren't really a thing back then as well. Although guys that have guns, most of the time, surfers growing up would have just one board.
Yeah.
And these days, that's a rarity. People have got a soft top. They've got a step up. Average surfers as well.
I mean,
Mid-length.
in the birth of professional surfing, when we look at the 70s, professional surfers in the 70s would do the entire tour, and they would have a quiver of maybe 3 boards.
Yeah.
And
Three different boards, too. No backups.
Yeah, no backups. 3 different boards. You know, small one, medium-sized, big board.
Yeah.
And that's it. And those boards were so close to the surfers back then, a lot of them would have names or special, like, nicknames for their boards.
Or even shaped by themselves.
Or shaped by themselves. And so there was, for me, like when you look at surfing, there was a more intimate relationship to a surfboard and a surfer.
Yeah.
Now, because surfers have access to so many boards, they're more like tools rather than maybe an extension of yourself, you know?
Absolutely. And they're also glassed in, 4 ounce, even 2 ounce sometimes in lighter glass. So the longevity of these crafts, they're quicker to make. A computer cuts out a lot of that labor and also allows for those measurements to be copied and be able to say, let's say Laura snaps that board right now, she can get on the phone to her shaper, and within 2.5 days, as long as they're not doing anything, and the factory's being a well-oiled machine, they'll be able to make that board an exact replica and just get it hand finished.
Yeah, great surf talk with the Wax Head and great surfing out in the water. We're going to take a break right now. Situation, Laura Rupp in the lead. Nanaho Suzuki needs a 5.5 to take that lead off of the Brazilian. We'll see what happens after this break. Hey, the holidays are over, but that doesn't mean you can't still give yourself a gift. Get suited up for the championship tour, the 2024 championship tour. Go to WSLStore.com. We got the new soft jerseys in stock. Get your favorite surfer's jersey, wear it to an event, put it on social. It's all there for you. It's going to kick off at Pipeline. Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti, January 29th. But we got action right here in Oceanside. This is the World Junior Championships. And a young Louise Lepron eyeing up the lineup, the South African contingency, Matt.
Yeah, that's it. All lined up. That's a brother Luke there. Put in a good performance. Both these surfers goofy footers and preferring the right-handers. They've shown us some great glimpses of their skills, but we'll see Lulu coming up next. That was Graham Smith there, the shaper as well, holding it down and being in the support network of a lot of the South African surfers who have put in a great showing.
By the way, that was, well, we'll get back to that because this happened during the break, and this is something that's really changed the composure of this heat. This is a 6.77, Matt, for Laura Ropp.
Yeah, dominating turns on the outside. Very nice finish in there too. So combination of maneuvers, strong rail surfing and commitment through the turns. And whenever your head and your body is twisting through the turns, looking back at the whitewash, the judges have really gone high, showing that level of commitment over the top of your board.
Yeah, so now, as we've seen, it's a pattern. The need for Nanaho Suzuki in the red jersey, our Japanese surfer, has increased once again. She needs a 6.78. So more pressure, less time for Suzuki. Suzuki on the hunt here. Finds the left again. Winds up. Snaps off the top. Eases through a second turn. Nanaho, turn number 3. Just some rhythm there and breaks the rhythm, goes incomplete, does not get the finish. That's going to cost her.
Yeah, you can, I wouldn't say the pressure necessarily, but the time was really starting to mount there. And you could tell that she wanted a dynamic end turn. Outside wasn't very strong. She needed to finish with a bang.
There's our Japanese contingency, the crew from the land of the rising sun who've made their way to California to represent their country here at the World Juniors.
Encouraging signs there for Roxy. Both Roxy team riders out there right now on opposite ends of the world. Both these surfers really showcasing some dynamic surfing, two different opposing styles. You've got Laura, who's got more upper body rotation and who's very agile and active, and we've got Naneho, who's really dynamite in the pocket, showcasing more power style.
Laura finds a nice right, again with that signature swoop on the front hand. Great rail control throughout the entirety of the turn. Mixes up with a little shorter radius snap on the inside. Goes back to that carve, getting multiple maneuvers down the line. Laura doesn't give up on this wave. Gets the finish right on the sand, stares back at the judges, daring them to give her an excellent score.
To mum there, and Dad was doing the filming as well. Dad's a surf coach back in Brazil, and one thing came to mind in that wave. I said Tyler Wright for Naneho before, but that reminded me of Courtney Conolog. The way that she rotates the upper body and really extends through her turns.
Sea Tiger-ish.
See this? Bang! Really leaning on the rail there. Again, leveraging the power. So great awareness of her equipment. That one a little slow and caught up, but she identifies this end section, stays with it. When you're pumping down the line, you've really got to show the judges something that you're working towards. Otherwise, it's going to be lost on them. So here, keeping with it, staying with the momentum, and then a nice bank on the inside section. Well done. That was a great wave.
And a 7.27. So again, the heat total continues to grow for the Brazilian Laura Ropp, and the pressure for Nanaho Suzuki continues to grow as well. There's all the numbers from the judges throughout the high, the low, and we average out the remaining 6.8 and 7.5s.
There's some junior surfers there staring over and watching the contest.
Stay out of the contest zone, Grums.
You know the rules.
You know the rules. So, Nanaho Suzuki. Matt, we've just seen, you know, her need continue to grow throughout this heat, and now with priority, she needs to go excellent. She needs an 8.21.
Yeah, and it's looking like it's going to come down to one wave, and it's going to have to be something special. Doesn't have to be long. I mean, we talked about that 7.27 just then. If that wave was half the distance, Kaipo, it still would have been that score. If you eliminate the dead section in between, they even have gone higher, because the judges are looking for speed, power, and flow, connective turns, which is the flow element, and they want to see critical surfing, not length of ride like we once saw. You know, 3 to the beach is long time gone, that type of
that was my era.
Surfing,
It was horrible.
Or 6 to the beach.
We
Foam
had
climbs,
4 to the
floaters.
beach. Yeah, we had 3 to the beach. Yeah.
Points for pumping.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty. There were some moments.
There was moments, yeah.
So Nanaho Suzuki, to take this heat, would need to put on the best performance and the highest score of the day to get into that excellent range and that 8.21. So she would definitely have to break the glass ceiling, if you would, that has been set so far today. I feel she needs to get off of this left and get on that right. If I were her in-water coach, which I'm not, but we're flying over Laura Rupp, our heat leader, and just everything going the right way for the Brazilian here, Matt.
Great surfing. That wave on the drone angle, you could see this wave is bowling in on itself, and that's what the left was doing earlier, and the right's doing it now, offering an end section like that. And when you can show the judges you're finishing with control, authority, and that's it, exactly right. Like, what else do you want? I'm getting the waves, I'm committing, I'm finishing my waves, give me the score.
Yeah. And again, Suzuki, this is going to be her last attempt. She's going left again. She's going to need something spectacular, building up speed, maybe looking for a ramp. Launches it in the air, a little disconnected there, and that would be the last that we're going to see in competition here for Nanaho Suzuki. Meanwhile, Laura Rupp catching her breath.
Yeah.
After putting it together, again, grew her scoreline. That last wave, a 7.33 for Laura Rupp, 14.6 heat total for the Brazilian, and she is looking strong, Matt, heading into this quarterfinals.
And she would be exhausted. They were hardcore waves. She was surfing nearly every wave to the shore, 5-6 turns per wave. That was a performance like a consummate professional. We'll be seeing her in the quarterfinals.
There you go. Time to rest up, Laura. We're going to see you in quarterfinal number 3. We got more action coming your way. Bella Kenworthy will be facing up upon Louise Lepron for a spot in the quarterfinals when we return. SAMBAZON World Junior Championships.
Big wave season is upon us. Come on Pacific, come on Atlantic. We want to see both Peahi and Nazare happen. Mitchell Salazar here with the one, the only, maybe the most well-traveled citizen of Sydney, Australia, Matt Chonoski in the booth. Heat number 7 of the round of 16. It's San Clemente's Bella Kenworthy from the U.S. taking on South Africa's Louise Lepront in the blue. Only 15 years of age is the young surfer in the blue jersey, Lepront. Older brother Luke also in the event, Matt. Opened up with a 5.0 when we were at break.
Wow, yep. Spicy surfing there from Lepront that we've seen throughout the week so far, and here's the replay. The 5-point ride. Opening up the shoulders there and getting a nice opening turn. Light-footed, but some subtle power in her surfing as well. And you see that beautiful posture. She leans up, steps back into that turn, and here ramps up for the end section and gets the finish as well. So a great opening wave there from Lulu Lepront representing South Africa. And this is Bella, just a 2.33 for that opening turn, identifying that the wave was a little flat, Mitch. She would have seen all the heats in the last couple of, well, all throughout the morning. Some of those rights give you that end section and some fade away.
And riding a Channel Islands in a ECT technology, eco-carbon technology, one of the new kind of brands that we're seeing from Channel Islands, has a great relationship with both the team manager from CI, Brent Power, and her shaper, Britt Merrick. Just talk about the great things that CI and their team have put together so far the last year. Joao Chianca, Kid made the final 5. And looking at Bella Kenworthy, she comes from a great surfing family from Southern California, Matt.
Yeah, and to be on CI is just so important to carry that California legacy, and those boards have been received so well. Think back to the likes of Tom Curran, the Red Beauty, the Black Beauty, all the way through Kelly Slater, Black and White. You think CI has been there through many pivotal moments of professional surfing history. And here at the World Juniors is Bella Kenworthy riding that label, maybe to a victory herself.
And maybe the guy that helped a lot of that. You mentioned Kelly, you mentioned Tom Curran. I think Bobby Martinez is in there too, but how about Dane Reynolds?
Oh.
You know, that guy has always been one of Britt and Al's best test pilots. So has been Lakey Peterson, but
yeah.
I mean, that guy right there, member of the CT, and he has done some great things with Channel Islands, really elevating their performance. Now focusing on Lulu Lepront, 15 years of age. She's from Scottsboro, just outside of Durban in South Africa. We talked about her brother Luke also being in the event. Not easy to be a regional junior champion that young and doing great things. Already at least guaranteed a 9th place finish here. Kenworthy, great start to this wave here. A lot of speed down the line. And Bella, she's come through the ranks in the amateur system here in the United States. Former member of the USA Junior team. She's been a silver medalist at the ISA Juniors before, but she is a strong contender to win here at a wave that she knows extremely well, Matt. Competing in Oceanside, that's been a staple of her career. Looking great on this one.
Yeah, so strong surfing here. She finds some clean face and snaps that board where it was nice and critical, and a little bit more of an open carve there. There's some great moments on this wave, showing some diversity in her technique, and we haven't seen too much lip attack on the rights. Tide really starting to drop out now, and Bella identifying that, getting a critical hit in the section, and staying in the pocket, staying in that power source around the whitewater. And that one didn't offer anything at the end, but some great work on the outside section for Bella.
And Mike Walter is also a great shaper that works for Channel Islands. Tends to work with James Urakowski quite a bit too, a local surfer right there from the 805. And you mentioned the heritage of being from California, riding those boards, and I think most importantly having the former riders that have been there too.
Yeah.
Some of the world's best, obviously, but some generational surfers. And for Bella, who's now 17, as we see her score drop a 6.5 at the best of the heat, she moves up into the lead with 23 minutes on the clock. Matt, you're a shaper yourself. You've been in the shaping bay a long time, but you're an enthusiast of different kinds of crafts. When it comes to legacy, I think Channel Islands, they've always been at the forefront of what really matters in the sport of surfing. Wanting to build a good career, but more importantly, just great board building.
Yeah, boards with roots, and obviously with the connection to your community. We're all products of our surroundings, and often what was the case before social media boomed, we all rode boards from local shapers because that is what made sense. With the invention of shaping machines and technology being able to share files, we've been able to get surfboards closer to what our favorite surfers are riding.
And Bella, well, she's riding one of her favorite boards right now, and it looks incredible. Great opening carve right there, and you can just feel the intensity through the screen. Once again, carves it back. She's going to kick out. That 2.33 is most definitely gone, and she's already done great things in the first 8 minutes.
Yeah, and we're just talking about our local area, and you used to get a board that looked like what Andy rode or what Kelly rode, but in the last 10 years, you've been able to get that exact board because of machines, because of mass production as well, which has been a debatable issue in the surfing industry. But someone like CI, for example, making the majority of their surfboards in each region where they're sold is also a nice way and a sustainable way to go about manufacturing. And it's here she goes, Bella, on California-made surfboard. That first turn, explosive, and she ramps up for this next one, really putting her body and her upper body twisting through those turns. And we said in that last heat with Laura, wow, the maturity and the style there. And that'll get you those excellent scores. You're surfing like that. This wave, a little slow, the dynamic surfing and really leaning on that rail. Whenever the judges are seeing a high amount of spray, you're in the pocket carrying speed through maneuvers. You know there's going to be a good score locked in.
And it's a 6.1, so immediately backs up the 6.5 and takes an early advantage against Louise Lepront. Great surfing family. Her father, Jason, one of the best photographers in the sport of surfing. Now really dedicates his time to his family and to surf coaching, actually. Works a lot with Talia Swindoll, who's going to be in the next heat. And Bella has a couple of siblings that are also competing. Waylon, Peta, two of the younger ones. And Loyal Cash, who's coming up through the rankings in the U16s here in the United States. You know, I saw her, I want to say 7 years ago at a WSA event, which is one of the lower amateur events that we have here in the U.S. And next thing you know, she's on the Challenger Series, Matt.
Wow.
Lulu now. Great response. And she is not phased whatsoever by the great display of Bella.
Oof.
And just missed times that last section, though, unfortunately for her. 20 minutes to go. Missed opportunity right there for Louise. Still has plenty of time. And you mentioned community alongside board building. Big props to Graham Smith and what he's been able to do. Almost every South African surfer on the Challenger Series and here at the junior event riding his boards.
Love the style here from Louise. And just great body posture and very connected with her body. And that one, leveraging the tail off the bottom turn, and the wave just fattened out at the last minute. She was going up for a pretty vertical hit. The wave backed off. So a mistake there from Lulu. But the youngster will get back out there. Now chasing a 7.6. Maybe a little bit of pressure starting to build.
Just 15 years of age, too. I'd say the average age of competition within this round of the women, 16 and a half, 17. Pretty crazy to think that you can still be 20 years old in your final year here and compete against surfers that are 5, 6 years younger than you. And a lot of those people are really the favorites to win this whole thing. Annette Gonzalez, Aaron Brooks, and of course Sierra Kerr.
Well, the trend's gone with the younger surfers today as well, with the older surfers being knocked out. And really like Lulu's style. Haven't seen much of her before.
Yeah, competed at this event last year. I mean, she was very young, and you can see right there the intensity throwing the layback. Like to see the approach that she has. And mentioned that she has a very personal relationship with Graham Smith, a great shaper, and not only does he have a fantastic son as a surfer, but as a test pilot too. Not hard to make good boards when you have one of the very best surfers in the world and potentially one of the greatest of all time, former world junior champion Jordy Smith, on the lookout for him on the championship tour coming up in 24.
Yeah, and having a shaper that also understands different places around the world. You know, having shaped boards and understanding boards required for places like Australia,
Excellent
Hawaii,
point.
California. Trestles, for example, you need a different board to what you need in Hawaii. And even though you surf Haleiwa, you could ride the same board, but it could be the difference between somewhere like J-Bay, where you can run a single concave throughout the whole board because the wave's perfect. You're looking for that flow, you're looking for that continuation and connective combination of maneuvers. With somewhere like Trestles, where you're going to be doing airs, you want to be changing direction a lot, Haleiwa, where you don't know what it's going to get. You might put a bit of double concave underneath the fins, something that's a little more reactive to adjust to the little sections that pop up. And that's something that a shaper will know off by heart. It's second nature, and it's intuitive to those guys. It's so important to work with a shaper that understands not only you, but where you're going with your career. And that's where the mentorship that comes in. A good coach or a mentor will help align that relationship if it's not already there.
That's an excellent point. And it's nice to see it from surfers that have been developing their skills and their equipment from a young age with the same shaper. I think the entire reason I brought up that question with Sierra Kerr was because you don't see a lot of JSs at the higher level anymore, which is really surprising, given that they were probably one of the best
Dominant,
manufacturers, if not the person that was on top of those, unseen shaper rankings back in the day. Bruce, Andy, even Aki. You had Joel Parkinson there too. And now you have maybe one or two people actually riding them on the CT.
Yeah, and that's exactly what CI went through, and that's the ebbs and flows of professional surfing. And Julian Wilson was on them beforehand, and COVID affected businesses in a lot of different ways. Surfboards were going out the door, but what happens is the rebuild phase afterwards, those brands that were concentrating on designs and R&D and their team, it's no coincidence that they're actually reaping the benefits now in a bit of a lackluster market. It's been quite fruitful with the designs that they're coming out with.
That's true, and sometimes you see a lot of phases in terms of what's popular, what's modern.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, it seems like Mayhem, they can't be stopped. Seeing a lot more materials come into popularity too. I'm a big enthusiast of the carbon vacuum boards.
Yep.
A lot of those boards being manufactured right here at Dark Arts in San Diego. They do a lot of great things with Paizel. You saw them work with DHD. And I think for a lot of these guys, especially with how fun the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings were last year on the Championship Tour, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that in 2024.
I love the surfboards, Mitch. It's a huge part of our industry. It's a huge part of our performance. And there's our, speaking of performance, that's our competitors area and the prep area. A lot of the surfers in there doing their stretches and getting their SAMBAZON energy with the acai bowls.
And I just had a SAMBAZON acai bowl before I came into the booth, actually.
How was it?
It was great. I had everything on it, some granola, some bananas. And speaking of competing with other shapers out there, do you think anybody's actually going to be able to rival the year that Matt Biolos had in 23? Get back to that, because Kenworthy, she's up, and boy, she is just fully going pedal to the metal right here on these opening turns on this wave. Has a pair of sixes so far. Great combination to start things off, and looking for a finish. Ooh. She's going to get the layback and rebound off of the whitewater on the left, too. A cool combination right there. Halfway through the heat mat, 14:30 to go.
Yeah, she's feeling free. That one looking like a little inside wave at Trestles, where those waves race off towards Churches, and a little layback jam to finish off that section. And she's feeling free, locked in. A couple of mid-range scores. See this one here, super glassy conditions. Oh, and leaning into that turn, swiveling it. That reminded me of a Dimity Stoyle cut back there, throwing and swiveling the upper body around. Great power, and I love how she ramps up for this. And a little layback jam at the end, so a little disjointed two-turn combo, but that one would have felt really good as well.
Yeah, and still looking to improve on a 6.1. Just so impressive how well a lot of these young surfers are able to compete nowadays, Matt.
Yep.
I think what's even most important, and we don't speak highly enough about it, are the development programs within each region, too. Score comes in for Kenworthy. Doesn't improve. Very close, though. A 5.9. LeBron still needing a 7.6 for the lead. Australia, no doubt, probably the best development program they have in the world.
Yep.
I think the U.S. right behind them, including Hawaii, and then South Africa and Europe. They're right there, but I think Asia so far been producing a lot of great surfers in the last few years, Matt. And LeBron, no, she's up on the backhand. That wave's going to close out on her. 13 minutes to go. It seems like so far a lot of these amateur programs within those respective regions, they've just been producing a lot of great surfers, especially through their junior rankings too.
For sure. The Asian region have really concentrated on sustainable tours in each country. The Philippines have got their little Philippine tour. The Japan's got their tour. Korea's got their own tour. Indonesia's got their own tour. And when you incorporate that experience that those countries had lacked for many decades, and then you have that camaraderie, and then they travel to other events. All of a sudden, that Asian region's super strong. They're about to kick off with Belair and La Union QS events next month, the end of January and into February as well. I look forward to seeing what those surfers have been working on out of their regional tours, because they've just come off the back of some pretty extensive series of events towards the end of last year.
Yeah, and speaking of extensive series of events, it's been all Bella Kenworthy so far in the first 18 minutes of the heat. He's got a pair of sixes in the lead. It's Louise Leprant who is trailing, requiring a 7.6 in Heat 7 of the round of 16 here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. SAMBAZON has partnered with Murph Electric Bikes to bring two lucky winners this one-of-a-kind custom SAMBAZON x Murph electric bike. You don't want to miss out on this $3,500 plus prize package, including 3 months of SAMBAZON's acai packets and acai bowls, SAMBAZON branded Yeti cooler and drinkware, and the e-bike of your dreams. Enter to win via the QR code on screen or by visiting the SAMBAZON booth at the event here in Oceanside. Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Bella Kenworthy still leading over Louise Leprant. Mitch and Matt here in the booth. This was during the break, Matt. Bella going left.
A 6-1-0 for that wave. It was a throwaway, didn't go into a top two. It equaled her other 6-1-0. And that wave, nice dynamic surfing there. And one thing I've admired about Bella's surfing is the ability. She goes from the back foot to the front foot. She is a keen skateboarder. It's one of her hobbies. She used to compete in skateboarding as well. You can see that board sport coming back into play.
And Lulu now with the answer back. Just a quick one there for her on the forehand. 8 minutes, 30 seconds to go. And eating a 7.6 at the moment. As you mentioned, a 6.1 for Kenworthy. Matches a low score, so doesn't improve. And Leprant, since the opening ride of her, a 5.0, been playing catch-up the whole time, Matt. Unfortunately, hasn't been in a good rhythm with the ocean. Still talking about a surfer that's only 15, though.
Yeah.
And to be very, very surprised, has competed in this event 2 years now. Back-to-back. She was only 13 when she competed the first time. As we look at Talia Swindoll coming up in the next heat, she's having a chat with Brent Power from Channel Islands.
Yeah, he'll be speaking to Talia about the changing sandbars. He's well aware of the criteria, so are all the surfers as well. So just trying to make sure that they're feeling confident and few words of wisdom. It's always nice to have someone experienced in your corner. Brent's had a lot of surfers from CI, including Bella, chatting to him throughout the day. He's been present all week as well for a lot of the male team riders and a high success rate. And since the 19th minute, Lulu Lepront has started to feel that pressure. But she's no stranger to pressure, having played many sports throughout a time and really only started taking surfing seriously throughout the COVID break, which many people did. And what a great way to spend your time in COVID and to spend it in the water. And she's a tenacious competitor. She only needs a 7.6, and it's easy to chip away at that or get it in one wave.
It's definitely attainable out there, as Kenworthy once again, another right-hander, opening up those shoulders on the first turn. Great projection down the line, and a beautiful finish to that wave with the layback snap. Looking to improve on a low 6 right here, Matt, 7 minutes ago. And having a look at Lepront now. Seems like she's going to be going on the backhand up to her feet. Setup turn right there for Louise. Much better on the second one. Throws the tail and everything into it. A good flow. Unfortunately for her, that wave shouldering off. Trying to at least improve on her 5-point ride. Let's see if she can do it with just over 6 minutes.
Yeah, you can sense some frustration on Lulu's face when she was looking for that wave and standing up. Wasn't exactly the biggest wave of the heat, but we'll see where it comes in, and this is Bella's wave. So a little lackluster turn compared to her others, but ramps up knowing she needs something big and gets that layback jam on the inside section. So a dynamic finish there. We haven't seen any of that in this heat so far. And that wave for Lulu, just a little setup turn, and that one there, some ferocity in that one, and really opening up. And I love how she turns that head and really rotates the board through those whipping calves, showing a lot of agility through her turns. I think the judges will be receptive if only she could do that on the outside section, Mitch.
And it's a 3.77, Matt, so doesn't improve on the 5-point ride and now needs a 7.83 because Bella Kenworthy has increased her lead with a 6.33 on her last. Just over 5 minutes to go. Kenworthy does have priority, and Louise Lepront, she's needing close to an 8-point ride. Speaking of Louise, mentioned she's from Scottsboro, just outside of Durban. Beautiful area, produced a lot of great surfers. Home break, Scottsboro Point, but her favorite surf spot right there at home, it's the Pipe. And believe it or not, favorite food isn't something you would normally see in Africa. Lasagna.
Oh, wow.
So loves some Italian food herself, but she has been an African regional champion before. Mentioned her second time competing now here at the World Junior Championships. Back-to-back years for her, only 15 years old. And she has been a South African under-16 and U14 champion, as well as an open women's champion, which is saying a lot, given the level of talent they have over there.
Yeah, wow. That's a great statistic, and showing she is a tenacious competitor. She has a lot of heats under her belt, so that frustration perhaps coming in and that her not able to locate the waves that she's after. I noticed one thing with Bella is a lot of her waves have been quite repetitive, and she's made up for it with a pretty explosive cutback, getting back into the power source. But if you're on your backside, you really need a pocket to hit. Otherwise, that variety of maneuvers is a little trickier that we've found on our backside. You see somewhere like Bells Beach, for example, where the backside surfers, when they get on a roll, I think of Matt Wilkinson several years ago where he took the win, where he was doing 6 of the same turns. But how do you beat someone who's hitting the lip vertically?
You're right.
The pocket, it's very hard.
Well, the time he won at Bells, I mean, he won on the Gold Coast and then he went over to Bells, and I thought that event he was unstoppable, especially in the final. As we're looking at Lulu now. Strong combo on the outside. Does need a closeout re-entry here, though. Big finish would go a long way for her. Needing something close to excellent. Much better right there for Lepront. And she is speaking my language when it comes to music, though. It's pretty surprising to say this. She's 15. Her favorite pre-heat music playlist, techno remixes. So she likes some electronic music and some DJs.
There you go. Wouldn't it? Well, I could pick up that with the board spray. She had a very board. I would say that board spray was very 2006. It looks like a Parco style spray on his old, when he switched from I think DHD to JS. They had those angular sprays that were pre-ordered, mind you, from the factory. If you were working in a shop, you could pre-order the sprays on a catalog, and they had the little barbed wire Posca pen on top of the spray as well, reminiscing there. But a very techno-esque style spray job there for Lulu Lepron.
That's a good call out. Remember when Joel was also telling everybody to wax their boards a certain way? He would do the X's.
Yes, of course. Yep, I remember that. Taj telling people to put wax on their feet as well. I remember the Billabong Junior Series 1998 when it was in Australia and they were doing a bit of a tour. They had it like Fingal, Kingscliff area, and I think Taj was waxing the bottom of his board, and he's saying, making a joke, and I'm like, oh, maybe I should like wax the bottom of my board, like just taking everything that they said by gospel. But Billabong Junior Series back then,
just throwing everybody off of the game, huh?
Yeah.
So Bella Kenworthy, excellent performance so far. She's throwing away 2 6.1s and a 5.9. A very consistent surfer, equally as good as she is on the forehand as she is on the backhand. And gonna use priority here just to block Louise Lepron. Gonna end up going right. Watch out for the air game. She's got it. That wave just to close out though. She's gonna kick out with 1:20 to go. Heat not over yet, Matt. Lepron still needing a 7.83. Does need to be on the best wave of the heat though, which seems pretty tough at this point. This wave though might have potential, just a bit too far inside. And a little over a minute here. Wants to be in the right spot at the right time for that score.
Well, it's going to need to be a set wave, but only 2 or 3 turns, but in the pocket will be enough to get that 7.83. Just a matter of if that ocean cooperates. 50 seconds remaining.
And Lepron, we mentioned her age, 15. Bella Kenworthy, not much older, 17 years of age. It's been coming through the amateur rankings here in the U.S. and within California for the last 7 or 6 years. Had her first full season on the Challengers last year. It's actually very close to qualifying, within striking distance, towards the end. And when I spoke to her father, Jason, at the beginning of the year, he actually said that wasn't really in their cards. They weren't focusing on trying to qualify. Next thing you know, Bella gets a couple of great results.
Yeah, good one in Sydney.
She's within striking distance, and they're like, okay, if it happens, cool. If it doesn't, no pressure. But competing here at the World Junior Championships, got a great chance of winning her first one. It's going to be the 17-year-old from San Clemente, just up the road here in Southern California, taking away a big win into the quarterfinals against Louise Lepron from South Africa. Seems like Channel Islands, they are very pleased with what they are seeing from their riders. And one of them is that young surfer in the red jersey coming in. Pocket sixes to move through into the quarters. So another great heat. Heat 7 done and dusted. We got our last of the round. Zali Kelly taking on Malibu, California's Talia Swindoll here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships.
there's no stopping us.
Our final heat of the round of 16 out there in the water for the women. It is Australia's Zali Kelly taking on the US's Talia Swindoll. Battle of the regular footers out there to close out the round of 16. And a great one, as we are saying a big buenos dias and good morning. Mitchell Salazar with one of the nicest people in the world, former CT surfer, Rosie Hodge. Good morning, Rosie. An excellent day of competition so far. Still got one more heat to finish the round.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. Good morning. Yeah, it's been so fun watching the women get back into competition today. They obviously had a day off yesterday, and if you were in the opening round and won your heat, you've had about 2 days off. So, yeah, it's fun for these ladies to put on the competitor's jersey again.
No doubt, and a lot of the standouts today have really been focusing on the rights. Haven't seen too many lefts, except a few go excellent.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun to kind of dissect the day's conditions. I went out there just a little bit ago, and it's so glassy. The waves look super fun. Things are heating up out there. So, yeah, it's such a beautiful day and just prime conditions for this contest to get underway.
More than contestable, Rosie, that is for sure, as we're looking at the surfer from New South Wales, Australia. Zali Kelly came in as a three-point ride during the break.
Yeah, just a good settler for Zali, and she's been so steady on her feet through this event. Like her progressive approach, though, and I hope she brings that out in this heat sooner rather than later.
And Talia Swindoll, she had a freebie in the elimination round, unfortunately. Janira Gonzalez Etzabarri, she had to withdraw from the event due to a knee injury during a free surf. But Talia has a lot to prove, only 17 years of age still, gonna be 18 in about a week or so. Coming from just up the road in Malibu. Two-time member of the USA Junior team, Rosie, and one of my personal favorites too, has an excellent style, really brings a lot of progression when it comes to surfing at an event like this, and you gotta be watching out for those kind of situations right there with a potential paddle from Swindoll. I don't know if Kelly was already in position right there within priority, but you see a lot of those attempts right there be called by the priority judge. Doesn't seem like it's going to matter too much, though, as Zali getting to work underneath the priority of Swindoll. Already has a 3.0. Going to get a quick backup here.
Yeah, just getting comfortable in this heat. And you mentioned Talia just having a look at that wave. I think with Zali on that paddle out, she wasn't quite in position yet, but you're right. You do have to play a smart game with priority. You know, those sets, they're very obvious, so you want to find yourself on the quality waves and really using your priority in a smart manner.
And looking at the replay here, Rosie, good surfing on a smaller wave comes through as a 3.5.
That's it. I think, you know, you put that brand of surfing on a bigger wave where you can kind of combo it up on a more meaty section, and Zali's right in the mix. So those couple of threes in the scoreline, those are just there to settle you into the heat. Listen to what the judges are telling you and configure that number into the next part of your game plan.
And did get a 5th place finish at this event last year at Seaside Reef. I mean, talking about the progression that she has had throughout her young career so far. Many times on the Challenger Series now, she's been close to qualifying. Still only 20 years of age. She's won a QS 3000, made it to finals day on multiple times on the Challenger Series. Look at these results. In 23, 17th on the Challenger Series. In 22, number 18. A big jump because in 2021, she was in the later 50s. And you talk about somebody that has really excelled in bigger kind of conditions. Zali Kelly thrives in that. Has to deal with this young surfer, though. 17 years of age. Talia Swindoll in the blue jersey from right up the road in northern LA. A little caught up. Catches a rail on that use of the carve, and not right there, up into the lip a couple of times, Rosie. Good finish for her on what is her second ride so far.
Man, look at these sets coming through. Is Zalia in the position for this one? She's going to get caught a little bit. Hopefully she can swing on this left, Mitch. It looks like a great wave.
Yeah, and it seems like she heard you, Rosie. Up and riding here on the backhand. Into the lip once. That's some good stuff from Zali once again. And making great use of this wave. And one of the few opportunities that we've seen in the first 7 minutes of the heat. Excellent execution right there when she was still paddling back out into the lineup and caught that wave a little underneath it, but did some great work on the backhand there.
Yeah, that wave had a steep bowly section to work with, and it just offered up that little bit of extra emphasis on the backhand, going into that kind of mid-tide section of the day. And the majority of breaks I just found are so much better on the mid-tide. As Zalia, I like the way that she connects and comes back to that whitewater. She's knifey on her backhand. Very used to seeing her forehand in competition. Obviously last year at this event we saw a lot of her backhand, but yeah, she's well-rounded as we watch Talia. This is a bit of a sleepier wave. I like the way she works that board rail to rail though. She's got a lot of flow in her surfing. And one of the comments from you, Mitch, is that you were really looking forward to watching her because you felt like even in the previous rounds, there was more that she could show us, more that she could give. So hopefully we get glimpses of that.
Yeah, she's very competitive and was actually the girls captain on the USA Junior team this last year. Just a one turn right there. 22 minutes to go. A strong performance into the quarterfinals by Bella Kenworthy. Maddie, she is looking good into a potential finals day performance.
Yeah, we're watching a flurry of waves that have been coming through beforehand. Conditions really improving. And Bella, you got a lot of good waves, throwing away a large amount of mid-range scores. How did you feel it was out there?
It was really fun. I was just having fun. There was a lot of like it got a lot more consistent, so there's a lot of opportunity out there, and I was happy to get a couple of fun ones.
Yeah. Now that board's looking very lively under your foot. Is that the same board you rode the other day, or a swap it up for the smaller conditions?
Yeah, this is actually the same board. It's been going like really well in just all conditions, so I've been riding it all week.
Perfect. And are you nervous moving into the quarterfinals, or what's your mind saying to you at the moment?
I'm definitely like always a little bit nervous before every heat, but I'm just trying to focus on myself, and the waves are really fun today, so I'm excited.
Perfect. And who's down here in your crew and your support network today?
Just all like my family members, my mom, my dad, and Brent. It's
perfect. Well, we talked a lot about surfboards. That CI looking fantastic under your feet. We're going to go back to live action, guys, because it looks like there's more sets on the way.
Thank you, Matt. And Rosie, I know you're a big admirer of the Kenworthy clan. It's kind of crazy to me that she's 17 now. Been seeing her since she was 8 or 9, and I know you residing in San Clemente now have been able to see her progress too. Shifting our focus to Talia. She's got a good double up here, Rosie, on the inside. Beautiful sweeping carves right there by Swindoll. And this wave lining up well and gets a cool combo to finish that wave off. And might have spoken too soon, is going to get one more in before she's going to kick out. 20 minutes to go. And a big answer back. She did get a 4.33 as her best a couple of waves ago. Zali Kelly with a pair of 5s, though, in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, that, just right in the sweet spot for that double up, right in the sweet spot of the conditions for today, I would have to say. These last few heats of the women's round, it just looks so dreamy out there. That little double up chip in is just the best feeling.
And she's a big enthusiast of the Channel Islands Happy Every Day. Saw her speaking to Brent Power before she paddled out. Team manager for CI. Seems to be one of the most adaptable surfboards in the entire world, but a good everyday kind of performance thruster that you're going to see here in California.
Yeah, that board looks really good under her feet. It seems like it carries a lot of the foam too, like that. The wide point is a little bit further towards the nose, which offers that carry through of speed.
Yeah, I got one from Britt last year and made it a little bit shorter, which was actually beneficial because you wanted to fit in the pocket the entire time. And I know nowadays you like to ride your fishes and whatnot, but I think you got to get on a thruster back a little bit more, Rosie, especially when it's a little bigger. I'd have to see you at lowers throwing a little bit more board around, maybe a mid-length every now and then too.
Yeah, I like to switch things up with equipment, like whatever I feel like riding on the day. Definitely don't mind going back to a little shortboard flavor as we see the score dropping in.
Yeah, 5.5 the high mark right there, Rosie. 5.07 the average. Still in second place, now needing a 5.77. And Zali Kelly still in the lead. She has a 5.83 and a 5.0. I want to pick your brain on competing at a beach break in comparison to a point break. Given that we were at a reef break last year, Seaside Reef, going to be really hard to top the conditions that we had there last year. But when you make a big jump to a different break like this, something that changes quite often, you mentioned before that you need to be adaptable. But when you come to a wave like this, you haven't really surfed at this break in particular either. is there one thing that you can do at your local beach break that can really benefit you in terms of preparation for a spot like this?
I think if you have grown up on a point break, I think changing that mindset, and even if the waves are pumping at the point, like go and find a beach break just to practice and really become familiar in the kinds of conditions that you'll be surfing.
That's tough. Got to leave the ego aside, as quick in and out right there for Swindoll. Do you ever have to go through that yourself?
Yeah, I think we have so many amazing point breaks, and we have a couple beach breaks, and oftentimes you'd way rather surf the points where there's a bit more power, but you know you're going on the road and you're going to have to get a little bit grovelly. So transitioning and going and surfing less than ideal conditions just makes you sharp too, and being able to identify like all conditions are fun, like finding the fun and enjoyment in surfing just any kind of condition, any kind of board.
Well, Judge Schilling brought that up yesterday. He wasn't happy with his performance. Said, hey, I'm about to go run some drills and some heats over at State Park. It was on shore, too. He's like, I'm going to get straight to work. And Swindoll almost has to do the same thing. Works a lot with local hero Dylan Perillo up there in Malibu. And actually does have to force herself to go to beach breaks every now and then, as she has grown up at a lot of point breaks over there in Malibu.
Yeah, and that's just going to be so good for her surfing too, because you can tell from, the fundamentals that she does that she's already got that inherent graceful, just a beautiful style. So to kind of get gritty and go to the beach breaks and apply yourself there, it's a skill set that you need to hone.
And you do need to acquire it as soon as you can. Solly Kelly leading over Talia Swindoll in what is a very close matchup at the moment. Our final heat of the round of 16 for the women out there in the water now. The biggest and baddest names in pro junior surfing hitting the lineup in Oceanside today, which is the biggest day of competition so far in 2024. Judge Schilling is going to be coming up in just a few moments here at Southside Oceanside Pier. Jarvis Earl still in the event, looking to go back-to-back with World Junior Championships. He would be the first one to do so. Heitor Mueller also still in the event. One of the Brazilians that have really stood out in difficult conditions. Going to be in the first heat of the round, quarterfinals. On tap next, Levi Sloss and Heitor Mueller about to paddle out. Which one of these quarters stands out to you, Rosie?
I really like that first one and the fourth. The Jackson Bunch versus Joel Vaughan. I think that's going to be a great heat. Joel was the performer of the event so far with his scores yesterday afternoon. Yourself, Mitch?
I like quarter two for some reason. I feel like Judge Schilling still hasn't peaked. And Ryan Kainalo, talk about a competitive machine. That kid knows how to surf a heat well. I mean, quarter three, it's going to be tough to lose one of the goofy footers, Jarvis Earl against Leo Casal. That's going to be a fun one, too. And how about the waves, Rosie? We've had waves every single day so far. Yesterday, a big uptick in terms of that wind swell that we had. Showed up this morning, though. Crisp offshore winds and very contestable out there in what is heat number 8 of the round of 16. Swindoll actually took the lead on her last ride, a 6.0 while we were at break. Zali Kelly now trailing, needing a 5.25. Real close numbers, 11.07 heat total for Swindoll, 10.83 for Zali Kelly.
Yeah, well, they're splitting hairs at the moment, and I think this is where we've seen most of the heats throughout the day really start to pick up and things get interesting. This is the wave that took the lead from Zali, as we see Talia flowing through this one. Wow, beautiful end section maneuver there, and you can tell there's a bit more of that surfing that you've been alluding to, Mitch. Just more aggression, more vertical approach, lots of speed.
Yeah, she's got it in her too. And she's not afraid to go for things either. There was an event a few years ago at this place called La Bocana. Man, I would say a 10-foot face wave came through and she needed a high score. Got a 7 for one turn. Has that go for it attitude, and I think you need that at this point of the event too. Round of 16, coming up a tough competitor, a much more experienced competitor in a high setting like Zali Kelly. Really going to be the only way you're going to beat her. As Zali now having a look at this, she's going to be up and riding using priority. Setup carve right there in the pocket. Up into the lip. A lot of spray right there on that second one, Rosie. And trying to make it around this corner right here. The whitewater being difficult for Kelly. She's going to be forced to kick out right there. A 5.25 is what she needs. Did a good amount of work on the outside, though, especially on that second turn.
The second turn was really nice. I enjoyed it. I just don't know if there's enough in it. Let's have a look. So she kind of heads towards the back. Oh, that was a really nice turn, too. So this front-on angle really gives you an idea. So two-turn combo there. I might eat my words. I mean, the 5.25 is what's required. I mean, at this point where she got caught behind, it's almost better just to be like, I planned that, and duck under and kick out of that wave. But really enjoyed this first turn. Like her positioning on this wave too, just having that takeoff where she sticks with the whitewater in order to stay critical and keep her in a good part of the pocket.
Fully agree. Especially on that second one, she was coming around the whitewater the entire time too. Really hard to be able to teach that, and I think it's more natural than anything. You just need to go out there and get a lot of your repetitions in, especially at a beach break, something that moves down the line a lot more. Speaking of people that have just been on a tear, Levi Slauson has something to prove. Runner-up at this event at his home break of Seaside Reef last year, Rosie. Really wants to win this time. But his mindset, boy, the kid has matured in 12 months like we haven't really seen before at the pro level. Multiple QS wins, 3 finals. In his last 4 events, his worst result has been a 3rd place. That's saying a lot.
That's so consistent.
Zali now up and riding again. Gets the combination. She's going to kick out her previous wave. Is enough. It's the best of the heat, a 6.93. Really liking the emphasis on that second turn specifically, Rosie. So getting near a 7-point ride. Swindoll now needs to answer back with a 6.77 of her own. Still plenty of time, 9 minutes, 30 seconds to go. And you talk about people performing in clutch moments. I think if we have the statistics, Kelly might be one of the best to do it under the age of 20.
Yeah, that was really cool to watch Zali just wait for that wave and attack when the time was right. So that's the high mark of the heat, the 6.93. And Talia needs to get just a bump less than that. So to just add that into digestible terms for her, it really is about that 2-turn combo. She got a 6 on a previous ride, so she's going to be taking some confidence out of that. There's still time on the clock. She has that priority. Oh, does Zali have this is the 6.9 again. So when we're talking about comparisons in the heat or contemplating what the surfer needs to do to answer back, keep that benchmark in mind when we see the surfer in blue take off. Really nice first turn. Love the positioning. Just offering her that opportunity to really belt that lip.
Rosie, when you finished your competitive career on the championship tour, broadcasts were starting to be a lot more proactive. We would be seeing a lot more replays every now and then, which assisted the judges too. When you first started competing, especially at the higher level, do you think that the judges had the instant replay from different angles like we're having today, because it seems to me like it's all about comparisons, but more importantly now, you need to be able to see different angles to score things accurately.
Definitely, and that's somewhere where the judging's really evolved. Like there were no replays for the judges. I think that's only been something that's been implemented in, say, the last 10 years, Mitch. And I just feel like that's brought everything a long way. We have seen the judging kind of evolve maybe in the last 7 years, 5 years. They kind of have to adjust the scale because surfing is evolving all the time. So you need to identify that and grow with the sport.
And I think they've adjusted the scale at the junior level too. I mean, boy, last year, I think we might have had close to 50 excellent scores throughout the entire event, which is saying a lot. You normally wouldn't have that kind of percentage. But in today's day and age, especially with what we've seen on the championship tour, I think Caitlin Simmers brought a different kind of spark to the CT, especially Caroline Marks too. She was able to do at home at lower trestles, as we see a quick wave right there, late takeoff for Zali Kelly. It's truly improved quite a bit.
Did Zali have priority on that wave?
Swindoll was still waiting on the outside.
Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha.
So no harm, no foul right there for Zali. And speaking of Talia, she's having to look at this. Got a good line on this one. Great positioning in the pocket. Much better start for her. Has the second foam climb, lays it on rail. And Swindoll on her way to a big score right here, Rosie. Gonna get the finish too. Stand up, Talia Swindoll needs a 6.77. Back and forth heat in this one. And a must answer back moment for her with just over 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was a nice answer back with that priority, waiting out there at the outside, kind of stewing on the fact that she had been relegated into second. It's a 6.77 that's required. A few more turns on that wave, maybe smaller sections, but she really attacked it. Takes off, waits a little while before she gets going, kind of speed line down that one, straight into that second turn. The third one's really nice, probably my favorite. And I especially like this ending, just laying that back arm in. I think this is gonna be, this could be it. We could see this this lead change hands again. I like the way she transitioned through those two maneuvers. She kind of had to do that speed check turn and then straight into that float maneuver. But definitely that third was super impactful, and then I really loved the finish.
And how about the variation too on this one, Rosie? Perfect positioning, always on a great tempo with this one, and just never tried to oversurf this wave.
I think identifying too in that beginning section of the wave that she was going to have to get down the line, but wanted to fit in a couple of turns. Yeah, that was really technical what she was doing there.
Well, razzle dazzle, 8.5 for Talia Swindoll. The first excellent score of the heat so far. Zali Kelly now in second, hitting a 7.58. Back and forth heat, Rosie. Not only riding the happy every day herself, she is happy every day. And you can see it in her surfing right there. 4 minutes, 30 seconds to go. And boy, you just look at the level. Every heat has been competitive. Everybody at least dropping something in the sixes. And to get an 8 today with the round that we're in now, I mean, the judges are keeping the standard as high as possible, but you do something like that, they get impressed. She gets an 8.5 out of it.
Yeah, that was well done to her, but I'm not writing Zali off yet because we saw Zoe Benedetto do it, clutch performance. Zali has that priority. She's got the form, she's got the surfing. She needs under an excellent score, so 7.58. This next exchange is going to be a fun one to watch. We just hope that a couple waves come through, but man, Talia was, that was
on fuego.
Yeah, fuego.
I did mention though that Zali Kelly don't have the exact numbers, but when it comes to clutch moments, pressure situation, high pressure situations, she might be one of the best young surfers in the world to capitalize on those opportunities, especially with around the 3-4 minutes still to go. Rosie, 7.58. We saw her get a near 7 with 2 turns. Does it have to be an exact wave though? Because we did see an 8.5 on a more medium-sized wave. would be expecting a little bit of progression in the element of her surfing on her next ride too. But the pressure that Swindoll is applying right now, smart move right there by Talia. Not a lot of distance between the two surfers.
Yeah, she is definitely making her presence known. I think when I'm contemplating the position that Zali's in at the moment, these two are so evenly matched. Their strengths are pretty similar. We have touched on the fact that Zali has the progressive element that she can bring to this matchup. But I think, you know, put Zali on a medium-sized wave with a couple sections, and that scores well with is obtainable.
And it comes down to the programs that are here on the West Coast. You have Western Surfing Association, one of the development programs here in the U.S. Then you make the jump to NSSA and USA Surfing afterwards. And you have a lot of events here in Oceanside. And that's why Swindoll knows this way very well, also working with Ryan Simmons on the USA Junior team. But shifting our focus towards Kelly, I mean, she's been competing at the highest of levels on the Challenger Series for 3 years now, and still only 20 years of age. You know, has a couple of wins on the QS, big moments on the Challenger Series, still hasn't won one, but been very close, made the semifinals before. And with priority here, 90 seconds to go, Rosie, a 7.58 is what she needs. A big score given how slow these last 4 or 5 minutes have been. And just going back to the activity in the heat for Zali Kelly, she's got 9 waves, by the way. A lot of waves ridden, given how poor a lot of them have been. A lot of throwaway scores, in and outs for her, which seemed to be the moment where she gave priority over to Swindoll, and that's when Talia was able to get the 8.5.
Yeah, there's a lot to reflect on in this heat, just as Talia and Zali look back on this heat, just to few things where they can improve upon, a couple things that they can be proud of. And yeah, this is where you start to feel a little bit suffocated as you come down to the last minute. When you have that priority, you want to get a bit of space from your competitor, and you're looking for that wave to come. A couple lines on the outside, will they come in time, Mitch?
40 seconds to go here. And Kelly with priority, Swindoll on her outside. Tense moments right now, Rosie. Kelly having a look at this. Don't know if there's a right or a left on it. 20 seconds to go. And just don't see another wave out there right now. As 10 seconds, it seems like it's going to be the surfer right here from the U.S. moving through into the quarterfinals. Still a solid performance by Zali Kelly. The difference maker, though, the 8.5 in this one by Talia Swindoll. She's going to be in the quarters facing off against her good friend, Bella Kenworthy.
Yeah, some fun matchups that round out the women's round of 16, and we into the quarterfinals that we're going to see later today.
So a big performance by the young Californian Swindoll. Going to be matched up against her good friend, Bella Kenworthy, in the quarterfinals later on today. Well, we got men's action, quarter one about to start up. Levi Slauson, he's going to face off against Brazil's Heitor Mueller. Much more action to come here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western.
And just like that, we are into the quarterfinals at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Take a look at our women. We started with 24, and we're now down to 8. And some of the usual suspects up there, Rosie, but some surprises to me as well.
Yeah, definitely. The surprise right there, Annette Gonzalez Extabare becoming one of my favorite surfers for sure. But yeah, we have seen repeat offenders into the quarterfinals from last year. Similar names, and look at this list, Cops.
Take a look at the men. We got Levi Slauson, the hometown kid, coming up first against Heitor Mueller, who has been a splash, the Brazilian. And look at the Brazilians, by the way. Ryan Kainalo, as well as Leo Casal, all in the quarterfinals. Starting off here with Heitor Mueller on the first wave in his matchup against Levi Slauson from Encinitas, California. Slauson, the runner-up last year for a World Junior title, has been very vocal about wanting that World Junior title. He's got a hometown crowd. He's got hometown support. Along with the support, though, Rosie, sometimes comes pressure.
Yeah, but I think for Levi, I mean, the situation that he was in last year and the way he handled himself, he's going to feed off all that support and love, being about 20 minutes from his home break.
Levi's matched up against Heitor Mueller. And we'll get to Heitor as we fly from above. We've got the Pelican cam going right now. And Mueller already busy, started with a 2.5, just getting warmed up. Priority with Levi Slauson, so Mueller's going to have to respect that priority. Slauson likes the looks of this one. And here he goes. Tracking down the line with Levi Slauson. Spears up into the lip there. Hucks it for air reverse, showing some control and a little bit of dazzle on that second maneuver.
Razzle dazzle. I mean, just watch the technique where he dips the nose in, and it's all about riding out that maneuver by leveraging on the tip of that on the tip of the surfboard. So yeah, in a short little transition space too. I think the judges are really going to have to get nitty and gritty with just how impactful that maneuver was at the end of that wave.
Another look at it, this time on the left for Heitor Mueller.
Ooh, split peak. That spray touching the sky. This guy is so quick. I'm just like, he's just whip. He's like a whip.
And Levi.
I mean, this wave looked like a little closeout and then just whips it around. Like I said, dipping the nose of the board there and really rotating the full length of that board in the trough of the wave.
Levi Slauson riding Sharp Eye surfboards, so a company based here out of San Diego. Slauson finds a long wall on her right, pops it in the air, straight air, and puts it down.
That was cool.
Straight airs are cool. You don't see them a ton in competition, but they're so cool, especially when you cover ground like that.
Covered ground, but then also like the angle of the board, like fully perpendicular with where he was going.
Yeah, a little bit of a poke of the tail, a little bit of a shifty out in the air. A lot of pop for Levi Slauson. So we're waiting for 2 scores for Levi, and it feels like he's already asserted dominance in this quarterfinal number 1 really early on. Here we go, one more look.
Wow, so let's just have a look. He's telegraphing down the line, throws it up, gets the grab, but that was really cool. Like the length that he traveled in the air to clear the section. Just watch how much space he covers. His feet were completely off the board right there. He somehow gains traction again on the board, and even when he was back on the board, his back foot was right on the edge line of that rail.
All right, so scores are trickling in here, and like I said, Levi Slauson seeming to establish dominance, coming in as the apex predator in this heat, and it sure does. Slauson, 7.83 for his first wave, and 8.83 for that straight air. He's already gone excellent in this heat with a 16.66. It's not over, but looks like it does not look good for Heitor Mueller, but we know he is a very talented surfer. Talia Swindell, she's the last of our quarterfinalists in for the women. Let's hear from Talia. She's on the beach.
Yeah, and riding the happy every day, Kaipo, guess what? She's also happy every day herself. Congratulations, Talia. Into the quarters, you're going to be facing off against Bella Kenworthy. Guess what? You have the highest score of the day so far up until this point when Levi just dropped the 8.33, an 8.5. Talk to me about that wave, handling the pressure. You needed a score at that point of the heat.
Yeah, no, I knew I needed a score, and the wave came to me, and it was a really good wave, and I just tried to take an exhale before I dropped in, and I knew I could get the score. I just had to do my surfing, and yeah, happy it worked out.
What's it like competing close to home, too? Your first major event here in the United States. You get the chance. You obviously qualify for the event, too. But when it comes to competing in Oceanside, a place that you competed at before, what's it like just a couple hours south from Malibu?
Yeah, it's so nice. I grew up competing here, so just coming down contests since I was probably 12 years old. So it's not home, but it feels like home, and just been enjoying my time, and my boards are working amazing. So yeah, having fun.
What about the level of nerves, too? You're in the round of 16. You had a freebie because Janita got injured. So you've only surfed once up until this round here. Going to the quarterfinals, how do you kind of settle yourself down and tell yourself that you belong?
Yeah, no, I was very nervous going in that heat, just not surfing the elimination round. I hope Janita's okay, but yeah, no, I feel way better. I feel like I'm finally in rhythm and just ready to keep it going. It's going to be a fun heat.
Congratulations, Talia. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Kaipo?
All right. Thank you, Mitchell. So Talia Swindell. And it's going to be nice to see her in quarterfinal number 4 with Bella Kenworthy. That's how we're going to wrap up the day. That'll be the last heat of the day, and we'll have our semifinalists established for both the men and the women. Looking good to get into the semifinals right now for the men. Back to Levi Slauson. Opens up with a 7.83. Backs it up with an 8.83. 16.66 heat total. That is in the upper percentages of being able to advance. Usually, I'm going to tell you 90% of the time, that's going to get you out of any heat.
Is that our highest heat total? I think 15. No, Joel yesterday with the 2.9s.
Yeah.
Scrap that. But I will say this. There's a soft combo and there's a heavy combo. And right now, Heitor's in a heavy combo. He's got lots of time, though, so he can kind of switch that around. We saw him yesterday against Shion Crawford put together one of the best heats of the day. So the guy is, I don't think he's sweating just yet.
Yeah, ultra competitive, really loose and swingy in his style, super fast surfer. Heitor has been really, really impressive. I saw his debut after winning a QS event over in Saquarema. He got a wild card into the event, into the Challenger Series event in Saquarema, where he got to compete against a broader range of surfers. Got a 9th place finish there just this year, and really, to me, that's when I started seeing, more of Heitor Mueller. Slauson here under priority, sneaks this one in. Left-hander up into the lip twice so far, both at 12 o'clock. 3 vertical backhand re-entries, kicking the board away, looking at the beach, exuding nothing but confidence.
Well, Mitch was touching on it in the previous heat, how consistent Levi has been. I think in his last 4 events, he was saying his worst result was a 3rd. So the guy's on this hot run. He's come off a win at Morro Bay. He'd be feeling comfortable here in California. Yesterday, after his heat, he mentioned that he probably caught one of the last clean waves of the day, and he just said the conditions really just seem to shine on him. He seems to find really fun waves, and he's just looking so sharp and so in tune with what the ocean's doing. He's reading the lineup so well, and he looks like he's having fun too. And I think that's a big element of it, is freeing yourself up, is you have to be having fun and doing the surfing that comes naturally to you. Wow, is this going to improve?
Yeah, sure did. An 8.53 for the left-hander, 3 vertical re-entries there, and a 17.36. That's the 2nd highest heat total of this competition so far.
3 waves ridden, and each time he's got to his feet, he's improved on his situation. That is, wow. When he comes in and chats to Matt, his coach, it's just going to be no words needed, just a nod.
Just give him an attaboy.
Yeah, you did it. Do that again.
And if you remember yesterday, Rosie, the very first wave of competition yesterday, Levi took off and got an 8.5. So he's been really consistent getting into that excellent range. There's Matt Myers from Myers Surf Mentorship.
2024, look out.
Whoa.
Look out.
I like it.
Coach has got some swagger too, doesn't he?
Well, he flew in from Santa Cruz to come and coach Levi.
Yeah.
Like, this is the only kid that he's coaching in this whole event. So that's a pretty busy guy.
Well, Matt told me his mission really this year is to get Levi and Nolan Raposa onto the championship tour. That's his. Those are his boys. Those are his students, if you would, and the mentorship is going to follow those two, and he wants to get those guys on the big show.
I mean, I believe it. Nolan Raposa is just like so unbelievable. It's been fun watching him and his surfing mature. I mean, he was a big. Matt was helping Cole Hauschman last year too.
Yeah, he said Cole's on his own this year for the CT, but Cole's got that bubble of San Clemente right there. Those guys are their own coaches, right? Because Cole and Crosby and Eli, all boys, will be on the CT together.
Yeah.
As well
Cade.
as Cade, yeah. So those guys are going to be actually coaching each other until they come up against each other, which will happen, I think, quite a bit.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's 4 of them. 4 guys like Griff, Cros, Cade, Cole,
and Crosby.
Yeah. Griff, Cade.
Just 5 of them. So
I think 5 is with Sawyer.
Yeah. He wants to join in. That's his crew. That's Jet Schilling. Schilling coming up against Ryan Kainalo in the next heat.
That's Jake Davies in the white shirt giving Jet some words of advice. Jake Davies' brother.
So Jet Schilling, last year in the juniors, 20 years old, San Clemente, California. Really exciting, enlightening, fast, goofy foot. Can't wait to see what Jet's going to bring here to the stage at Southside Oceanside Pier. Priority with blue, Heitor Mueller. Mueller in a big combination right now, big 2-wave combination. He needs 17.36 to advance. So I guess step 1, Rosie, is what for Heitor?
Get a wave.
Get a wave.
Priority, I think.
And break the combo.
Break that combo. Yep, and that's.
And so that just to break the combo, he's going to need a 7.36.
Yep. Just to be on the cusp of breaking the combo.
Yeah, an 8 would really like kind of break the combo, and and he still would require, over 8 for his second wave. So. Yeah, Levi coming out swinging.
I mean, comparatively, you just can tell how controlled Levi is. I mean, he's trying to sell Heitor on waves right now because he knows the lineup so well. And he's been so smart, like Levi getting those little chip-in double-ups. Like, he's been right in the sweet spot for all of these waves. Where that last set, you could tell that Heitor was kind of like looking around to see if it was a good wave, where I feel Levi just automatically knows when he sees the lump of water coming towards him what that swell direction is going to look like on the bank.
Yeah. I believe Heitor is rattled right now, and just being in this position, I feel he's rattled. We'll see if he's able to come back. You, in your professional career, I don't want to bring up bad memories, Ro, but have you ever been comboed?
Yes, of course.
And what's the feeling like out there?
You're mad.
You're mad.
You're mad.
And is it possible, like, what's the best way to talk yourself out of a combo, talk yourself out of a bad headspace?
I think it's just bringing yourself back to the present moment. Like, you don't have control over what has already happened. You only have control of what's ahead of you. So I think just bring yourself back into the present and just really focusing in on that next wave.
And that's what Heitor needs to do. Ryan Kainalo, another Brazilian. We got a 3-pack in the quarterfinals, and Ryan will be up next against Jet Schilling. So it's going to be regular foot versus goofy foot in the next heat. Hator on the hunt. Does not take it, and Levi taking a paddle for that. We're going to step away, take a break, but it has been Levi Slauson here going excellent, not once, but twice. An 8.83, an 8.53. The surfer from Encinitas putting on a show. SAMBAZON has partnered with Murph Electric Bikes to bring two lucky winners this one-of-a-kind SAMBAZON Murph Electric Bike. You don't want to miss out on this over $3,500 prize package, including 3 months of SAMBAZON acai packets, acai bowls from SAMBAZON, SAMBAZON branded Yeti coolers and drinkware, and the e-bikes of your dreams. Scan that QR code to get entered right now, or if you're in Oceanside, go by the SAMBAZON booth and you can potentially get that electric bike of your dreams and zip around like the Machados, having fun. Scan the code. Let's go. I love the electric bike, and I love the Machados, and I love SAMBAZON, so it's a perfect combination of everything. This happened during the break. Heitor Mueller threw that one away, and then he caught another one. Let's see what he had on this one, Ro.
Yeah, smaller wave here from Heitor. Looks engaged. Oh, gets that reverse going. Looks back at the judges or his crew on the beach just for some kind of amp up.
Yep, a 6.67. So still in a combination. Heitor Mueller, remember, he really needs to get a 7.37, really, or better. And realistically, he needs to get an 8 to get into the game.
And, I mean, we're going into 8 minutes 45 on the clock, so it's got to start happening now as we see a couple lines, a couple sets. Problem with that, though, is Levi does have priority and complete control, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, Levi with heat control. He's got the lead, a big lead. He's got priority, so now he's ruling the lineup. Matt Myers should be feeling comfortable right now, although the body language looks a little bit nervous. Shouldn't be nervous, coach. It looks like your guy's doing good. Oh, he's just focused. Really focused. Well, whatever he's doing, it's working.
Yeah. Whatever face that is.
Whatever
energy he's sending out.
Coach Myers is putting down, I'm picking up right now because it has been working for Levi Slauson, because this isn't a fluke. Levi's been putting down excellent scores every time he puts the jersey on and goes into the water here in Oceanside.
He has. I mean, he's been flawless, but opening round he did have to advance through that elimination round. So
yeah, a little bit got the shocker out of the way in the non-elimination round, basically. And then, you know, and Levi talked about it pre-event on him being more comfortable with the format, learning to be more comfortable with man-on-man competition, with one-on-one competition. And so I feel that's the evolution. And he's really shown, you know, his best surfing outside of that three-man heat once he got into the man-on-man competition.
Also, to put another shine on it, he's so used to going in these prime events or the Challenger Series events where you only get one opportunity. Like if he had lost out in the opening round in any of those events, he'd be out of the competition. So it was like a second life to go into the elimination round and be like, okay, cool, I've got a second shot, I get to do this. But it is the format that we're seeing on the championship.
That's a great point. On the Challenger Series, the winner here in Oceanside for both the men and the women get the invite onto the 2024 Challenger Series. And in the Challenger Series, there is no non-elimination round. Right from the get-go, we start cutting surfers. All of that action starts April 27th over at the classic right-hand sand bottom point break, Snapper Rocks.
Now, what a way to open up the year.
Here goes Heitor. Couple of snaps off the top there. And brings the board all the way around. Looking loose. And that's the type of surfing that we have become a fan of with Heitor Mueller. Really loose, springy, and fast.
Yeah, you can't take your eyes off him. He's just like a whip, like I said, and been dominant in this event. Yesterday's performance was incredible. But today's a new day, Capo, and he's come up against a bit of a brick wall.
Waiting for the score to drop for Heitor Mueller. Again, he really needs to get into the 8 range to comfortably break the combo of 4.33, and he's going to continue to search for a wave and a score. Five minutes remaining, and Levi Slauson has been all Levi Slauson. Hey, again, we reached out to everyone, said, hey, ask your questions via Instagram, WSL Instagram, for myself, for Rosie, and he came in with Dan the Man. Dan the Man, what surf fashion choice were you most proud of during your surf career? Most proud of surf fashion choice? I'm going to go with, I was an early adopter to Doc Marten boots, which are making a comeback right now. And I was wearing those back in the 80s, and that was part of kind of like the first round of punk rock stuff. Protect your toes, you know? Protect your fingers, protect everything. So Doc Marten boots. What were you not so proud of for your surf fashion? I got to say, I had a paddle glove sponsor, and I spent a few years surfing, both free surfing and in heats, with webbed fingers and gloves, and I'm really not that proud of that at all.
Sounds like you're repenting.
Like it ruins so many photos. Like I can look back at all these photos and there's like white gloves on your hand. It's horrible. What about you, Rosie? What your good fashion and your bad fashion?
My good fashion.
You're kind of fashionable, just period.
Really? Thank you. I appreciate you
You're
saying that.
kind of a tomboy when you started, though. But
yeah, well, that's actually what I was going to say. I used to wear these long board shorts that would go over my knee, and they would just absolutely destroy my knees, like rashes. But
Okay.
I was so diehard on it that I wouldn't take them off. But, I mean, that was back in the early 90s that I was adopting
what are
that.
you proud of?
What am I proud of? Just that I've got clothes on my back.
You have a strong fashion choice. Remember, go to WSL Social, at WSL on Instagram. Ask us some questions. We'd love to hear what you have to say, and hopefully we can answer them. I know, well, we can. I don't know if it's going to be an interesting answer, but we'll do our best to answer. Give us something real technical. Thank you to Dan the Man. Heitor Mueller. Things are looking bleak for him, so he's just going to practice air reverse at this point because he is still in that combo underneath Levi Slauson.
We were touching on it, though, Capo, how dominant the Brazilians were in the round of 16 yesterday. And when you do look at the graphic of who's left in the quarterfinals, I mean, there's 3 Brazilians, there's a couple of North Americans, and then Australians. So as we have a look at this, no grab. I mean, just cool to see, you know, what the repertoire of this guy.
Yeah, and he's 19 years old, remember. So we're going to see a ton of Heitor. Talking about the Challenger Series, it's likely we're going to see Heitor on the Challenger Series this year. In that, in the South America region, Heitor is number 5 in that South America region. So highly likely that we're going to see Heitor when that cracks off at Snapper Rock. So I think the speed and the quickness and the looseness of his surfing, I'm going to love to see how that's on longer walls.
Well, Leo Casal was touching on it yesterday. He thinks this next generation of Brazilians are underrated, and I'd say Heitor is part of that conversation. So we'll see this new crop of guys coming through.
So Levi Slauson playing the game, uses priority for a little block right there. He'll open the door for Heitor, but actually the door is still locked because Heitor cannot come through this heat on one wave. And there's not enough time for him really to put 2 together. I'm enjoying the swivelly, loose surfing of the Brazilian. Slashing, lacks the finish there. Glare starting to come into the factor as we change the camera angle. It's been something that's been around every afternoon that we've been accustomed to and have measures to deal with as far as the judging and camera work. There's the real glary shot. And there's Levi Slauson, who's going to be in the semifinals. Semifinal number 1, Levi Slauson. I guess the challenge now for Levi is to make sure that he doesn't peak too early. I mean, it's still 2 more heats to a world title.
Well, we have kind of seen him ramp up his performances. So where does he go to from the 17.36 heat total in the semifinals?
Yeah, exactly.
He's got a good handle on it, though. I will say that, Capo. Like, he's controlling himself very well, like super smart heats.
So purely by the numbers, we really have to look at, and they're on the opposite side of the draw, we're going to have to look at Levi Slauson and Joel Vaughn right now as the guys who have been putting up the biggest numbers. And when we look at the bracket, they're on the opposite side of the draw. So there we go. Seaside represent. A lot of support here for the Encinitas surfer. And he did not let them down. Not only did he win, he won in a big way. Look at those numbers, 8.83, 8.53, 17.36 out of a possible 20. Dominant performance by Levi Slauson. We'll be back with more surfing. Quarterfinal number 2 will be out. Ryan Kainalo coming up against Jet Schilling in that quarterfinal number 2.
SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, is brought to you by Best Western Hotels and Resorts, and by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai.
We're back, Southside Oceanside Pier, with another great heat out in the water. Quarterfinal number 2, featuring Jet Schilling from San Clemente, California, against the Brazilian Ryan Kainalo. Jet Schilling, the goofy foot, off to a quick start here as we zoom upon him. Finds a nice left to open up his account. Lightning fast, Jet Schilling. And with a name like Jet, you know he's fast. Stumps that finish and feeling really good about that performance. Kicking his way back out, energized Jet Schilling. Kaipuguro, along with Matt, the Waxhead Shanaski, on the call here for quarterfinal number 2.
Explosive start there for Jet. And there's Brian kicking off his campaign as well. So we have the Brazilian and I guess you could say also home court advantage to Jet Schilling, just 20 minutes up the road, residing there in San Clemente, and no stranger to Oceanside. Jet coming into this with a lot of confidence after his post-heat interview earlier in the week, expressing coming second isn't really an option. He's here to take that crown. Carrying a lot of momentum into this event right now, and he's looking very hungry. He would have been eyeing off those lefts all morning, Kaipo, although the rights in the last few heats have really showed a lot of versatility with some dynamic end sections proposing themselves, but earlier he was running out into the flats a little bit too much.
Jet Schilling, 20 years old, San Clemente, California. Had some wins on the QS this year. The Ron John Pro took a win there. Semi-final finish in Barbados, where he went down to a good friend, Crosby Colapinto. He had some CT experience last year at the Surf Ranch, where he went down to actually Griffin Colapinto. They're all friends. They're all part of that San Clemente movement. Jet currently sitting 15 from last year's rankings on the Challenger Series. So we will see him again on the Challenger Series this year, back at Snapper Rocks. And by the way, Snapper Rocks in 2023, Jet Schilling surfed his way all the way to the semifinals. So he'll be comfortable when we start off the season there in Australia. But right now, like you said, Matt, he wants a World Junior title. Here he goes again. Schilling pops it up. That one went out of control, throws it away. Still waiting for first wave scores for Jet Schilling and Ryan Kainalo.
Really see the enthusiasm feeding off that energy on the shoreline. That Ryan Kainalo, he's carrying that Brazilian flag with Heitor in that previous seat going down. Not so much the pressure, but definitely the anticipation to do well for his country. Fly that flag proud.
Yeah, Ryan Kainalo, 17 years old, from Ubatuba, Brazil, is already a World Junior Champ, and he has an ISA World Junior Championship. As we go back and take a look here at Schilling's first wave that we're still waiting for the score on.
Yeah, grovelly end section to this, but at the beginning, lightning fast, electric surfing there from revitalized Jet Schilling, looking like he is up for the battle. And this is Ryan's wave, so coming from behind the section. And wow, the surfer, 17 years old, 6'1" in height, 74 kilos. So he's growing into quite the frame there.
Schilling again, sticking to the lefts. Quick snap off the top. Quick feet to combo that up and finish. First wave for Jet Schilling was a 5.6. First wave for Ryan Kainalo, a 6-point ride. Kainalo has been sticking to these rights. Quick snap there for the Brazilian. Make it 2. Looks for the finish, slides the tail for the finish. So each of these surfers really sticking to their forehands, goofy and regular foot. Ryan with the early advantage on that first exchange. We'll see who got the advantage on that second exchange of waves. That'll really tell the tale whether there's higher scoring potential on the rights or the lefts, Matt.
Yeah, you can definitely see that Jet's getting more done on the left, but Ryan hitting those critical sections, which have served him well throughout the event so far. Ryan coming from around the section, using his frame, and I'll tell you what, drawing a lot of comparisons to a Ricardo Christie, a New Zealand surfer that was on the tour, not just because of the hair either, but just that stance. little bit taller in frame and really leveraging his weight and his power on those turns. But Jet, lightning fast in the lefts. Look forward to seeing this exchange.
Levi Slauson was on fire. Levi's on the beach with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, Levi, one of the most impressive performances that we've seen all event. Give us a little recap from your perspective, because you could do no wrong. 3 waves and just all of them, just excellent surfing.
Yeah, thank you, Rosie. Yeah, the waves are super fun. I was just kind of freaking out before the heat a little bit. The waves just looked super inviting, and yeah, so I just had to keep myself calm and know that I didn't want to over surf any of my waves, but this is what I surf every single day. So I was going out there with confidence, knowing that I've been here before. I've surfed it like this a million times. So yeah, and then Heitor's a really, really good surfer. I couldn't give him an inch. So, but yeah, it was a fun heat. It always feels good when you come in and there's not really any nerves at the end of the heat. So yeah, I'm just stoked to move on.
And you wouldn't know it, but you've got stitches in your foot. You want to tell us about that, and is it hindering you at all?
Yeah, I do have stitches in my foot. I was surfing pipe before the contest. I was in Hawaii for a couple weeks, and yeah, I got like I think it's 7 stitches in my foot. But yeah, it's fine. I mean, there's some pain, but can't feel the pain when you're at the World Juniors, especially in one of your hometowns. So yeah, I'm fine.
And you were in the first heat yesterday in the round of 16. Did you watch any of the rest of the competition? And if you did, who was standing out to you?
Yeah, of course I saw Joel Vaughn's heat yesterday afternoon, but yeah, the waves are going to be so different for tomorrow and finals day. So it was fun to watch everybody rip. There were some really good performances. Joel wasn't the only one, but like I said, he was shredding. So that was super fun to watch. Yeah, I'm just like super stoked that everybody's here to surfing really, really good. And it's fun to watch everybody. It's fun to see everybody. And yeah, I'm just most of all just super stoked.
Can't wait to see you in the semifinals. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, so Levi will face the winner of this quarterfinal heat in the water in that first semifinal. Got numbers in, so the first exchange went Ryan Kainalo's way. The second exchange of waves went Jet Schilling's way. Jet getting a 7.33 on the left, and Ryan getting a 6.27 on the right. So Schilling on top. Ryan Kainalo sitting there in the blue jersey with priority, needing a 6.67 to take the lead off of Jet Schilling. So plenty of time for the situation to change out there.
Yeah, solid scores to start this one. And Jet will be stoked with a 7.33. But Ryan, series of 6s just for 2-turn combination. So he'll take a lot of confidence out of that and really recognizing the judging criteria and what they are asking for. Because the scale, it does change every day. The criteria, not so much. But what they're looking for is based on the conditions per day, Kaipo. And this is their first surf of the morning so far.
Well, when you reference how to get good scores, you really need to, you don't need to go any further than opening up the notebook and seeing what Levi Slauson did in that first heat. And what was that? That was sharp surfing, multiple maneuvers, or go to the air. And when you do go to the air, make sure it is a big air that makes a big impact on the judges. So the notebook is open for the surfers, especially when there's an example right there in front of your eyes right before you go into the water. So I'm sure Jet knows how to get it. I'm sure Ryan knows how to get it. He's a feverish competitor, Ryan Kainalo is. Surfs as many contests as he can possibly get into. Here he goes. This time he's going to go left. Looking down the line. There was a lot of spray on that first snap. Nice rhythm, nice tempo through those turns. 6.67. That is the question mark, where the 3 turns on the backhand equaled to that score. Sets coming through here. Schilling taking a look at this left. Schilling's going to activate. Finds a nice peak here. Up and out. He's going to hang on to priority. You saw that wave did not eventuate down the line.
Geez, lightning fast there for Ryan. Just a series of backhand hits, sending spray skyward. That's always an indication that you're placing your board in that right section of the wave. And with these junior surfers, apart from Ryan being 6'1", majority of them are still growing, especially in the women's side. But a lot of the best surfers posting the biggest scores actually being 16 and 15 years of age. But it's where they're placing the board, which is getting them so much spray. We see that on the championship tour. Not always the biggest surfers sometimes do the best power surfing.
Yeah, that is true. Slap of the water right there. You know why? Because Ryan heard that he just got an 8.17, and he turned the heat with this wave, Matt.
Yeah, just the flow. 3 maneuvers, no pumping at all. So 4 maneuvers, he rounded that one out. We said it earlier in a heat, if you can't beat someone who's going vertical on the backside. And hear that just all in the pocket. 3 turns, repetitive, but powerful, strong, an element of flow and rhythm throughout there, as you alluded to, Kaipo. Great body awareness, and at this point in time, now Jet needing a 7-1-2 pressure with the surfer with priority in red.
Yeah, it's just like if you're a good dancer, you know what I mean? When you're on beat, it shows. Same thing with the tempo, especially on your backhand. When you're on beat, it shows, and you are. So Ryan Kainalo just teared up the dance floor here at Oceanside on that last one for an excellent score, on beat with every move.
You know, it's really difficult on the backside, Kaipo, to get that momentum and that repetition right, because it feels good when you do click, but it's really easy to have to stop, readjust, set the fins again, and go for another backside hit. But to carry that speed and momentum means that surfer, Ryan, is really connected to his equipment, and he's obviously put in some repetition while he's been here in California.
Yeah, I really feel for rhythm on the backhand, Matt. It's about really the bottom turn and having control of that heel side bottom turn. Here we go. Kainalo pops it up into a nice reverse, continues his momentum down the line, straight into a roundhouse cutback. Hoping for a little bit more. Wave steepens up on the inside bank. Kainalo again pops it. Throws the fins, likely to improve upon his 6.27. That's his backup.
Yeah, I thought, sorry,
go ahead.
I thought the score was going to almost be there, would have been close, but he got that end section, which is crucial. We'll have to see where it comes in. But first impressions was that spray was outside of the camera angle. That's a pretty big turn. This is that replay. So watching him load up, front loading his speed there. Beautiful reverse spin there. Nice cut back to get him in the power source. Goes dead through this section. He already had the score, I thought, but as he pumps down the line, he had to make up for that dead time, and he does. So that one on the front angle looks pretty explosive. This spray was really high. So have a look at this. So he springs straight into it. First turn was a radical reverse spin, and he comes back through the flat section. A little bit dead here. Sometimes that can keep the score down. And here he wakes, goes through the inside, hammers that inside. You see how much spray he released there.
And you know, a little bit of a puzzle in that maybe it was the downtime, but that only came in as a 5.7 for Ryan Kainalo, so did not change the situation. Jet Schilling still needing a 7.12.
It would have been the downtime, but also if he'd have done that maneuver on the end at the second turn, straight after the little spin, 2-turn combo, it probably would have gone excellent, but that downtime disrupts the connectivity of the wave, the flow, the rhythm, and that's an element of the criteria: speed, power, and flow. He had the power, but he didn't have the speed, and he didn't have the flow towards the end, which he had on the 8.17.
Halfway through the heat here, Schilling with priority and needs a 7.12. You can see the sandbank here, and it becomes more and more obvious as we fly above. As the tide starts to drain out, waves are getting steeper. It's a clearer view of the sandbank that has been forming over here. Actually, quite a good bank for the whole week that we've been here.
Haven't competed at Oceanside much. When I have, it's looked nothing like this.
Generally, I'm the same way. It's been a while since I've been here to Southside of the Pier. We used to have Bud Tour events here back in my competition days, and oftentimes this was just get a one-turn closeout.
Yeah.
You know, so to have these open walls and these tapered peaks came just in time. The sandbars come just in time for this competition.
Absolutely, and it's actually looking like a better version of its Orange County similarity with Huntington there, with his long-running rights and lefts.
Running down the line, Kainalo looking for some open face, not going to find it there. Ryan, by the way, we mentioned he is a junior world champ. He won a junior world champ, an ISA junior world champ, the International Surfing Association World Championship. He took the gold there at Macumba Beach in Brazil. That would have been just a couple months ago, I believe, in October, late October.
South America Junior Champ and fourth in his region coming into this. Gabe Medina, one of his influences. The way he really attacks the lip, you can tell there's some similarities there as well.
Schilling punches that first turn, really snaps that second turn, building momentum down the line quick and swiveling his body, torquing those turns. There's his crew. Crosby Colapinto, Cade Madsen, Cole Hauschman, all coming down here to support Jet.
Wow, he's feeling the momentum. Jet swivel hips on that wave. That thing was a very tight pocket, and he really fit a lot of maneuvers, lightning fast.
Yeah, it's just cool, right? When surfers are able to do those, because it's a small wave and it's really steep, and just those super short radius turns. We're gonna take a look at it here.
Yeah, so hits that one off the lip, and here just wraps this one into the pocket and whips it. Actually, this wrap here, straight back around again, puts him in the pocket. Another one. Wow, so difficult to fit that board and all the curve of the board in that radius of the wave.
Schilling turns the heat as we watch Ryan Kainalo right now. He is going to play backup right now. He needs to get a score. Ryan Kainalo now in second place. Jet Schilling dropped a 7.5. Ryan Kainalo now needs the evil score of a 6.66. Here's a look at the last wave.
Nice opening carve there. Kainalo hitting that one off the top as well. He's going to be looking for a series of maneuvers. That one, not sure if it's going to be it, but I'm looking back to that 627 and the 817 Kaipo, where every single turn was in the pocket. And that one was a little bit more of a setup at the beginning and a nice finish on the end.
We'll find out if Ryan was able to turn the heat. We're going to take a break. We'll be coming back with that score and much more here from Oceanside, the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Coming back to quarterfinal number 2, we promised you the score for last of Ryan Kainalo. He needed the mark of 6.66, came in under that for the left-hander, 5.1. The Brazilian still trails Jet Schilling. Schilling with the lead. Ryan Kainalo needing a 6.66 to take that lead off of the San Clemente surfer, Jet Schilling. Kaipo Girl along with Matt Shanoski on the call here. 9 minutes remaining on the clock, and heat control with Jet Schilling priority and the lead at the moment.
Now that word rapid fire has been used a few times today, but Jet accentuating that term and really epitomizing what it means with a series of wrapping turns on that last 7.5.
There is our defending world junior champ, Jarvis Earl. He is preparing himself for quarterfinal number 3. He will face off against an exciting Brazilian goofy foot in the way of Leo Casal. Can Jarvis Earl go back-to-back on a World Junior Championship and a World Junior title? We'll find out in about 8.5 minutes.
I feel sorry for heat number 4, quarterfinal number 4, Kaipo. See if there's any water remaining out there after Leo and Jarvis display so much spray as that power attack is emanating. I can just imagine those two goofy fielders going to go absolutely ham out there. They've been lighting it up so far in this contest.
Lower tide has really shown the bank here, Southside Oceanside Pier, a lot more consistent now, a lot more push to the wave, a lot steeper wave face, Matt. And so, yeah, I do look forward to that. It looks good this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a great lineup. The wind feathering on shore. Hey, you know what that means? Aerials.
Well, we saw a lot of aerials at the conclusion of yesterday, and maybe we'll have the same menu items today. Kainalo looks right, looks left, and that wave just did not have enough juice in it for him to take.
It was funny. There's some of the worst conditions we had all day, yet the highest single wave score and heat total from Joel Vaughan at the very end. A testament to how contestable it really is out there and how good Joel is.
Yeah. Well, and just this whole squad, I think you talked about it, Matt, in that it's been very impressive, the talent level. Speaking of talent, this is some talented crew right here. We're going to see them on the championship tour. Cade Matson, Crosby Colapinto, Cole Hauschman. They'll be at Pipeline January 29th for the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. They're going to be tour rookies, but right now they're here in support of Jet Schilling, and they got to be feeling good right now. Jet in the lead.
Got the caddy there. They've got Jet's backup board. There with the Tenore sticker guiding the nose there, and big shake-ups in surfing with sponsorships in the last few months and year in particular. And these surfers' prize money's never meant more to a lot of them as they do that transition in their careers. These surfers going from juniors to adults, typically we do see sponsors change place over the last decade when sponsors see the highlight reel of a lot of these surfers, and they win a World Junior Championship. It can mean a lot for them.
Schilling uses priority, finds a running right, needs to really get scooting down the line, and that wave just went too fast, so that probably will not change the scenario for Jet Schilling other than handing priority over to Ryan Canal. You can see he's a little dirty on himself right now, slapping the water. He knows he just handed over priority, and it's a priority error because he did not improve his scoreline.
Yeah, 7.33 to improve on's a bit of an odd number there because it's got to be bordering excellent, which means the wave usually has to contribute to that score. Unless he was to do a really dynamic air, that score was never going to go there. So just locking in a pretty marginal score for that. We'll have a look at it. So kind of a blocking move. He saw that Ryan was having a look at that wave. So nice opening snap, races down the line, and just gets a speed float and a foam climb. And that one just not offering up any potential to get close to bettering that 7.33.
But you did point out that he did use his priority, and he did basically block Ryan, and Ryan could have done some damage on that running right because he was a little further down the peak.
Yeah, and only needing a 6.66 as well. If Ryan had capitalized on that, perhaps got through to the end section, it could have been the score. So we'll have to wait and see if that's an error or not.
Yeah. Sometimes you play offense.
Yeah.
Sometimes you play defense. Yeah. It's all the game of surfing.
Saw yesterday with Taj Lindblad and Leo coming up in that next heat. Leo consolidated a lead at the beginning, and for the last 15 minutes actually paddling rings and sitting really close to Taj, putting the pressure on. And unfortunately for Taj, no waves came in of substance to get that mid-7 score, which makes it really tough when your competitor's sitting right next to you as well, making sure that you know the pressure is right there.
I always say for competitive surfing, you got to play the game if you want to win the game. And sometimes you do that with offense, sometimes you do that with defense. Sometimes it's just being aware of priority use, time management. You know, you look at someone like a Gabriel Medina. Not only is he an ultra talented, one of the best surfers in the world, but he plays the game so well.
From behind and when he's in front, he's got a very good knack of doing it. Kelly used to have a very good knack of doing that, talking to his competitors as well, getting comfortable after, of course, he's locked in to keeper scores. And you see that confidence come through Medina. He hassles when he's under priority and he needs a score. It could be 20 seconds left with no waves, and you know Medina, and he has done that many times. He's been able to crawl back into the lead on his last wave, and it could just be a marginal wave.
There's the score needed for Ryan Kainalo. A bit above the mid-range, so not a huge ask right now for the Brazilian.
Being patient, I admire that patience. He knows it's going to have to be a substantial set wave for him. Once again, he'll take a lot of confidence from that left before repetitive turns, but an 8.17 he got for that, and he didn't go to the air. It was nothing radical. It was just old-fashioned power surfing in the pocket. Judging criteria isn't just wowed by people going to the air. It's all about the positioning of the maneuvers. That's one of the highlights of modern-day professional surfing that I'm enjoying, Kaipo. It's a pleasure to analyze quality surfing because of the placement of the maneuvers. You can really show emphasis of the tiny, intricate details of the flow and the connectivity of the maneuvers, all the stuff that's so hard to do.
Yeah. And, you know, really, when you look at excellent scores, and we saw it some today, we saw it yesterday, we keep on talking about Jovan, but that wow factor is just, it's something where you get excited about watching it, and it's either surprises you or impresses you or just makes you say, wow.
Yeah. You're gonna get a good
that's
score.
when you get the score.
And if you make it look good at the same time, it's almost definitely going to go excellent.
But right now, Ryan Kainalo, he doesn't need a very big wow.
No.
He just needs a little bit above a medium wow.
He needs a sick. He needs a sick.
He needs a sick.
Sick. Yeah, that was sick.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
Schilling. Swinging. Tossing it. Practicing some flexibility. Not going to ride out of that one.
That was pretty sick.
Well, you see what he can do, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there wasn't much there.
No.
Waves coming through here.
Yeah, tide dropping.
And this is going to be opportunity for Ryan Kainalo. We can see the wave starting to feather outside. Can he get to it? And that was just going to kind of burger through there. Unfortunate. Some more lines behind that. Down to only 40 seconds, though. He's got to go. Now at this angle, doesn't look like as much opportunity.
Something.
Will that line get him in time? He is going to be right on the line of getting this wave. Right before the Hooter. Down to 10 seconds. Gets to his feet. This one's going to count. Here we go. Slash. Slash. Needs to punch the end. Does so. Okay.
So I didn't give it a wow. It went whoa.
Yep. Remember, something similar. He got a 5.7. There was a little bit more rail precision, I want to say. A little bit more speed.
Yeah.
Than that 5.7 that for right.
And flow. A little more flow.
Little more flow.
Smaller wave, though.
On the beach.
At least he had an answer back, and that it feels rough when you have to paddle. And this is the replay. All right, needing a 6.66. Nice opening, gouging carve there, pumping through to this next wrap, and it all comes down to this end section. It gets smaller, and he finishes strong. We'll have to have that considered to the other waves in the heat, but strong surfing, smaller wave, combo of maneuvers.
All right, we're still waiting for confirmation on the score for Ryan Kainalo. Still waiting for the score. So it needs a 6.66. Waiting for the score for Ryan for this wave.
There was a lovely gouge, just gets foamy on the inside here, and a nice end section there, but a smaller wave, Kaipo. Wasn't one of the biggest ones of the heat.
Needed a 6.66, and there you go. Gets a 6.03, comes under the mark. So it is Jet Schilling moving on into the semifinals. Schilling, congratulations from his crew there. More exciting action coming your way when we return. It's going to be a battle of goofy foots. Quarterfinal number 3 featuring Jarvis Earl and Leo Casal.
A big heat out there in the water right now as reigning and defending World Junior Champion Jarvis Earl takes on Brazil's Leo Casal in a big matchup. Australia in the red, Brazil in the blue. And Jarvis Earl, if you were to win this event, he'd be the first person to go back-to-back with World Junior Championships and would join the likes of Joel Parkinson, Jack Freestone, and Pablo Paulino as a select few who have won multiple World Junior Championships. Opening up, Leo Casal on the backhand, an incomplete second turn. My name, Mitchell Salazar. Alongside me, one of the greatest longboarders in the world, Matt Chonoski. Matt, looking at the kid from Florianopolis in the southern part of Brazil, big powerhouse surfer, mentions Mark Acalupo and Adrian Buchan as two of his favorite surfers.
And you can see why. He's built like a brick. The guy is so strong, and he really utilizes his boards and his body to his advantage, and he's displaced some of the most amount of water through turns throughout this event. He's had great wave selection, and the key is he's improved heat by heat, and he's tightened up his strategy as well.
And the Cronulla kid, reigning and defending World Junior Champion, Jarvis Earl, he's out there in the red. Had a comeback heat yesterday, Matt.
Yep, versatile in his ability to adapt to different types of waves. He's known to surf heavy reef breaks back home, beach breaks, obviously well accomplished in the contest circuit where the majority are beach breaks. But his I think his agility on his backside, and he can surf frontside as well just as good, is what got him that win, surfing strong lefts at Seaside. Not the greatest results on the Challenger, but at the same time, he'll grab some momentum from that. He'll get a taste for it to see what's involved, the training and the preparation in terms of quivers as well. He's got a lot of good people on his side.
And does a lot of great work with Surfing Australia and the High Performance Center in the land down under. And he beat a who's who of great surfers on finals day at Seaside Reef last year. Al Cleland Jr. in the semifinals, and then defeated local boy Levi Slauson, who is now in the semis in the final at Seaside Reef last year. 25 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Only one wave ridden so far, and it's a 2.67 of Leo. And he's up and riding again. You know, you look at the conditions out there, Matt, almost an exact replica of what he is surfing on a daily basis.
Yeah.
A great combination right there on the backhand, and really interesting to see him work under the priority of Jarvis Searle. He's already in the rotation, has at least a 2.67, gonna have a better wave here.
Yeah, really getting his heat started early, and I said he's worked on his strategy. He's had Victor Bernardo, and he had the Panda down here as well in his corner. So the new generation of Brazilians starting to shine. Maybe a little more working class like we typically saw throughout the 2000s, but humility shining through from Leo and his post-heat personality. I really like his attack, 4.5 on that wave. The powerhouse is off to an early start.
Yeah, 6 minutes have gone by, and a very tight battle in the last one. Jet chilling downstairs with Kaipo.
That's right, Mitch. That was a tight battle. But Jet's into the semifinals. Let's start off with your assessment of that heat. However, Jet, you're in the semifinals, but just self-assess of what happened in that heat.
Sketchy heat again. I mean, I still haven't really surfed my best at all this event, and it's kind of a bummer, but I guess we'll save the best for last on finals day. But I just really want to put on a show for everyone, so it's kind of frustrating not getting the best waves and the best opportunities, so I'm going to have to find that out somehow.
It's all about finals day, Jet. And speaking of finals day, you're going to be faced up against Levi Slauson, semifinal 1. Your thoughts about that matchup? You already got a smile on your face.
I've been waiting for this one. I mean, he's had my number for the past year, so I'm excited. I want to win for sure, so that's going to be really fun.
What about the crew? You guys always roll so deep. You got the whole crew down here.
Yeah, San Clemente boys, big shout out. Like, we're all best friends and have each other's back so hard, so yeah, I'm so stoked to have him here and just have him come down. It's really special.
Get ready, San Clemente, because Jet's in the finals day. Bring the whole crew down here. Support your boy. He's going to be semifinal number 1. Jet chilling.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kaipo, and big congratulations to Jet into the semis, as Kaipo was mentioning right there, up against a good and formidable opponent. Maybe the most consistent surfer throughout the event so far, Levi Slauson. Goofy versus regular matchup, really exciting stuff. As looking at the quarterfinal out there in the water right now, Matt, Jarvis Searle, just a throwaway score for him, a 0.43. He's up and riding. Mentioned the aerial antics that he has. He's loading up and takes to the air, throws the rotation and nearly pulled it off. An incomplete maneuver right there. And now the answer back by Leo. Outside. Gets set up carve right there, up and over the section. And a strong combo on the backhand. 8 minutes into the heat, excuse me, and he's already going to have a 4-5 and that last score too.
Wow, that was a great exchange, that two opposing styles of surfing. And Jarvis may have gone into last year's World Juniors as an underdog, beating Al Cleland and, of course, Levi Slauson, but he is the favorite. And here this is why, because he's got the air game down pat too, pumping down the line, hits it, pops it, spins it around, and nosedives. Fortunately, going down, and Leo on the other end of the spectrum, a nice power carve to start, and lines up that end section, goes vertical, and slides the fins a little bit, and hammers the end section shut. And Leo was alluding to his performances throughout the year, and last year he never felt like he got started to show people how he really surfs in his free surfs. He really wanted to open up today. That was his goal, to move into the quarterfinals and show just how good and how hard that he practices. He wants to put on a display.
Right. Puts a lot of work in the gym. You can see it. Very stoic, strong base. Dropped a 5.67, Matt, so extends the lead Jarvis Earl with just a 1-point ride on that air attempt. Now needs a 9.17 for the lead. He's riding a CI 2 Pro. Is Jarvis. He actually collected it earlier this week from Britt Merrick. So brand new board out there. Just going to get the one turn in. And having a tough time just selecting the right waves out there right now is Jarvis. We mentioned the tide dropping. It's getting a lot more difficult to really identify a lot of those waves that stand up both on the outside and on the inside. One thing I will say though, Matt, on finals day last year, came out of nowhere, had a 9.93, a near perfect 10, ended up winning the event, and to be able to do it against a guy that knows the waves better than anybody else goes a long way in saying that he really can adapt in the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And last year didn't get shaken by those big names. The waves are cooking, obviously. But out here, a lot of consistency throughout the day, lots of opportunity for scoring, combination of lefts, rights. As you can see Jarvis on the left of the screen, way down the beach in that rip current.
And Jarvis up again. Caught a reform and throws the tail around for the reverse.
Boom.
That was nice. Maybe just building confidence here, Matt.
Yeah.
A 3.0 on his previous one seems to be a bit better here.
So Kira Buckpit was in an earlier heat against Sierra Kerr, was taking the win for the first 10 minutes. About the halfway mark, Sierra fired back 3 waves, took the lead in quick succession under priority, very similar fashion. A 3 for Jarvis's last wave, chasing a 717, a quick air reverse, slowly start building his heat total. Will it be the 717? I don't think so, Mitch, but savvy competitor Jarvis Earl.
And you mentioned that Leo wasn't fully stoked and happy with his performances on the Challenger Series last year. I mean, he lost a razor-close heat to Kanoe Igarashi at Kanoe's home break of Southside HB. Late on in the afternoon, I actually believe he might have been the last heat of that day. And the kid's still in his late teens. I mean, has a long road to go. Hasn't really broken through with a key performance so far in this event.
Ooh.
And I think that's why he's keeping himself to the highest of regards. Looking to drop a 4.5. A little hung up there on the first one. Much better. Slides the fins there. Bully section for the end. And throws a tail. I just like how much he's able to get a lot of speed off of his bottom turn, signaling to the beach. And I don't know if he's asking for his scores. Might be signaling to try to change his board too. But he's going to paddle back out with 18 minutes and 20 seconds.
That board's looking amazing under his feet. Although a smaller wave and a little washy, just how quick his reactions are, Leo. Whatever his warm-up routine is, it's working for him because, you know, as I said, it's tight radius, but quick, fast, electric surfing there from the powerhouse from Brazil.
Full honesty, too, South America, especially with the number of Brazilians that are on that qualifying series tour, I think he's being way too hard on himself. Qualified in his first full year on the QS, made it to the Challenger Series when you just know that there are maybe 80 hungry surfers within that region that could easily qualify for the Challenger Series 2. Overtakes his low score of a 4.5. It's a 6.43 on his last, his best. Extends the lead, Matt.
I love it. I think that's a great score. Went against the grain, that 3-turn combo, and it was so powerful, that end turn, sending spray skyward. We just talk about so much the positioning of the maneuvers more than the power, but he's bringing his body weight and his body shape and positioning all into key moments.
And there's Jarvis's mom towards the right, Brent Power, team manager for Channel Islands. Really appreciate Brent. Always sends a lot of texts about the types of equipment and the different boards that his team riders are up on. And let's just touch on the fact that I'd say that maybe half of the field, if not even more, of the competitors in the event are probably riding boards that they got 2-3 days ago, Matt.
Yeah,
it's
very true.
It's crazy that people can adjust and adapt to a board that is brand new and take it out for a free surf maybe once or twice before their heat and paddle out and drop a couple excellent scores on it.
When a lot of these surfers arrived in California, it was a monumental swell. Some people are saying once in 10 years. I've heard once in 50-year style storm. And why would you not bring step-ups and guns and maybe one groveler? It is wintertime. Waves this small are relatively uncommon in California.
And looking at the Best Western fan picks, Matt, an upset definitely in the making right now, as a little over a third of the fans picking Leo Casal 65% going with the reigning and defending World Junior Champion. Jarvis Earl did get a 4.23 for the throw to reverse right there. Now needing a 7.87. Mentioned his aerial accolades, but also knows how to lay it on rail, and that's really how he won at Seaside last year.
15 minutes to go. A beach break scenario, a short paddle out, no current. Leo has to be careful here right now and be smart, because only a 4.23 and a 3 for Jarvis. One solid turn and a set, going to be a 5 or a 6. He could climb out of that 7.87 pretty quickly with 2 waves in quick succession. So Leo has to be smart right now, work on bettering that 5.67, and Jarvis won't be rattled. 15 minutes is a long time in small waves like this, and I just am hoping we see a show for both surfers, but I don't want Leo to get too excited too early, because that's somewhere that he said that he wanted to improve on, which he did yesterday.
Well, he's chasing him already, Matt, and this can be quite exhausting if you're the surfer that is in the lead.
No.
Not if you're Jarvis Earl, because your adrenaline is just going through your veins right now, knowing that you need something close to an excellent score. Halfway through the heat, he does have priority, and talking about a kid that, if there's one thing in particular that really stands out, is his smile. Always very happy and eclectic. As you look at a guy with a great smile too, one of the greatest free surfers in the world, Victor Bernardo, he's helping Leo Casal out at what is basically one of his home breaks now. Lives right up the road here in Oceanside and has been a great host to the young Brazilian surfers in the draw. Coming into the quarterfinals, we had 3 of them with chances of making it into the finals day. 2 of them already out of the event. Those are Heitor Mueller and Ryan Kainalo. Not the case for Leo. He's in the lead right now.
Brazilian Storm looking good. That new generation, as we alluded to, but Jarvis Earl representing the Australian flag. We said goodbye to 2 of our surfers in the round of 16. And I'll tell you what, Leo, a great personality. I would liken him as the Brazilian version of Jarvis in terms of their humility on land as well.
And there's Heitor to your left. Ended up losing to Levi Slauson in the first heat of this round. And there's Victor. A little nervous, you can tell. Just a great dude. An amazing surfer. And I'd have to say that he's really one of the few successful professional free surfers at the moment worldwide. And I don't think if it were for him nor Josh Kerr, Album would kind of be at the way that they're at right now. Victor has been a pivotal part of their success so far in terms of board building.
How long till we see alternative asymmetric surfboards in competition? It makes complete sense for surfers that are connected to their equipment. But I must say, with competition schedules, it's very difficult for these surfers to take a step back to get 2 steps forward. That could be the difference for a lot of these surfers on the CS and definitely the Championship Tour. Places like wave pools, and we talk about bigger waves as well.
Yeah.
You know you're going to a right-hander. It makes complete sense to have an asym setup or rail setup, depending on where you're heading, what type of surfing you do.
And
I'm
even
curious.
different shapes, too. We saw Kelly Slater win in 2008 over Chris Ward at Pipeline.
With quads.
On a board that was maybe 5'10", and it was quite big. Then you saw Stu Kennedy bring out those kind of wake-looking boards. Leo in and out real quick, 12:30 on the clock. I feel like it's time. Just brings in a different element to the criteria, to the way you're being judged, and a different perspective for the judges to look at, too.
For sure. Anyone listening out there, junior, going through those junior development camps, one of the downfalls of a lot of those camps, they focus on heat structure and body conditioning, but not a lot about culture and surfboard design, Mitch. If you want to be good, you need to understand your craft.
Here's Jarvis now on the backhand, looking to make a comeback. Great turn right there by Earl, and a second one. But goes down, unfortunately. Trying to fit in 2 in a very short space, just under 12 minutes. And Leo still leading. You know, we talk about board building, the different kinds of shapes and models that we have nowadays. And I think the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings on the Championship Tour were a great way to just add a lot of flavor to the Championship Tour. And
love it.
Speaking of Matt Biolas and what he's done, he's actually elevated the game at Channel Islands and their team. Looking at the replay here for Jarvis.
So, he did need a pretty wild end section. He does need to better that 3.6 or the 4.23. I just feel like if he'd have ridden out of that, it would have been a mid-range score, 5, maybe even 6, and would have been game on.
And this is a good wave for Casal now. Setup turn. And good connection right there. Maybe not as explosive as he could have gotten right there at the end. 11 minutes to go. Looking to replace a 5.67. Matt, he's got a lot of waves. That's his 8th wave in 19 minutes in this heat so far. Meanwhile, Jarvis Earl, he's caught 6.
I mean, strong surfing for both surfers. Leo didn't quite hit that end section as he probably would have anticipated, with a little less ferocity coming after Jarvis's wave. He didn't complete that, but you see that rapid fire whip in the pocket. It looked extravagant, made us go, whoa! Whenever you do that, Pipo alluded to it in the previous heat, you're going to go big with the scores. Maybe just mistiming there for Leo.
You want a jaw-dropping moment, don't you?
Or if you're trying to drop a 5.67, you kind of need that on a small wave.
Just over 10 minutes to go here. Looking at the replay of the last of Casal. Comes in as a 4.93, Matt. Not enough to improve.
Strong surfing, and funny thing is, that's the type of wave that Jarvis actually needs to get into the lead.
And Leo once again coming up around the corner, throws the throw tail reverse on the backhand. It's going to be incomplete as Jarvis still needing the 7.87. All these falls, Matt, give an opportunity to this kid in the red.
It is.
As Leo never improves on his low score. He's trying, but hasn't really been on a wave where he's been able to excel and truly break away from the kid in red, who not only has the experience of being the reigning and defending World Junior Champion, he's hungry, wants a good result here. 9 minutes, 30 seconds to go, and Jarvis Earl trailing, needing something close to an excellent score. Plenty of time, and we still have one more great quarterfinal after this one. It's the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Be right back. Competitive heat out there in the water right now in quarterfinal number 3. And it's Jarvis Earl who's up and riding, needing a 7.87 or better. Kind of throws the tail around. He's going to finish with the floater. And good pressure right there by the young Brazilian surfer in the blue to force him to go on a wave that could potentially not even improve his scoreline. Judges quick to react to that one. A 4.2. Mitch and Matt here in the booth. 7 minutes to go, Matt. A 4.2. Best is still a 4.23, needing a 7.87. Meanwhile, Leo, his low score of 5.67. He's been in the lead the entire time.
Yeah, we're almost exactly at where we were at 10 minutes ago, even 15 minutes ago, where I said Leo is going to be interesting here if he needs to better that 5.67 or just play the game. And since then, he's taken off on 5 waves that haven't bettered his scoreline. Really leaving the door open for Jarvis, just that 4.2. I have to say, a lot of mistakes from both these surfers towards the end of this second part of this heat. Jarvis has had lots of opportunity to chip away at that score, but has fallen a lot in this heat.
Yeah, and it's been a back and forth one, I guess you could say. Earl has caught 6 waves so far. Casal has caught 9, but I think just in the terms of the responses, every time that Leo catches a good wave, Jarvis wants to be on one. And we saw that even during the last heat too. When Ryan Carnalo caught his last wave, he saw Jet Schilling be on the other side of the peak, try to take away the attention from the judges too. And you want to be as sporadic and as spontaneous as you could possibly be. And I feel like we've been seeing that quite a bit. So Leo's going to let Jarvis go on that one. That was a good decision.
That was, and Jarvis did that to get away from Leo. See now Leo making his way all the way back over to Jarvis. So he took off in the whitewater there. A very strategic move to get away from Leo. Really didn't intend to do much on that wave. He just wanted to get on the other side, make some distance between Leo. See, this is the battle. So those of you tuning in right now, not aware of what's going on, Leo in blue can choose whatever wave he wants over the surfer in red. Red can still surf, but he can't get in the way of blue. And that's why we see that emphasis on priority. You'll see it at a crowded local break, somewhere that's localized with some, we call it, I guess, hierarchy. But this is official. If Jarvis gets in the way of Leo and Leo wants the wave, then that way there'll be an interference call.
That hierarchy is basically non-official, official priority when you're in the lineup out there. And you're going to see
social and cultural hierarchy.
Yeah, you're going to see it almost every place you go to worldwide. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. I don't know about you, Matt. Oh, interesting situation right there. Was that a block on Leo Casal? So Jarvis Earl for sure having intent to go on that wave. And priority still has not switched. And it's a close one by the priority judge. Once again, Leo having a look at that one. And these are the interesting moments here. 4 minutes to go. As a judge yourself, you're trying to always look out for the best interest of the surfers. And this for sure going to be a priority switch as Casal is up and riding. Looking for a lot of speed down the line, throws the tail, and incomplete. But just getting back to the discussion about the priority judge, he always has to look out for the surfer that has earned that priority back. So you don't want to give it away in a moment where there wasn't a clear intention to go on a wave or block the other surfer.
Yeah, exactly right. In that case, Leo could have bettered that 5.67. He did a massive tail-high aerial to get him through that heat yesterday. But you give Jarvis that wave, he's almost definitely going to convert it to maybe not 7.87, but gets higher than his heat total at the moment.
Well, he has a good variation when it comes to the grabs too. Slobs, indies, straight airs, and of course, Paddington stalefish too. So this is the situation here. Close call. And then the replay of the last of Leo doesn't improve, just a 2.1 with the fall at the end.
Yeah, smaller wave really hucks that board into the air. Even if he'd have ridden out of that, smaller wave probably would have gone mid-range, wouldn't have gone huge. Saw him do a pretty radical tail high reverse yesterday, and just the speed in which he carried in and out of the maneuver, really impressive. And it's going to show he's really worked on his air game as well there, spending a lot of time in Australia, traveling around obviously on the Challenger Series. He's a well-versed competitor and gaining experience heat by heat.
And Jarvis had a look at that. Not really the wave he was looking for. Maybe one more on the outside. Leo had a sniff at it on the inside. And Jarvis might be electing to go on this one. Could have a good reform on it. And he's up. Sprays Leo on his way to the inside. He's going to stick with the right mat. 2 minutes to go. And a big re-entry right there to finish that wave off. So nothing super critical on the outside.
Game on.
A fantastic finish, though. As Leo, he's just going to come in and try to protect his lead with 1:55 to go. Waiting on the last of Jarvis.
Here we go.
Seems to be his best at the moment, Matt.
Here's the gamesmanship. Jarvis will only need probably a mid-range score after this. So here's Leo's going to just try and shadow Jarvis. He's giving him this wave.
Well, and Earl's last came in as a 5.57. A small reverse right there. Now only needs a 6.53. 90 seconds to go. And you mentioned a few minutes ago, really easy paddle back out. Quick. You don't really lose a lot of time by going on one of those. And I was going to mention, I was very surprised that both surfers always sitting on the inside. There's been plenty of waves that have broken on the outside.
So not much scoring on this outside section. But in here, he sees something. He telegraphs this section. The scoring beginning here. And look at this turn, banking that one into the pocket. He fell on a very similar turn earlier, which got him a 3.6. And there, just a nice reverse spin in the pocket. That wasn't enough, but he did increase his total.
A 4.27 for that reverse there. Still needing the 6.53. Heat total still not in the double digits, and this is just perfect if you're Leo Casal. Getting caught inside, 35 seconds to go, so you're really eliminating two key factors.
Yeah.
Both of the surfers on the inside, and a lot of poor waves breaking here. It's just a closeout for Jarvis right there. 20 seconds to go, and needs to hustle right here, Matt. I don't know if he has enough time to make it back out, though.
I mean, good gamesmanship from Leo. Didn't better his score. And Jarvis, wow, incredible. That's the ultimate respect to your competitor, what Leo's doing right this second. And he's not leaving anything for chance.
And how about that recognition of what to do at the right moment, too?
Wow.
And excellent sportsmanship right here.
The Jarvis just smiling like, what? You outplayed me, mate. Like, wow.
He always is, and one of his favorite meals is In-N-Out. There's one right across the street from the hotel he's staying. Wouldn't be surprised to see him there later. An excellent performance by Jarvis
There he
Searle.
is. He's feeling it.
Makes it into the quarterfinals, but today belongs to that guy on screen. Leo Casal is pumped up, and he's into the semis, where he's going to be facing off against the winner of this next heat coming up. Another banger to finish quarterfinals. Jackson Bunch from Hawaii facing off against yesterday's best performer, Joe Vaughn, when we come back. Could be the heat of the round out there in the water right now. Jackson Bunch in the red from Paia, Maui in the quarterfinals, and Joel Vaughn is in the blue. Yesterday's best performer up against a very consistent surfer in the red jersey, Mitchell Salazar, with the great, the one, the only, the incredible former CT surfer, Rosie Hodge. Rosie, you put it out there into the universe. You wanted to do this heat, and guess what? You're on. Jackson Bunch against Joel Vaughn. Might be the best heat we've seen all event long.
Ooh, let's get into it, Mitch. I mean, I feel very fortunate I got to call that heat with Levi Slauson and Heitor Mueller. That one was unbelievable. And now, yeah, this is going to be one of my picks in the quarters.
Well, Joel Vaughn, he dropped a couple of nines yesterday afternoon. Good start on this one. A real tricky wave to surf, and does very well to get his board up into the lip line for one last maneuver. 3 minutes into the heat. Both surfers have a wave underneath their belt, Rosie. Jackson Bunch during the break got a 6-point ride, so a quick and early lead for him. Talking about the kid from Paia, Maui. To motivate himself, likes to listen to country music before his heat. Seems like Morgan Wallen again on repeat.
Well, this is the 6-point ride. Watching him go through the motions, looking alive, looking active, Mitch. Tack sharp.
And the kid lost in this round last year. And now Joel Vaughn with an impressive performance yesterday, off to a good start as well.
So we've seen the waves come down a couple feet, and it's going to be fun to watch how both of these guys approach the changing conditions. Both of these guys pretty tall. Some of the taller people in the mix, stronger guys. So I think the bigger waves and the big sections really suited their style of surfing yesterday. Although Levi came out of the water and he said this is some of the best oceanside he's seen in a very long time. So the waves are super fun. Also stayed relatively calm wind-wise.
That is absolutely right. Pretty uncommon for this time of the year. You know what's not uncommon, Rosie? Leo Casal just blasting through the quarterfinal against Jarvis Earl. He's downstairs with Matt.
A very relieved, stoked, and enthusiastic Leo. How was it out there?
The conditions are not the best, you know. Yesterday was a little bit bigger, and it seems like Brazil. We surf a lot beach break with small conditions like this, and I'm used to it. I love it. It's like everyday surf, so stoked.
Now, you're surfing very fast, very powerful. What sort of training do you do at home to fit those maneuvers in such a tight radius?
I do training Action Pies. It's a clinic of physiotherapy and training. A lot of professional surfers and skateboarders train there. And thanks, guys, for the support. And yeah, that's my preparation when I am in home.
And in Portuguese, do you want to tell your fans and friends how you're feeling, how the heat was?
Pô, galera, estou muito feliz de estar nessa semifinal. Não foi fácil chegar até aqui. Eu tenho batalhado muito nas baterias, confiado no meu surf, acreditado muito, mais do que todo mundo. E é isso, quero agradecer a minha família, meus patrocinadores, a todos que torcem por mim, mandam energia positiva. Isso conta muito, mesmo vocês aí do outro lado do mundo, com certeza conta essa energia, essa vibração positiva. E é isso, abração a todos, vamos pra cima que amanhã é Finals Day.
All right, you heard it from Leo. The powerhouse from Brazil moves on. Back to live action.
Obrigado, Matt. Tamo junto, Rosie. I don't know if you know what that means or not, but it means we're together. It's a slang in Portuguese. Joel Vaughn now up and riding. We saw during the interview, Jackson Bunch had a blue collar wave, I guess you would call it. Real springy style, a lot of beautiful movements, and never really a sleepy point in that wave right there from Jackson Bunch. Already has a 6-point ride in the scoreline. He's going to have a good backup here in the first 7 minutes of the heat.
And I like Jackson's strategy in this one, just to get those two waves early, to go back-to-back with them and start to apply the pressure to Joel Vaughn. I think every athlete in the mix was aware of Joel's performance yesterday. So he's, you know, when you go to bed and you're like, okay, that's the guy I'm coming up against, you try and go through the scenarios and how to best manage your heat in order for your best attributes to come to the forefront, how you can apply the pressure early.
And it usually makes it even sweeter if you beat that person too. I know Joel has a target on his back right now, and Jackson Bunch, well, he's a man on a mission, Rosie.
Yeah, winding through this wave, like watching him on his forehand, just such a smooth style. Love the way that he's able to kind of pull those knees in together, make his body so compact.
So, waiting on that score, did have a 6-point ride as his opener. Got to be thinking it's a good backup right now, especially when you saw the heat total by Leo in the last heat, 12.1, a pair of sixes basically. Out there right now, if this is a correct assessment, Rosie, I hope it is. It seems a lot softer than it was this morning. Less intensity out there, as we are seeing a decrease in a lot of those excellent scores in the last two heats.
We're seeing a decrease in those excellent scores. We're also seeing a decrease in the swell. As we reach through the day, we're going to see a slight decline in that, and then also that tide. So, you know, we're getting to a lot of drainage of the tide as it reaches a negative. So through the afternoon, we're going to see conditions change. Maybe a few of the banks mix things up, but this has been a very reliable bank for the competitors today.
So 1:24 local time. Still around 3 hours that we have for the low tide, but as you can see right there, massive differences between the high and the low. We go to a negative 1.6, Rosie. You mentioned Southern California. You primarily like it on a mid-tide. We're around that mark right now. But you have seen those surfers make it through with 12, 13 points. I think you're getting a pair of 7s out there right now. You're feeling really content with your performance. Joel Vaughn, though, the kid dropped a pair of 9s yesterday afternoon. More than capable of doing it again in this heat. He's going to use priority here, Rosie. Delayed takeoff for Joel Vaughn. Wraps it back into the pocket once. A lot of speed, has a great air game. Might go to it here. Up and over with that whitewater section. And that wave just not giving him any kind of scoring opportunity with just under 21 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was interesting because it took a lot for Joel to get into that wave as he was paddling with priority. And you knew that he had committed because Jackson was having a little look. So he decided to go. And I think that's what we're going to see this afternoon. Although that wave height is decreasing because it's hitting the shallower bank, there's still a little bit of power and push to it. Getting in early is going to be the key, I feel like, in order to get that first top turn off and give you that speed down the line.
So would you say it's a smarter move to always be paddling into the whitewater and have an extra little fade as we have Jackson, oh my, somehow able to fit in 2 on a real soft wave, a very difficult section on the second one especially. I was about to bring up the fact that it might be easier to paddle into the whitewater and always get that little extra fade before you stand up. Case in point right there, Jackson Bunch did it to perfection. He's looking to improve on a 5.67.
I think he could improve there. I mean, if we think about that little left that he had on his forehand going through the motions, that was a lot more whippy, got vertical, ticked all those boxes. Let's see. The smaller wave, oh, he really just manufactures both of those turns. We'll see if it improves the situation. I don't think it's going to go a massive score.
Right. You might not need that, though. And just adding more and more pressure to Joel could be the key to his success in this one. 19 minutes to go, waiting on the score. Just so impressive what these kids can do in, you know, average to subpar conditions nowadays. Makes you want to go surf, and then you paddle out there and you're thinking to yourself, I'm going to drop a couple 7s, couple 8s. You're dropping a couple 2s. Your heat total's 4 points.
Barely getting to your feet. Yep. Oh.
Sounds like my session, Rosie. 4.77, the last of Jackson Bunch. Doesn't go into his top 2, but, I mean, he earned every single point out of that wave right there. Smaller one, as you mentioned, just extremely well surfed. So it seems like both surfers got dragged down a little bit. Not really a ton of current. Also comes into strategy when you're trying to pull off your competitor from the main peak, too. Seems like that kind of happened right there. Joel having a big dig at this wave here. He's going to let it go. That was a good wave, though, Rosie, by this afternoon standards. Just a little bit out of position. Does like listening to Metallica before he paddles out, too. And he's going to roll in. Just a setup carve right there. Not a whole lot doing so far. Has a lot of speed for the ramp inside. Throws the tail around, and he's going to pull it with ease. 717, his requirement. And somehow Jackson Bunch on a set wave behind him. He's also going to throw the tail around. And unfortunately, he won't be able to ride out. So the edge in that exchange to Joel Vaughn. And you can see the intensity paddling back out. We got a paddle battle here, Rosie.
Wow, look at Jackson. He's put the motor on. He's kicking. He's scratching. Both of these guys train.
Oh, Joel Vaughn is really catching up to him now. And he might just have the edge in this priority battle. Racing to the very end. Look at Jackson Bunch. And shoulder to shoulder now. 17 minutes to go. Still no decision made on oh, they even touched right there. So Joel Vaughn stops paddling, waiting to see who got priority in that instance.
if it is neck and neck, I think it's the person that would have kicked out of the wave last. They'd get second priority, where the person who had ridden the wave previous would be priority. But let's see. I mean, there was Jackson kind of, I think Joel stopped paddling to show I'm at the takeoff point, although he's not maybe far enough out. We'll see. I mean, it's all up to the priority judge.
Well,
this is going to be interesting, though.
Ooh, so Joel actually lets it go. Priority did go in Jackson Bunch's favor. So this is a key wave for him, and an excellent combo right there on the backhand. Great body language finishing that wave off.
Okay, think about him paddling his guts out, pretty much straight away getting into that wave.
Yeah.
Like he's probably puffed. I mean, you'd have to imagine that like his adrenaline is spiking, that heart rate's up. And this is where the training really comes into play.
Well, he comes from one of the windiest places in the world. Have a lot of high intensity training over there. Incredible sparring partners, Rosie. And we have seen a surfer from Maui win this event before. That was Kai Barger back in 2008. But I mean, those small and minute differences at the end of the event, they go a long way. And he might have just won the heat in that exchange right there. So gets priority over Joel Vaughn. Still waiting on the 2 scores previous to that, by the way. And Jackson Bunch has another on the way halfway through the heat 15 minutes ago. And you can just feel the tension right now, as this might be the hardest heat of the round. So still waiting on the scores coming through for Joel. They look very positive. No doubt going to be his best ride. Good tail high reverse. And we got 2 that are owed to Jackson Bunch. Looking at the replay here, Rosie, starting with Joel.
Yeah, so this is an interesting wave. We watched the drone angle of this, so let's watch the front-on angle. We saw this play through, not much to speak of on the outside section. He's really telegraphing down the line. He knows he has to do something big to make this wave count. Goes for the reverse there, sticks it. So he made the most of that wave, and then Jackson Bunch gets to the outside, wins the paddle battle, and utilizes priority on this wave. Quick stab into the lip there. He's going to improve his situation.
So his previous ride comes in as a 7.33, and the last of Joel Vaughn, 6.27. A close heat at the moment. You see the scores right there by Joel. 3 6.5s, a couple of 5.8s. He threw out the high and the low. The average comes through as a 6.27, and then a 7.33 for Jackson Bunch. One judge actually said it was excellent, Rosie.
Yeah, and this is where you see how in control of the situation Jackson has been, because he went out there, he got those 2 waves back to back, and then just winning that paddle battle, like you said, that could be the moment that wins him the heat. And then he locks in the best score, the 7.33. So he's just nudging this just a little bit out of reach for Joel. Like he's just upping the ante every time. Although Joel now with that 6.27 and priority, this next answer back is going to have some venom in it.
And I think that might be a warning to competitors coming up, future events. If in doubt, you don't stop paddling until you hear the beach announcer say that priority has been established by a certain surfer. You saw Jackson Bunch still try to make his way back out, Rosie, and to be perfectly honest, there isn't really a primary takeoff zone either right now. A lot of waves breaking on the inside, but if somebody goes all the way to the outside, you got to be thinking that is the place with the best waves. 12 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock, a back and forth heat, but it is the surfer from Paia, Maui, leading over the Australian Joel Vaughn. Right back after this. Joel Vaughn still having the highest heat total of the event. Final heat of the day yesterday afternoon, Rosie. 9.1 on that wave, then a 9.43 for the highest heat total, 18.53 for him.
Unbelievable performance, the best of the event so far. Just such an energetic, explosive performance. But guess what, Mitchell? Today's a new day. New round, new strategy.
That's the beautiful thing about surfing. Have to go through different rounds, and before we went to break, Rosie, Joel Vaughn did have priority over Jackson Bunch. Paddling for a couple of waves, not getting into it, still trailing, needing a 707. He does have a lot of self-belief, and the kid knows that his capabilities are just as good as anybody else's in this event. Oh, throws a stale fish right there, and somehow gains enough speed to be able to pull it off. Pretty cool maneuver when you look at the wave that he was on. 9 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Mitch Dupree, Luke Thompson right there in the middle, and Marlon Harrison left to right. Watching the action, big quarterfinal out there in the water, Rosie. 707 what Joel Vaughn needs. Pretty spontaneous air right here.
Well, the stale grab is what's so important to take note of. Grabbing there between the fins. That's like the technical aspect that the judges are really going to have to hone in on when they're looking at this wave. Lands it clean. I mean, just totally greases it.
And now Jackson, he wants to take the attention away from Joel and give it to himself. Good series of consecutive maneuvers right there on the backhand and just throws the tail again. The kid cannot make a mistake, Rosie. 9 minutes to go here. It just seems like when Joel has things going his way, Jackson just brings out the energy in his favor. What a heat. 8 minutes, 45 to go. Scores coming through for Joel Vaughn. They look very enthusiastic. Don't know if it's going to be the 707, going to be right around there. But then Jackson Bunch has a great wave here.
Yeah, this wave from Jackson, it's kind of similar to his other rides. He gets a little bit hung on the bottom turn on that second turn, and then drifts again. So don't know if that's going to improve his scoreline, but this score from Joel's coming in, that's helped his cause.
Yeah, it's his best, a 6.93, so just under the requirement. And there were a couple of judges that said it was enough. A couple of 7.5s on the low end, a 6.3. And now waiting for the last of Jackson Bunch. If he does improve on the 6-point ride, it'll increase the requirement of what is now a 6.41 for Joel Vaughn. You know, we could talk all day about goofy versus regular as we look at the score right there for Joel. 2 7.5s, a 6.3 on the low end. I don't think there's necessarily a benefit to that right now, Rosie. You come to a beach break, there's been enough lefts, there's been enough rights. Everybody's good on both the backhand and the forehand. As scores in for Jackson Bunch, he extends his lead, a 6.93 for him as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was wrong there, just watching that replay back, but the 6.93, so he's extending his lead. Like I said, every time they have this back and forth, Jackson's just nudging it a little bit further out of reach. So even though Joel improved his situation, Jackson, by turning in that next big score, he's put him back in that same position of needing a 7, but this time even higher, the 7.33.
And both surfers in their last years as juniors. Jackson, 20 years of age. Joel Vaughn, also 20 years of age. And a great heat in the water, super competitive. Neither guy really wants to lose. A quick one right there by Jackson. He's in second priority. So nothing really given right there. I think the level, though, Rosie, what we've seen today and what we're going to be seeing in the next heat. Erin Brooks, she's coming up against Sol Aguirre in quarterfinal number 1. Talk about talent. This lady's got a lot of it.
Yeah, the quarters for the women are so stacked. A lot of repeat event competitors from last year. Erin, Sol, they won the event last year.
And both of them actually lost out in the quarters. So one of them will be improving on the result from 2022. And as of right now, Just a razor close heat out there in the water. 14.26, 13.2. And looking at our Best Western fan picks, Rosie, fans thought the same. 53% in favor of Joel Vaughn, 47% in favor of Jackson Bunch. Couldn't get any closer than that.
It's good to see people just get online and vote for their favorite surfer, and the support that we're seeing watching this broadcast and engaging, pumping up our athletes.
Tense moments right there as we did look at the Best Western fan picks. Even slightly in favor of Joel Vaughn, 53% in comparison to the 47% towards Jackson Bunch. 5 minutes ago, Rosie, major superpowers out there in the water when it comes to developing surfers. Mentioned Maui as having 3 surfers on the championship tour now on the men's side. Imai Kalani Devalt, you have Ian Gentile, and one of the young superstars of the sport, Eli Hanneman, actually made the semifinals at this event last year over at Seaside. A lot of young women coming from over there too. Nora Leota, she was in the event. And then talk about Australia, I think we could have maybe 45 pages of professional surfers that have achieved incredible success as Jackson goes to the air right there and pulls it once again. The rubber band man is just a man on a mission right now, Rosie. 4 minutes to go. Cannot make a mistake. He's just on fire right now. Has a 6, a 5, 6, 7 that he's throwing away. Looking to improve on a 6.93 right here.
I think there are certain matchups where it brings out the best in you. And I think after yesterday and the momentum that Joel was carrying and Jackson just seeing all of that hype, I think he really is savoring this moment of being in control and throwing out moves like that. I wonder if he's on the same board from yesterday. I know that he had a couple, was almost on a little bit of a step up, got the green rails. Maybe doesn't seem like much of a step up today, but yeah, he just looks so in tune with every aspect of what's going on.
Yeah, and Glenn Minami making some excellent boards for Jackson Bunch. Rosie, it's an 8.1 for the kid from Maui. Now really extends and separates his lead from Joel Vaughn. Joel now needs an 8.5. You said it, Rosie. It's bringing out the best in his surfing. There's a score, an 8.1, the average.
Yeah, so fun to watch this this go on. Even just the paddle back out and sitting on his board as the beach announcer is reading out that number. And Joel's reaction there, visibly a little bit frustrated as he did that little bit of a water splash. But what does he need now? An 8.5 with priority, 2.5 minutes remaining.
This heat's not over.
It's not over. I mean, he got the 9-1 yesterday.
Paddling back out.
Paddling back out, but also on one of the last waves ridden. Well, he had, actually, no, he did a board change with the 4 minutes remaining. We thought he was just going to come in.
And he threw away an 8.17 too, that he got on a single turn, by the way.
8.5.
And let's just remind everybody, the 6.93, that's an insider. Somehow he's able to generate enough speed to get the stalefish grab. As you can see right there, needing an 8.5 for the lead. Rosie, if there's somebody in the event that you have full confidence in and know has extreme capabilities of getting something excellent in a high pressure situation with one single maneuver, it's the kid in blue right now, Joel Vaughn.
And someone who knows that is Jackson. He's going to stick to him. He's going to apply the pressure. Bill's breaking away. He has priority.
And he's going to go on this one. 90 seconds on the clock. Going to go left. Setup turn right there from Joel. Lot of speed down the line. And a big bang right there from Joel. He needs something big towards the end, though. And going to get a decent finish. A little over a minute. Needing an excellent score. It would have to be the best of the heat. An 8.5. And excellent pressure right there by Jackson Bunch, too.
He did. He showed that interest in it. Kind of dangled that carrot. Let's see out the back. A couple more sets. Out of position. But yeah, you could tell. I mean, it was good surfing. It just wasn't in that. It just didn't have that wow factor for the 8.5.
And it's already in, Rosie. 3 points under. A 5.5 for Joel Vaughn. 35 seconds to go, and a great heat, back and forth battle. But I think it was that moment during the paddle battle where Jackson Bunch just never gave up, won the exchange right there. Next thing you know, he has priority, gets the 7.33, and puts himself in a commanding position at the end of this heat. Then gets the 8.1 with the air. And now he's just going to have a victory lap right here, Rosie. Just a stellar performance by this kid up and riding.
Yeah, amazing. This was such an entertaining heat for us to witness. Just a master gamesmanship from Jackson Bunch, and then couple that with the impressive surfing. He's going to be one to watch. He's in the semifinals.
And high-level stuff between Jackson Bunch and Joel Vaughn. An excellent heat, but it is the kid from Paia Maui who will be in the semifinals against Leo Casal. Looking at the matchups here, Rosie. Excellent round in the quarters. You got Sloss and Schilling moving through, and you're going to have at least one goofy footer in the final in semi-2.
Wow, what a matchup. We've got both North Americans in semifinal number 1, and a little bit of an international flavor. Leo Casal from Brazil, Jackson Bunch from Hawaii. Pretty cool.
Well, it's going to be an excellent finals day whenever that is, but we still have women's quarterfinals to go. Aaron Brooks about to face off with Sol Aguirre. Be right back. Hypo going to join Rosie in the booth.
Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western, taking a look at our women's quarterfinals. We already set our men's semifinals. We're going to do that now for the women, starting off with Aaron Brooks and Sol Aguirre. Annette Gonzalez-Exabari has been outstanding in her performance. She's been up against Zoe Bandero. Those are the subjects right there, Rosie. And like we talked about before, some of the usual suspects in the Sierra Kerrs, the Aaron Brooks, the Bella Kenworthys. But then a couple of new players showing up.
Yeah, you mentioned Annette there, Gonzalez-Exabari, just blowing my mind. Good to see Zoe Benedetto in the mix there. She saved herself with a clutch performance in her round of 16 heats. So we've got some great quarterfinals on deck.
Great action, and thank you again, Oceanside. It's been wonderful here. You got to visit Oceanside, the North Shore of San Diego. Here we are. And out in quarterfinal, number 1, Erin Brooks from Boerne, Texas, residing on the North Shore of Oahu, representing Canada. And Sol Aguirre in the blue jersey from Peru, representing Peru. Pretty straightforward right there. Here we go. Just a little throwaway, so that's not going to factor into anything other than the priority rotation. So priority now with Sol Aguirre. Sol, 20 years old, out of Peru, a 4-time South American champ. This is her 4th World Junior Championships. She's had a 5th place finish in the previous 3. So she's always makes the quarterfinals. Can she do one better? Can she win a world title? We're going to figure that out in the next half hour.
Consistent. Wow, and just asked her about her matchup against Erin, and she said that she's looking forward to this matchup. Good friends with Erin. She's inspired by Erin. She loves the surfing that she does, so it's going to be fun to watch these two ladies do battle. I mean, Sol's been impressive throughout this event.
The 16-year-old Erin Brooks, like I said, from Boerne, Texas. 5 foot 2 inches of pure progression when we look at Erin Brooks. Favorite spot, Macaronis. Lives in the Rocky Point area on the North Shore of Oahu, but actually, like you said before, Rosie, when it goes to Erin Brooks, she's actually a citizen of the world, because it seems like she's constantly on the road, either on a surf trip or in a surf competition. Here she goes, but Sol Aguirre uses priority, gets the corner here on the right-hander. Nice snap. 2 snaps for the Peruvian. Rail control for roundhouse cut back into the whitewater. Another little roundo there. Has to get over this flats. A banking finish for Sol. Wise for Erin Brooks, too. Got out of the way there, so didn't have any problem with that priority. But the first meaningful score will go to Sol Aguirre.
Yeah, my initial reaction watching that was there's a reason why Sol has been incredibly consistent. Always makes the final series here at the juniors. That use of priority, and just, it's almost like Erin didn't even factor into the equation of whether or not she was going. Yeah, and like you said, that was really close for Erin to get out of the way and make sure that she didn't impede the scoring potential for Sol. Those turns on the outside, really strong, Capo. Good opening wave. I mean, the best of the heat so far.
Oh, my Ka'i. Congratulations, Jackson Bunch. You are in the semifinals. Jackson's down on the beach with Waxhead.
How are you feeling? After that paddle battle, you go straight back out, get priority, turn around, and better your score total.
Yeah, I definitely wish I had some water out there. I was cooked after that one.
And everybody at home tuning in, your backside attack, front side, doesn't matter which way you're going, you're looking super confident, really lively. What's the mentality going into finals day?
I'm just trying to give it my all, and hopefully get on those best waves. And I mean, last year in the juniors, so the only thing I'm going for is to win each heat.
Yeah. And you'll just be catapulted into the Challenger Series. Now, yesterday, the highest heat total and the highest single wave score went to your competitor. What was on your mind going into that heat?
I mean, that was a really exciting heat. Like, going into it, I was ready to be battling with 8s either way, and I knew I needed excellent scores to beat him, because he's just been on fire even from the first day, and all the free surfs, and you never know what he can do. Even on the challengers, he was throwing down 10s and almost 10s, and just, Joel's such a legend, and he's awesome.
Well, a massive scalp for you. We'll be seeing you on finals day, and watch out Hawaii, because Jackson's here representing the flag. We can go back to live action.
Yeah, that's right. Watch out for Jackson Bunch. He's got the chain out. He's in the semifinals. He's 4 good waves away from a world title.
Man, and I love that mentality, just going out knowing you have to drop excellent scores. That's like, it changes everything. You're not building house. You're not trying to get a good one and then go from there. pretty much going out with that mentality of, I got to up the ante right now.
Yeah. He's already won, I believe, a ISA World Junior World title. So this is the big show right here. It just gets you on the Challenger. I think he'd be on the Challenger anyway just because of his QS rankings. But this puts your name and your legacy up. While that interview was going on, the score dropped for Sol Aguirre. A 7-point ride, Rosie, so a strong start for Sol.
Yeah, that's, she always just seems so calm. Like when you chat to her after a heat, super calm temperament. She said she wasn't feeling well after that opening round, that the day before she'd spent all day in bed with an illness and also coming off a foot injury, but she just looks like it doesn't seem to faze her at all.
Yeah, she has a strong mind, Sol Aguirre, and that composure paying off right now. Aaron Brooks. And there is Aaron Brooks' favorite animal, her pet, Jimmy.
I know, finally, Jimmy made it to the beach.
That's a good boy. That's a good dog right there.
Cute dog.
That's a good dog.
And this was actually, the puppy was an incentive for Aaron to advance through the heats in the ISAs. He had 13 heats to get through to make it to the final against Tatiana Weston-Webb last year at the ISAs. Made it all the way to the final and narrowly lost to Tatiana. But, start incentivizing your athletes with the promise of a puppy. Works.
Oh. Well, Aaron now sitting with priority. You can see her way out the back on the inside here, looking for a backup. Smart surfing. Didn't pull that off, but just the play right now that Sol is putting on in that. Look, I know I got a keeper score. Highly likely that 7 is going to be a keeper. Just back it up. And then you put a little bit of mental pressure on Aaron Brooks. Brooks only holding a couple of fractional scores, so, Sol, she gets a 4 or 5, something like that, then all of a sudden Aaron will hear that she's in a two-wave combination.
And I think that's the attitude right now for Sol, the way that she's playing this inside game, wanting to add to that scoreline and increase that lead, increase the pressure.
You mentioned Sol and the ankle injury, and she hasn't been surfing that much, just been doing a lot of physical therapy, getting ready, so she came here to California not knowing how that was really going to feel, when she put the wetsuit on, put the jersey on, and put herself in a competition situation. But that's, again, a testament to the strong mind of Sol Aguirre. You see her, she's calm, she surfs smart heats, and she's able to compartmentalize performances like that.
And we're watching her pretty much rehab her foot and come back to surfing. Even in the previous heat, she said, that was one of the first laybacks she's done in over a month.
Yeah.
So she's really testing that injury in that foot and just seeing at what percentage of healthy she is. And hopefully it's 100. But chatting to some of the championship tour surfers over the years, they're like, it's such a long tour and it takes such strain on the body. It's rare that you're actually at 100% health.
Yeah. Zoe Benedetto. She'll be in quarterfinal number 2 up against Annette Gonzalez-Exabari. Zoe, like you said, Rosie, was able to turn her round 16 heat in the final few minutes. And so she's performing under pressure. She's already proved that.
Yeah, she's such a great competitor. I mean, and such an amazing surfer. So we were touching on the fact that she was really focused in on the Challenger Series. This is her first opportunity at the World Juniors. Hasn't really chased that junior tour in order to focus on the Challenger. So this for her is her first experience at the World Juniors.
And in the corner for Sol Aguirre, Luca Macinas, a supporter helping her out. Luca looking back, made surf history as the first male Peruvian to make it upon the championship tour. Unfortunately, he, that mid-season cut, he was a victim of that mid-season cut, and he's been, battling on that Challenger Series to get back onto the championship tour. But he did have some outstanding performances on that 2022 championship tour, Luca Macinas. Luca had the test of being a rookie and making his debut on the championship tour over at Pipeline, at the Bonsai Pipeline. And he stepped up in a big way in that event. And that's kind of the temperature now of the championship tour. We're going to see that again by the end of the month and the beginning of February for the Lexus Pipe Pro. Now the way that the tour is laid out, the rookies, their first event is at Pipeline. Heavy.
And you got 5 events to prove yourself
and
before the mid-year cut. So yeah, you're like, okay, you've made it to the big leagues. Now excel at pipe against some of the pipe specialists, and next is Sunset.
Yeah.
Then does it go to Portugal?
Then you go from warm, balmy Hawaii, North Shore, to talk about Chile. You go to Peniche. And speaking of Pipeline, you go to some big tubes over there at Super Tubos.
Yeah, that's you got the warm water tropical wave of consequence, and then that freezing cold Portuguese goodness.
There it is. Our championship tour scheduled for 2024. Welcome back, Cloudbreak. And you can see the mid-season cut there after Margaret River, Western Australia. So like you said, Rosie, those first 5 events, and talk about a mixed plate of venues.
There's, the oldest surfing event in the world, the Ripcord Pro Bells Beach, as we see Sol up and riding.
So looking for the backup and kicks out of that wave. So we'll see how she did there. She still holds on to that 7. She's going to slightly improve upon her position right now. Aaron Brooks wisely sitting out the back with priority, knowing that there's no reason for Aaron to come in, try to catch any lesser of a wave. She needs something really good, and she needs to light it up to get past Sol, because Sol just came out swinging with that 7-point ride. 2.5 latest for Sol Aguirre.
Interesting going into these afternoon heats as that glare starts to pick up. We knew the onshore was going to start showing itself. Wind has stayed relatively slack though through the day, Kappa. The conditions have been really great, but definitely has that little bit of element of deterioration.
Yeah. Well, we talked to our friends at Surfline, and they said, hey, look, at this swell will be tapering off through the day. So with the lower tide and the tapering swell, that leads to some of this inconsistency that we're experiencing right now. There may still be some flurries as those waves stack, but they won't be as big. And then, we have through the weekend to finish off 6 heats, right? Semis and finals to crown world titles. So with that being said, we're going to have a keen eye, make a couple more calls to Surfline, see where it's going to be. But the great thing is, by the time we finish today, we're only going to need a short window to crown 2 world champs.
And we've got 2 days left in the waiting period.
And we got 2 days left in the waiting period. And we have about 3 hours of competition, right? So that's the story.
Putting ourselves in a good spot to finish strong.
Sol on the inside here, now looking left. And we know she has a strong backhand. Getting into the rhythm here. 2 nice banks on the backhand. Maybe improving upon that 2.5. What do you think, Rosie?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. The 2.5 is going to be replaced. It was a smaller wave, but solid surfing.
And there you go. You're right again. 3.67. You want to start judging soon?
Well, it's a broad limb, 6 inches off the ground that I went out on. No, it's no. Judging, they have so much respect from me. Looking into this glare at the moment and deciphering all of the intricacies that are going on waves like this. Every single time surfers' hands leave the rail, the judges are locking in a number.
But I also think that the average, every surfer competing, and the average, and our surf fans, thank you all for watching, are actually getting really good on judging themselves.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people call out scores to me, and they're pretty close to what the pros call out as professional judges. Here we go. Aaron Brooks hooks off the top. one more time. Trying to get some flow on the backhand. Sleepy section here. She's going to have to jump over, get over that curb, unable to do so. So she's going to have her best wave yet. She will not have reeled in Sol by now. There's Mike Parsons and Sol's dad, Jeff. Here we go. She finds the inside left, pops it for the finish. So a couple of scores in quick rotation for Erin Brooks, the right and the left. And she's going to get herself right back into play, Rosie.
And I like that, just getting those quick number of waves. She's been sitting out the back for a while, and just that turn on that inside wave is going to give her some confidence as she paddles back out. Put in a precarious situation by Sol, just locking in that 7 so early.
Yeah, and the young 16-year-old has shown so much maturity in competition as we've watched her, Rosie. She says she doesn't get nervous. And I haven't really seen her crack under pressure in situations like this. She's been really smart and really steadfast.
Yeah, and that's such an advantage, too, to say that you don't get nervous. Sometimes that can weigh athletes down, as we watch her on this one. Lightning quick and just going through so many sections and kind of finding a release for that frustration that you might be feeling at the moment. One of the best turns of the heat so far on a smaller wave. We'll see what the judges think of it.
10:30 on the clock. Sol sitting on the outside with priority, heat control, priority and the lead. Aguirre has to duck dive under that wave. Erin looks at this reform on the inside. It's going to need something big because it's just in the shore break. Here she goes again. Big slash on the forehand for Erin Brooks. Erin doing all she can.
I feel like Erin's strategy right now is just surfing into rhythm, catching lots of waves, seeing what sticks. Saw a little flash in the competitors area. Mike Parsons is on deck. I wonder if he's someone that's working with Erin.
Yeah. So we're going to take a break right now. We'll catch you up with all the scores and the situations when we return to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, all hosted by Best Western. Be back right after this. Back in action here at the Best Western World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. And quarterfinal, number 1 out in the water, Sol Aguirre up against Erin Brooks. And a priority switch right there with the paddle. Well, it should be, sure does. Kuiper Girl along with Rosie Hodge on the call. Brooks now with priority. She's not going to let this one go by. Finds the right-hander. She needs a 6.91. Nice slash to begin with. Second slash by the teenager. Third slash finding rhythm down the line. Working it over. Stalls on the tail. Into the glare. Vert finish for Erin Brooks. And fights to get in front of the whitewater to make sure the judges acknowledge that.
Yeah, that was a bit of a momentum change right there. Erin doing such a good sell job that Sol lost her priority, paddles back out, is in on the second wave of that set. 691 is what's required. Definitely Erin's best wave. We've only seen a 3.5 and a 3.77 from her. Will it be enough? Is it comparable to Sol's 7?
Yeah, that would be the comparison. Great call, Rosie. In Sol Aguirre started with a 7, a bit of a bigger wave to begin with. Maybe not as many maneuvers as Erin, but Erin did have some flashes of just commitment. A little sparkly ride. We'll see what the judges think, but likely to come under that 7-point mark. And that's exactly what Erin needs, is she basically needs a 7-point ride. She gets a flat 6 for this.
Yeah, so she kind of swoops through that one. Here the wave kind of steepens up, but it's very frothy on that open face. So I feel like this wave, Erin did a great job of kind of manufacturing that 6, because Sol's 7 had those 2 big sections on it, and Sol did such great work on it, where Erin's wave was a little bit slopey, had that foam on the face. To milk that wave for a 6 is really well done.
Yeah, Sol's wave was just bigger and better, right?
Yep.
So good job by Erin. She's waving. She wants the update. She's going to hear that she needs a 4.68. She's really got to put in her head she needs a 5-point ride. She needs a mid-scale ride at this point. She's under the priority of Sol Aguirre. Aguirre can pull away a little bit more if she's just able to improve upon that 3.67. There's the need for Erin Brooks on the paddle back out in the glare. The time, we're at 5 minutes. So 5-minute drill for Erin Brooks and some 5-minute defense for Sol Aguirre. Both surfers kind of wisely separated. And you can see how drained out it's continuing to be. A little bit after 4 o'clock California time is going to be our low tide. It's a negative 1.7 feet. We're at 2:12 local time right now. We got a couple more hours of this draining tide, and we've seen this big coefficient and the tide fluctuation all week long and how it's affected the surf.
We have, Cops, is these afternoon conditions with a little bit of a dip in swell. Surfers are going to have to really utilize every wave they're on as we watch Sol answer back.
Yeah, so tide, basically almost at the even mark at 0.3 feet, about to go negative right now. Left-hander, Erin Brooks. Remember, she basically needs a 5. Zooms past Sol, slashes for a dynamic finish. Sol's last wave, a 3. No, we still need to see Sol's last wave as well. So Sol had a wave. Did she better her low? And did Erin Brooks meet what she needed in the needs column? We'll see.
Yeah, that's kind of all eyes is on that exchange. So Sol just with the one big layback turn as she goes looking again, looking to better that 3.67 with that one maneuver.
You think?
I'm going to be interested to see it because it was a bigger section. She did.
Yeah, and she did. A 4.27. So now Erin Brooks, and we're still waiting for that score, needs a 5.28. You can see it in the needs column. Still waiting for Erin Brooks' score. Sol Aguirre, again, with heat control, controlling the lineup gets priority. So here's the 4.27, Rosie.
Yeah, so bangs it up there. That gains her a 4.27. This wave's important. It was a sleepy kind of cutback maneuver. Sol's right there as Erin bangs this section.
Yeah, and Erin doesn't get it.
Yeah, I was going to say she just needed something a little bit steeper on the outside section. That was the only thing kind of hand-braking that score.
There's the numbers right there. Needed a 5.28, got a 5.1. Both surfers waving their arms, wanting to know what the situation is at the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, let's see how these 2 minutes play out, because I feel like it's been like a pretty gritty heat in terms of the surfers making their presence known, applying the pressure, and this could get interesting, Capo. Is there enough time? Are there waves going to approach the lineup where both of these women get an opportunity to have one more little swing at it? Erin, I mean, she's in second priority, which is...
It's tough.
That's so tough. And
Yeah.
Sol sitting underneath her like that is a smart play, just to block her.
Interesting that Erin didn't make a chance to go to make Sol use her priority. Here we go. Well, wave needs to break in the first place, which neither of them did.
Well, you're saying Sol's made 4 quarterfinals in the World Junior event?
What's...
Sol's made 4 quarterfinals
Yeah.
in the World Juniors? Could this be the year?
Oh, Erin needs to do a sales job right here to get switch over. Here we go. Here's the opportunity. But Sol's going to have eyes on this. But look at the positioning. Okay. Game on for Erin. Oh. You got to be aware of the clock at this point. Bigger set out here. Erin's need to sneak on the corner. She may just get a corner with Sol with no chance on this. She does. She needs something big. Goes for the reverse, catches the outside rail. She gave herself a chance.
She did.
She was on the scramble, and she got that wave under priority.
She did. She the way that she created that separation to put herself in with a shot was just so admirable. How's the heart rate, Kappa?
Heartbreak for?
Heart rate.
Heart rate. Yeah.
I'm feeling it spike just watching these last exchanges.
Hey, it was a tense heat, but Sol Aguirre came out on top with that 7-point starter. And that's enough to take the Peruvian into her best World Junior result of her pro junior career. She doesn't want to stop though, but we're going to see Sol in semifinal number 1 on finals day. Equal 5th finish for Erin Brooks from the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. We got more action coming up. Stick around. Quarterfinal number 2 in the water. Annette Gonzalez Exabare versus Zoe Benedetto when we return. Thank you to all of our supporters here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Thanks to Original Sprout, Tractor Beverage Company, and of course, visit Oceanside, the North Shore of San Diego. Oceanside Pier in the background, the longest wooden pier on the West Coast, a landmark here in this beautiful seaside city and the site of this World Junior Championships. Kaipagura along with Matt, the Wax and Shanaski. New setup, new surfers out vying for a spot in the semifinals.
Women, some of the highlights of the event so far in this heat, we had Annette, absolute firecracker performance in her earlier heat, and Zoe Benedetto against the grain, finding some longer right-handers, one of the first people this morning to really light up that right-hand sandbar off to an early start.
And you can see the big separation between the two surfers at the beginning of this heat. All of this happened during the commercial break, starting with Zoe Benedetto, Matt.
One was a 4.33, just that single turn there, displacing a lot of water on the outside section. And this is Annette, so different type of left-hander this morning, a bit smaller, a little more drawn out, to backside re-entries to get the game started. Three-point ride, opting for the right, lively surfer. That one not cooperating for her, so 2 waves to get this game started.
There's the math, a 4.33 opener for Annette, a 4.33 for Zoe, a backup of a 3-point ride for Annette. Advantage to Annette, priority to Zoe, needing a 3 to match her and take the lead. So really even opening exchange right now, tight heat.
Really enjoyed the disparity of conditions here at Oceanside. Obviously, dominant right-hander has been throughout the tides. Some of the better sand formations that we've seen at Oceanside in any contest that I can recall anyway. Just consistency, lefts, rights, the versatility. But the biggest, I guess you could say, challenge for these surfers is just working out the tidal situation, because the higher tide, the bank is condensed, surfers sitting on top of each other. The lower tide, you can see Zoe up close to the pier and Annette way down the beach on this other peak at the moment. And it adds a little bit of intrigue to see which type of surfer is going to find those critical sections to allow for some higher points.
Let's hear from our first semi-finalist, Sol Aguirre, on the beach with Rosie Hodge.
Well, she has been incredibly consistent, you guys. This is the 4th quarterfinal here at the World Juniors, but Sol cracking it into the semifinals, especially in such a competitive heat, must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it feels amazing. I mean, I'm still like a little tired from that heat. Erin kept paddling and I was like, oh my God, when is this heat gonna finish? And then, yeah, I'm just so happy to make it this far. I want to keep going, and I'm also happy that I got into the semifinals. It was a big, like, how do you say it? Challenge for me to like break that quarterfinal finish that I had over the last years. So yeah, I'm so excited. I'm really happy.
And starting off with that 7-point ride, that was so important in the context of the heat. Was that the heat strategy paying off?
Yeah, I think that wave like make a big advantage in the beginning of the heat. I was really happy, and luckily I got that wave, because then the ocean was like a little flat for a while, and then yeah, I mean, everything turned out my way, so I'm really happy, and yeah, let's keep going.
The Peruvians have a lot to be proud of. Do you want to give us a little heat recap in Spanish?
Yes, bueno, feliz de pasar las semifinales. Era algo que quería bastante, romper el hielo con los cuartos de final en mi junior. Estoy súper feliz de pasar Finals Day y representar a Perú, y nada, súper emocionada. Gracias a todos por su apoyo y vamos con todo mañana.
So we'll be seeing who you match up with the conclusion of the 2nd quarterfinal. Back to you, Caps.
Thank you, Rosie, and congratulations to Sol Aguirre.
Yeah, genuine response there, very passionate, and I'm not surprised, just relieved to get through that one with 4 quarterfinal appearances, as you guys said in that previous heat. She did very well to hold off Erin in the closing stages.
Annette Gonzalez-Exabari with a snap there. Working against the grain. Banks off the whitewater. and Annette looking to ditch that three-point ride that she has in her scoreline. Zoe Benedetto had just a quick up and out and handed over priority, but Zoe's reestablished priority. She's on the outside. It's a tricky lineup right now, Matt.
Yeah, very tricky. I mean, Annette taking off, trying to keep busy, get rid of that three-point ride in her total, because her and Zoe tied on that 4.33. One thing that's really impressed me about Annette throughout this event is her energy levels, really bringing spark to the event. This morning, rapid fire on those left-handers, really erratic in her turns, showing a lot of control through the transitions, but then she hits the lip, really letting the fins fly. And in the women's side of the draw, we hadn't seen too much of that. Erin Brooks generally is synonymous with that type of surfing, but more controlled on the rail. But Annette being sort of the standout of the day so far.
Yeah, Annette, you know, just 16 years old, so she has 4 more years in the pro junior ranks. She's a European junior champion. She was one of the surfers coming into this contest without as much of global press, I would say, as some of the other surfers. But she has been outstanding. She's been dropping excellent scores, and she's actually started turning into some of the favorite as we've gotten further and further along the draw.
The conditions, they stay the same. She's carrying that momentum. Pretty hard to beat someone like that.
Benedetto up and down. A little bit of frustration. That was the use of priority for Zoe, and she will not improve her scoreline there. Couldn't get on the gas on that little right-hander.
And a coach, Ryan Simmons, in her corner growing up. Shea Lopez, a big influence in her surfing. Looks up to the Lopez brothers coming from Florida, riding Matt Biola's boards, which were synonymous with surfers from the East Coast. I remember those videos in the 90s, some of the standouts of the era, the Lost Across America series, and the Lopez brothers featuring heavily throughout those. Similar waves, all types of waves in those films, which was why they were so relatable, right?
Yeah, 5'4", 19 1/4. Shea and Corey Lopez on those little discs from those round-nosed fishes from Matt Biolas. Timeless. Here we go with Zoe down the line. There's the carve. Looking for more open face. One more. Controlling the rail. Getting through flat sections. Looking for an exciting conclusion to this wave. One snap. That's going to be it. That's going to be her best wave so far, Zoe Benedetto.
Yeah, a bit of a grovelly wave there to kick that off, but she needs to build a total. With just a 1 in her scoreline at the moment, that wave is certainly going to increase on that and maybe even go higher than the 4.33.
View from up above, you can see this churned up sand on the sandbar on the paddle back out from Zoe Benedetto. Like you said, riding those lost surfboards. She's had success on the Challenger Series last year. She made the semifinals over in Ericeira for that Challenger Series event. So Zoe's been proven on global international events as well. Of course, the Challenger Series, the next step to the championship tour. Score last for Zoe, a 4.67 for this.
Yeah, there we go. And this is a trademark of a lot of surfers coached by Ryan Simmons, is their technique. He knows how to find the lip line, and these just 2 cruisy cutbacks, and he identifies the end section, and she'll load up here and hit that with great technique. And that's what got her that result last year to the finals in Ericeira. It's really being able to pick apart the wave, find the flat spot, work around it, and drive up into the critical sections, which at any surf spot in the world, if you're able to surf through the lip line and drive through a critical part of the section, you're going to be rewarded healthily. That one, just a 4.67, but showing shades of confidence.
All right, all of our scores are in. We got Zoe Benedetto paddling back out. She has the lead. And here goes Annette Gonzalez Exabari. She needs a 4.67. Catches the rail there. She's not going to get the number.
Yeah, Annette finding the power pocket this morning. The waves a little bit slower, especially the left-handers, which were her forte this morning, although she did get some fantastic rights as well. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, you would look at the 2 surfers and say Annette would be of smaller frame, also being younger, and maybe advantage with a smaller board going to Annette. But so far, it's Zoe in the lead.
17 minutes and 40 seconds. Priority right now with Annette. Annette needing a 4.67. There's our graphic and the needs column. Here she goes. Slashing on the backhand. Another nice slash. She's on her way to the number. Needs to finish. 1/3 turn. Make it 4. And forces one more turn in. Feeling she got the number. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, it'll be close. It'll be very close. She really had to push hard on those turns to get the momentum. There was not a lot of flow between the maneuvers, a lot of forcing, and you'll see here. So this first turn, the wave really backs off. She has to get low onto a board, and this one again, out on the face, not as critical. So no major points yet. And this one, a forced re-entry or cut slash, and another one. So I don't know, it might fall short, but completed, and that's the big thing. 5 turns. The theme through this event, given the longer waves, it's not quantity, but the quality of maneuvers.
Anticipating the number and see how that affects this heat. Again, Exabari needing a 4.67. Benedetto up in the lead with priority. Numbers coming through for Exabari, and it falls short. A 4.13 does not take her to the lead. So Zoe Benedetto still with control, heat control. She's got that lead of a 9-point heat total, as well as priority.
I think it's the wave selection for Annette so far. It's definitely not her surfing. She's looking lively, she's looking active, but as we saw this morning on the more critical, well, ironically, it was high tide, and that was, a lot of surfers struggled to find those sections, but not Annette. She picked the bowl perfectly, and one thing that really caught my attention was her placement of the turns, coming around the section, driving up around it, and teeing off perfectly in the pocket. He hasn't had that opportunity yet.
Benedetto just going down the line, and that's not going to factor into her score line. Surfers will paddle back out. Can Annette Gonzalez Exabari come back? Right now, she needs a 4.67 to best Zoe Benedetto. We're going to find out. We're coming back with the conclusion, quarterfinal number 2, after these messages. SAMBAZON has partnered with Murph Electric Bikes to bring 2 lucky winners this one-of-a-kind, custom collaboration SAMBAZON and Murph electric bike. You don't want to miss on this package. It's $30,500 worth of prizes, including 3 months of SAMBAZON acai packets, acai bowls, SAMBAZON branded Yeti coolers and drinkwares, and of course, e-bike of your dreams. Scan this QR code right now to enter, or if you're in Oceanside, come on down to the SAMBAZON booth and enter. 2 lucky winners will get that custom SAMBAZON Murph electric bike, and you can zip around and have a good time just like the Machados.
Just about to say, you want to surf like Machado, rock up on your Murph electric bike with powered by Acai.
Annette Gonzalez Exabari up and riding here. She's trailing in this heat. Needs to put it together for a 4.51 to take the lead. Sitting out the back, our heat leader with priority, Zoe Benedetto. I'm Kaipo, along with Matt, the Waxhead Shanaski. Zoe Benedetto, got a fun fact about Zoe Benedetto. Her favorite store is the Container Store.
Yeah.
Because she's really neat. Likes to keep things neat. Look, one more wave. Quick turnaround for Annette.
Oh.
And the scream from Waxhead indicates that this could be the heat turner. Annette does not get the finish, but that was a dynamic turn previous. Waiting for the score. Here comes Benedetto. Nice carve of her own with a tweak at the end. Looking down the line, snaps through that section. Forward momentum across the whitewater into the open face for a slash for Benedetto. Gets one more snap on the inside. Great exchange between our two surfers, and I feel we're going to have a seesaw of standings in this heat. Likely Annette Gonzalez Exabari will take the lead, but with that effort from Zoe Benedetto in that last wave, Zoe may take it right back. Annette goes to the lead with a 5.33. Still waiting for score for Zoe Benedetto. The score will indicate who takes the lead. A 5.17 is the need for Benedetto. Still waiting for the judge's decision.
4.5, the wave before last of Annette. It was the series of 3 turns that on first inspection looked a little sluggish. It was completed once again, but 0.1 short of the requirement, but answered that back with the 5.33. That was that big turn where it made me go, whoa.
Well, here's the scores. We talked about a seesaw, and it was a seesaw. Going back and forth, Zoe Benedetto with the flat 6 retakes the lead at the 9-minute and 35-second mark.
Yeah, Zoe, when she pulled out of that wave, a little hair flick, which is sort of like, all right, you want to put me back in a second? I'm going to give you a taste of your own medicine. Answering back with that 6-point ride, a moment of brilliance there. Used a word there, and it was tweaked in the way that she tweaked the end of the turn. I really like that analysis, Kaipo. And this is Annette's wave. This is the high score wave for her. So that turn alone was one of the better single turns of the heat, and unfortunately didn't get the completion. So you could have to say that that wave would have been the 5.35 if she'd have completed and ridden out. And this one's the 6 flat. So it was this moment here where she drops that back knee and tweaks the turn there. Makes her way through the inside section. Stays lively there, really opening up the shoulders, getting expansive on that turn, and a bit of variety. No dynamic end section, but she'll take a 6 all day long for a great combination of maneuvers.
Zoe takes the 6, she takes the lead, and she gets out the back to gain a priority and heat control. So everything going in Zoe Benedetto, the surfer from Palm City, Florida's favor at the moment. 8 minutes remaining. And she's waving to the on-site announcers to get an update. Jeff Baldwin and Micah Byrne will take care of that and give her the numbers. Here she goes again. Big snap there. Backlit action. And we'll see. Likely not to change any of the standings in the heat, but The opening snap was a beautiful one, showing grace and technique for Zoe Benedetto.
Grace, that's a word we don't hear too often on the shortboard side of the tour, but it's very important. If you want a highlight reel, if you want to have that acknowledgement of good style from your peers and the viewers, grace is a term that we liken to surfers like Mikey February. We liken it to Steph Gilmore, of course, even at times.
Yeah,
Kelly Slater.
Yeah, and it's funny because in the shortboard criteria, style is not really in the criteria, but the word flow is. And so sometimes I can interpret the word flow in the criteria as style, although it's not called out as the actual word. But I think if you put things together in a stylish manner, that looks like the flow.
It's going to be the element of difference, the creativity, and the part that sets you aside from your other competitor. And if you two are both doing the same coached maneuvers and a very pre-planned attack, if you have an element of style, a little different flow, the way you read the wave, perhaps a slightly different board, you're surfing to your body and those features of the board, you're going to have a different approach. And surfing is intuitive, but at the same time, it's interpretive for the judges. So it's up to them to give the score based on what they like the most.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a fan of style, you know, and just coming from where I come from, style was always a big thing with all my heroes and contemporaries. And I feel like there was a period in surfing where style didn't matter as much.
Yeah.
But I feel now it's actually coming back where people are conscious of their style.
Yeah, absolutely. And did disappear. A lot of awareness coming back to style, and I think social media's got a lot to do with it as well.
Yeah.
So easy to be famous these days, post up a clip, charging massive waves, but in terms of competition, in terms of free surfing clips, it's got to have steez, it's got to have style.
Yeah. This is true. Well, Matt, we're down to 5 minutes and 35 seconds. Zoe Benedetto out in the lead, but Annette Gonzalez-Exabari certainly with an opportunity. 5.35 is what she needs to take the lead, and she's well capable of that 5.35. We've seen her eclipse scores of that throughout her previous heats, so she can probably do it again. She just needs the wave.
You know, intricate small wave surfing, although Hawaii is known as the big wave capital of the world, is actually synonymous with Waikiki, and it was a certain Rabbit Kakai in the 1940s that inspired some of the Californians who went over there on a holiday, and that was no cheap holiday back then, very expensive, and they were inspired by the pocket surfing of Rabbit Kakai, and they took that back to California, and here we are 80 years on, watching the World Junior titles. We're seeing a whole bunch of... I don't think those Californians and Hawaiians would have imagined we'd have a Basque surfer up against someone from Florida, of all places.
Yeah, just to round out your story, guess who gave me my first surfboard?
Rabbit Kakai.
Yes.
Wow.
Uncle Rabbit Kakai. I'm dating myself, but I used to, as a kid, my first job was emptying trash cans on Waikiki Beach, and he was one of the beach boys who ran the Beach Boy shack over there at the Royal Hawaiian Hotel. And yeah, Rabbit, we were all Rabbit's kids, you know. He had so many kids that he would help out, you know.
He was an uncle and a mentor to many, and do your research. Rabbit Kakai.
His original, they called him the original hot dogger, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
We got to bring that term back.
I do. I reuse it all the time. So hot dogging is epitomizing that beach boy style of surfing, that fun, the trick style surfing that we see on beach breaks around the world. And hey, I'm about to go to the Philippines and check out the LQS and the WQS over there. You got the Indonesians, the Filipinos, the Koreans. All these surfers are products of their beach boy environment, and they feed off the energy of what they have around them. And the Hawaiians, of course.
Laura Ropp, she's heading out for quarterfinal number 3. Well, she will face off against Sierra Kerr. That's going to be one that you want to stick around for. Both surfers have been outstanding in their performances up until this quarterfinal.
A little bit of that wind breathing up. I don't know if we're going to see some aerial antics from Sierra. Got a movie premiere tonight, but before the party starts, it'd be much better if she can enter into that semi-final berth.
That's right, Sierra Kerr. She's got a movie premiere at the JS Garage. over there on Wisconsin. Right here in Oceanside, starts 5:30 local time. If you're around, come and check it out. You can check out Sierra's latest edit. 2 minutes 35 seconds, so the clock is really wind down. And Annette still holding on to that priority, still with an opportunity to turn this heat, Matt.
Yeah, 5:35. She's got so close at various times throughout this heat. She just needs to complete a wave with 2 dynamite turns like we saw this morning. We know she's got it. She's one of the favorites going into this round, and a real surprise package from this morning. Confident in nature. Doesn't seem like nerves get to Annette too much. She's one of the younger surfers in the draw at the moment. Really liking what we've seen of both of these surfers throughout the event. But you have to say Zoe was the favorite coming into this event, despite Annette's progress throughout so far.
Yeah. Annette had a bigger global profile, if you would, as a pro junior. Here we go with Annette. This is what it's going to take. One snap to start. Looking good. She's on her way. Little downtime here. Needs something big. Kind of forces that finish. Goes against the grain for the foam bank. What do you think, Matt?
I don't think it's going to be enough, and she's going to call it a day as well. Yeah, that's my first instinct. It just seemed like a little forced.
Yeah.
She can sort of acknowledge that as well. A bit slow on the paddle back out.
You can see that. You can read that in her body language, right?
Yeah. This morning, it was the complete opposite. She was really in tune with the power of the waves, placing those turns, the critical part, and just utilizing, matching speed with speed of the wave. And it looked like a great package this morning, where this afternoon's heat, a little slow and a little lackluster between sections. But hey, the scores haven't dropped.
Yeah, that is correct. That's our speculation. Score has not dropped. We're at 45 seconds. Zoe holding on to priority, so she's commanding the optimum peak right now. So it's really going to hinge on what this next score comes through for Annette.
I'll be reviewing the scores throughout the heat so far. We only saw that one camera angle, but and she can see how slow Annette is getting back out right now. Maybe she's exhausted too. 2 heats in one day. A lot of surfing and hanging around does exhaust you with the sun and talking to a lot of people.
Yeah, it helps to get a Sambazon Asahi bowl before a surf, give you some last minute energy. Here we go. One more chance on the backhand for Annette.
Whoa.
Gives it all she can, but without a finish, that's not going to be it. So 2 scores owed to us by the judges to make this official in quarterfinal 2. Clock is off.
Now, I know that was just the last wave of the heat, but let's just say that the next wave she gets is a 5, which it very well could be, or something. She may have betted to 4.5 her second wave, so may have. I mean, it's a shame she fell on that, because it would have perhaps given her even more opportunity to have betted her low score.
Yeah, so there are some mathematical possibilities right now, because we need 2 wave scores. Yeah. So if she betters her, well, we'll see. We'll see what comes in, because it's really going to be contingent on the second to her last wave,
yes,
and where that sets everything. So 4.53, that's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough for Annette Gonzalez-Exabari. Great showing here, made a name for herself. Quarterfinal, equal 5th place finish for the Basque surfer, but it will be Zoe Benedetto who will be moving on into semifinal number 1 for the women, where she will face off against Sol Aguirre. There's Zoe, there's the numbers. We've got another matchup coming your way. It's going to be Australia, represented in the way of Sierra Kerr, coming up against Laura Roth from Brazil, when we return to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western.
Quarterfinal 3 in the water here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Sierra Kerr, the young superstar from Australia, in the red, up against Brazil's multi-talented Laura Hopp. Great competitor, amazing scholar. She's traveling here with her parents and ended up with a quarterfinal result in this event last year. Mitchell Salazar with one of the greatest longboarders in the world, the Waxhead, also known as Matt Chinoski. Maddie opening up with a wave here from Laura Hopp. She's looking good so far, has a 9-point ride in the event, wants to get a quick start here.
Yeah, clinical all events so far, really working to her strengths and pumping down the line. She knows she's got to make it count and gets the snap off the end and a little bonus as well. Wow, so another of 3 critical turns on the end section. Given how small that wave got, it won't be anything major, but the combos and the way that she identified the critical moments, we'll have to wait and see.
Opens up with a 7.0, so
there you go.
I mean, just a picture-perfect start for her. You see the score right there, Maddie. A 7.5 on the high end, a 6.5 on the low end. The average comes through as a 7.0. We just saw Zoe Benedetto really compete well, I would say. Didn't necessarily, get the highest scores, but when it comes to competing, really controlling the end of the heat, that's what Zoe had, and we could very much see that in the next 26 minutes of this heat, as Laura usually opens up with something better than a 6.2.
Yeah, so very similar. There's a lot of similarities in the surfing between Laura and Zoe, I find. The way that they do their snaps and a boxier sort of style, but in terms of their heat progression, they're consistent and they're clinical in the way that they can control those heats. They know what the task is. And I was saying what's quite similar with a lot of Ryan Simmons' students is that they really have a nice staggered attack in the lip. The way that they can sort of fabricate a section out of not much, and they can really fly the fins, and as Piper said earlier, just tweak it a little bit. It turns what is a pretty lateral moment into a more critical turn, and then you'll get points from that.
You can't just be the best surfer nowadays, can you, Maddie? You still have to be a great competitor. And speaking of one of them, she can do both things. From Snapper Rocks, Australia, Sierra Kerr, second-generation professional surfer. Her father, Josh, have to say probably one of the biggest innovators when it came to surfing. Was an airshow champion himself, made it to the championship tour, spent a number of years there too, and had a lot of success. His daughter now, Sierra, just 16 years of age, and she is really coming into her own. Got a semifinal finish at this event last year, just 20 minutes up the road from where she grew up in Encinitas as well.
And Sierra Kerr's father, Josh, was one of the few guys who had creativity at a time where it was pretty monotonous on the world tour.
I agree.
Josh, smaller frame, didn't really have the athletic gifts that some of the other athletes had at the same time, but really went to his wheelhouse and he focused on those innovative maneuvers. Of course, he had the rail game, but speed and flow were elements that he had garnered on the point breaks in Queensland. Even elements of Felipe Toledo in Josh's surfing back then.
I'd say so. So 2 great regular footers on the glass right now. Zoe Benedetto standing by with Rosie Hodge.
Well, in her debut at the World Junior Champs, Zoe, you're into the semifinals. That's got to feel good. That was a highly contestable heat with Annette Gonzalez Extabare.
Yeah, it definitely feels nice to be in the semis. I feel like I have room to improve, just grow. I haven't really fully sunken into myself yet. But yeah, that heat was really scary. And that's really good and really talented. And the conditions were pretty challenging, and just it was pretty soft and not a lot of waves coming through. So just happy to connect on this one.
And in the athlete profiles, you noted that the Container Store is one of your favorite shops. You're a self-professed neat freak. Do you think that organization skill comes in handy when it comes to surfing competitions?
Yeah, I think so. I just with my stuff at least, I like knowing where it is and what I need. But I think in heats it kind of rubs off like that. Just preheat routine, I do the same thing to make sure I'm not missing anything. And then in the water, just I kind of have a routine or try to have a plan into my heat. And I try to follow that until I have to go somewhere else or do something else. So yeah, I think just schedule organization is really my thing.
Well, it seems to be paying off. And heading into the semifinals, you going to change anything?
Probably not. Just stick with my same board that I'm riding, an epoxy by Matt Biolis, and it feels great under my feet. And just stay calm and don't rush anything.
And also coming up against Gary in that semifinals. What do you make of that matchup?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Sol's really strong. She has a lot of experience, too. So, yeah, it'll be fun. I feel like at this point, it's just what waves you catch and, you know, how you surf them. So, hopefully I get opportunity.
Well done, Zoe. Back to you guys for live action.
Thank you, Rosie, and an incredible interview, really. I think with the athlete bios and the profiles that we got at this event, we were able to get a little bit more information out of these surfers that a lot of times tend to be very shy, Matt.
Yeah.
Not in that interview right there by Zoe, and it was an excellent question by Rosie, because what you see on land, you're usually going to see in the water by a lot of these surfers. Case in point right there, Zoe, very needy when it comes to wanting to have everything a certain way when it comes to competition.
Yeah, not overly comfortable or happy with her performance, knowing she wants to do better, and that type of personality suits competition really well. You want to keep improving on numbers and understand the task at hand and adhere to the criteria, and she very much puts together her heats in that vein. She talks about being a clean freak and someone who likes order and who likes that type of organizational setup. Can be completely different to somebody who's sporadic, goes out there, does an aerial in their first maneuver and likes to, you know, chance their hand. But Laura, taking a leaf out of Zoe's book, 7 and a 4.83. I said it before, clinical heat structure. Sierra was in this situation in her last round against Kira Buckpitt, but it was at about the 18-minute mark, 3 waves in a row, built momentum, ended up taking the heat.
Yeah, and she has the big X factor in this one too, progression. Airs, reverses, anything you want to throw at it, she can do, and can be very spontaneous and sporadic, as you were mentioning, but a very talented surfer. And I think when it comes to this generation nowadays, you saw it on the CT with the debut of Katie Simmers. I think you're going to see it a lot with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson too, but wouldn't be surprised to see Sierra Kerr and Erin Brooks as well on the championship tour at the end of 24. Seems like Sierra interested in this one. It's a clean looking wave, Matt, and she's up and riding, a lot of speed down the line here. Great opening snap right there into the lip line. Wraps it back, slides the fins. And this is where it gets interesting with the double up here on the inside. Gets enough speed and gonna get a great closeout re-entry. Even looks back and she's like, you guys see that? They absolutely did. A strong finish right there by Laura. So finishing turn, gonna be able to see the entire wave on the replay. But with 10 minutes to go, a great start to both surfers. Seems like Sierra getting the better of the exchange right there.
Yeah, that was right on cue, and I'm drawing similarities to her heat earlier in the day. I found a gem of a wave that just kept giving to her. That double up on the inside, I thought it may have created a bit of havoc and run away from her, but it held up just enough to line up that end section. But we'll have to catch up with what happened on Laura's wave too. So this is it, a nice chip shot in. This turn here could have got awkward, and she pulls the nose up just in time, and a great snap back into the pocket. And here it gets interesting, a double up, which we know as surfers can be awkward for the end section, but it holds up just enough to finish that end section with control. Looks back at the judges, demands a score. Catching back up with Laura is where we caught up with her on the camera. So just the single turn there for Laura, but a nice bit of action and body torque through the end section there. We'll have to see if that betters the 4.83.
And there's always a need for a point of difference too, Matt. As the score comes in for Sierra Kerr, off to a massive start, an 8.67 from the surfer from the Gold Coast. So now at the moment only needing a 3.16, but we are waiting on the last of Laura Hopp. Might be improving right here, Matt, and she doesn't. It's a 4.27. But I was about to get into, you know, the little small details.
Yeah.
That kind of separate a single turn from a different one. The hand positioning right there by Laura, a little bit different than what you would normally see with the closeout re-entry.
Yeah.
We saw 3 of them on the wave by Sierra Kerr.
And Sierra, the key with Sierra is she kept the momentum going down the line, but she actually spun the board, actually freed the fins a little bit, and was a controlled slide, showing an element of creativity, progression in that turn, obviously power, and just the way that she hit the section. It's a combination of freeing the fins but not losing momentum. And here's a great replay here. Sierra Kerr lines up this section here, slides the fin, snaps it, and another one back into the pocket. Snap, reform on the inside section, telegraphing what's ahead, stays with it, identifies the end section, and hammers that one shut for an 8.67. And the front angle, Sierra Kerr lining this one up again, and beautiful timing, sliding the fins, and a snap in the pocket here to get her in the power source. And I love how she stayed with this section, identifying the more scoring opportunity on the end, a bit of a pump through there, and then hammers it shut with control. Sierra Kerr on fire.
Controlled chaos right there, Maddie. And you look at the three major elements of the judging criteria. The top one is speed.
Yeah.
Very noticeable on that wave right there by Sierra Kerr. She's grown up at a healthy mix of point breaks, reef breaks, beach breaks. And when it comes to just getting better every single day, especially when it comes to putting on a jersey, she's coming off a win at the ISA World Juniors, gold medalist there in the U16s, especially getting some redemption from the previous year. Mentioned her accolades last year at this event, semifinal finish. Needs only a 3.16. Sky truly is the limit for this young girl out there in the red.
Yeah, excuse the pun too. A lot of her movie coming out tonight. It's going to be showcasing a lot of airs as well. But, you know, I really want to see Sierra on some unique board shapes. Perhaps something of her dad's or, you know, a custom shape there from JS. Those asymmetric boards, twin fins, quads, playing around with board design. Because I feel like it could do wonders for her surfing as well in good waves, given how creative she already is on a thruster.
And she actually just got this board a few days ago. As now looking at Laura, she's going to use priority here. Little setup carve right there. Into the lip again. And this wave just building through to the inside. It's really glassed off. And gets a good consecutive series of carves right there to finish that wave off. Just 16 minutes to go, where she comes in the southern part of Brazil, Matt. Gets really similar to this. Florianopolis, great place. Praia Mole, her local break. But believe it or not, favorite place to surf on Oahu's North Shore. Likes a very powerful wave herself.
I could tell that her style would match the North Shore exquisitely. I really like Laura's ability to speed up and slow down between her turns. She's not fixed at a tempo. She's actually able to use the board and her technique to accelerate through sections and utilize that open carve where she really gets the wingspan spread so she can drive and talk through those turns, but then she accelerates again. And I think it's a really key element that separates a lot of junior surfers to professionals on the CS and the World Tour. It's their ability to be able to maintain momentum in between those flat sections and without looking like you're trying too hard.
Would you say most of them are able to do that as the score drops as a 5.5? Because the majority of them are lighter than we're seeing majority of surfers on the CS and the CT?
No, you see a lot more pumping of younger surfers because they don't understand the connection with the wave yet. You see that driving high, staying high, drops down and hits that lip there, stays at the low line, comes up, carving again. So dissecting the wave into three, see that's a bit of a flatter turn there, but she's able to drive off the bottom and she's aware. It's almost like when you're driving a car. First gear is your driving gear, your torque gear. Your second and third gears, you go up, changes. The middle of the wave is like your second gear where you're cruising around. Third gear in the old 3 on the tree trucks, that's your top gear, right? And that's where we highline, it's where we do our airs, our floaters. And it's also in other forms of surfing where we get our speed. We go low to high. And going through those gears is just timing and patience. Lightweight, not necessarily. It's all about understanding the wave, and that comes with age. That's why I say it's a mature style of surfing that we're seeing at the Pro Juniors this year.
And speaking of mature styles of surfing, Talia Swindoll on screen. She's going to be coming up in our last quarterfinal, our last heat of the day. Probably listen to a nice mix, Matt.
Yep. I'm gonna.
As Laura now, she just bettered her situation with her last score of 5.5 on the right. Now going left. Good speed management, as Matt was alluding to on her previous ride, and a stellar finish right there towards the end. So not a whole lot on the outside, kind of a flatter face, but did very well to clean things up on the inside and scores in real quick. It won't improve. A 4.2, well surfed though. 13 minutes to go now, and Sierra Kerr with priority. And she's up and riding. Another good-looking right-hander. Up around the corner, into the lip once.
Yes.
He's going to carve it back. More of a setup turn right there for Sierra. Once again, laying it on rail. And she has just selected 2 beautiful waves this afternoon here in Oceanside. And the family right there applauding her last performance, as they should. Another keeper wave for Sierra Kerr. 12 minutes, 20 seconds to go. You know, you mentioned the tempo that a lot of these surfers have. You don't want to disrupt it, but at the same time, you have that element of flow that you want to keep in the judging criteria. You know, when you change the tempo of the wave, it does affect the flow, but sometimes it could be beneficial.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sierra just only needing a marginal score and timing all her turns perfectly. And the flow element in between all 4 maneuvers. And she feeling at the end, very Molly Picklum style kick out. Kerr driving off the bottom and hitting it perfectly, teeing off so sweet, driving it back into the foamy power source. Identifies more scoring on the end and a nice snap, and finishing here with a flowing re-entry, and she likes the feeling of that and kicks out, and that'll be a solid score.
That's a good call out. I see a lot of shades of Molly Picklum right there in the style of Sierra Kerr. And to the surprise of no one, gonna drop another excellent score, the best of the heat so far, an 8.87, one of the highest totals of the event so far, right here in quarterfinal number 3. An 8.87 and an 8.67, you see the average right there. Went all the way up to a 9.3. The low end, an 8.7, but Matt, Laura Hopp opened up with a 7, backed it up with a 4.83, then got a 5.5 as her second best. She's in a combination now, needing 2 new scores.
10 minutes 40 to go. It is possible. She's going to have to show some progression. She's been fighting for a lot of her scores, really putting in the hard yards and working her waves all the way to the shore. She's going to need the wave to cooperate with her and let the wave be the star. Like Sierra's got the 2 best right-handers of the heat so far, and she timed everything perfectly.
And Laura now forced to go on this one, needing at least a 7.54 to break combination. Cool little throw tail right there. Don't think that's going to be enough. A third of the heat to go, 10 minutes. And I mean, she was off to a great start, a 7 and a 4.83. Really a coach's dream to work with that kind of total in the first 5 minutes. Then gets a 5.5, but I think you nailed it, Matt. Sierra's just been on the bigger, better waves. Her surfing's been doing the talking because she's been on the more quality waves out there.
And pretty rare waves as well. They've been little nuggets that have kind of defied the order of the day. Typically, we've seen on the lower tide, the waves actually get a little smaller. We saw a net in that last heat struggle to get any momentum, and she's a smaller frame surfer, but Sierra identifying those longer, bigger right-handers, and they've just worked out for her, and her timing's been impeccable. Must say, though, that 7 of Laura kept giving to her at the beginning, hence the majority of her scoring was actually in the inside section. So no real mistakes for either surfer at the moment.
No, she surfed a great heat, too. The only issue is that Sierra surfed basically a perfect heat. Couple of 8s so far, and Laura wanting to answer back here. She did lose in this round at this event last year. Still only 17, though, and has 9 minutes to make a comeback here. But the efficiency, the effectiveness of Sierra Kerr, undeniable match. She's caught 3 waves. The first one was just an in and out. Everything after that, excellent scores.
Yeah, and I think when I have a look at the waves on that lineup on the outside, it looks like it's glassing off again. So conditions getting super smooth right now. Laura's got to be patient, not try and, when I said force earlier, I meant the word manufacturer. She's really trying to manufacture scores. And at this level, the Pro Juniors, to get to the semi-finals, you've really got to show that maturity and the wave selection, and that's what's required for Laura right now.
Almost like she needs to be creative to a certain point, right?
Yeah.
That manufacturer that you're talking about, she's trying to go on waves that don't necessarily have an 8 or a 9 on them.
No.
She's trying to surf them up.
For sure, which she has done. I would say that Laura's maxed out her mid-wave size that she's been catching, and there's not much else you could do. You couldn't even really do any airs on them because they've been relatively slow. It's been her technique which has got her to where she is right now. But Sierra just teeing off on the better set waves, showing some SPF. You know what that stands for, Mitch?
Speed, power, flow.
That's it, SPF.
Wow, Kaipo's really rubbing off on you.
I haven't heard him say that.
7.5 to go, and Laura throwing the tail right there. And, I mean, she's trying at least, and that's really what you want to see out of her. 17 years of age from Floripa in Santa Catarina, one of the premier areas to be a surfer from in Brazil. Have to say, the hotbed of talent right now for the beautiful South American country. Has quite a few competitive accolades. Been on the Challenger Series, a 9th place finish over there in Saquarema, her home country of Brazil, the last Challenger Series event in 2022. Multiple QS 1000s win. She's been a runner-up to the junior title in South America twice. And just facing one of the greatest surfers on the planet at the moment, Sierra Kerr, just dominant in this heat. A pair of 8s, Matt. And when it comes to this level, we see structure being applied once you get to a certain point of the event. I think so far what we've seen from Sierra in the 3 heats that she surfed, she's been almost picture perfect every single time. Given the conditions, 13, 15 points against Kira Buckpit, and now next thing you know, one of those surfers out there that the ocean just provided for her at the right time.
Yeah.
Waves came to her, and she's 6 minutes away from another semifinal finish, at least at this event.
3 waves surfed, one up and off at the very beginning, almost a mirror image of that previous heat in the round of 16 earlier today. Really consummate professional that Sierra is developing into, and if there's Challenger Series and CT surfers tuning in right now, which I know they are, this is warning bells, because if you put a lot of those surfers out here, I think we can both agree that Sierra would have them on the ropes.
And Laura, 7.55. She's now caught 8 waves. Her last 3 really just waves that she's attempted to get a big score on. An excellent score is what she is really needing to get back into the heat. A 7.54 would make a combo, but then you're asking to get a 10-point ride after that, which by today's standards would be nearly impossible. And last year at this event, we didn't even have a single 10. 9.93 was the highest score of the event. That came from Jarvis Earl at Seaside Reef. And I think Kaipo always brings up a great point, because he always mentions that a 10 is out there on every single day. You just almost need to paint that kind of picture on a canvas that might not necessarily present itself at every single moment of the day.
Sure.
But it's always out there, Matt.
Well,
down to 5 minutes.
As we're in San Diego, and one of the finest San Diegans of all time in terms of surfing, Skip Fry once said, you get given a perfect wave. And this is in the line with what Duke Hanamoku used to say, that perfect wave is yours to create your own canvas. Every single wave could be a 10. You've just got to show the judges why. And if you take that mentality and you have that speed, power, and flow incorporated with the little elements of the criteria that they send out every morning, obviously you want to make the wave as the star, and you want to do that surfing and really showcase the complexity of the combination and how rare it is. And a 10 is rare, and you really want to make the wave the star and tick off those boxes, the criteria. But there's 4 points in every wave, Mitch. The best wave of the heat, 1 point. Bottom turn, 2nd point. Critical section, 3rd point. And the kick out, the 4th point. Before you've even done a proper maneuver, if you do that on every single wave, you're going to get a 4.
We saw Bella Kenworthy about to paddle out. She's coming up in the last quarterfinal of the round against her good friend Talia Swindoll. 3 minutes 40 to go. Laura Hopp still needing a 17.54 heat total, so trying to at least get an 8 to break that combination that she's in. Sierra Kerr, just a majestic performance so far. Can't really talk about the way she's competed, how great she's been all event long. I want to touch on the fact that you mentioned SPF, speed, power, flow. When we were at the last regular CT stop for the longboard tour at El Sunsal, we had a really close heat. I forget who Kaya the Splint lost.
Kani Tsunami.
Yeah,
Kani
Connie Stewart, the eventual champion. As it seems like Hop having a look here. She's going to end up going right. Baiting left, and she's going to kick out. So Kyla Flint, I'd have to say one of the greatest surfers in the world.
Yeah.
Has an outstanding style, knows how to surf a wave. And I'm talking about somebody that can read a wave almost as good as anybody else. But what he brings too is a style that we don't normally see.
It's epitomizing the flow, the style, and he makes his own surfboard. So, Mitch, it's the connection between the craft, between your feet, your mind, and your body all collaborating with the ocean. And when it all comes together, it's a beautiful thing. Those performances we saw in bygone eras, even performances like John at Margaret's. We talk about Slater at Chopes or Pipeline.
Or Cloudbreak even.
Cloudbreak. We talk about Tom Curran, and we think about Tom Carroll at Pipe. We think about Michael Peterson at Kira or Rabbit.
Steph Gilmore at Snapper.
Or Karamis. And these are elements where the surfers are at a flow state. And it's a super... and you can still lose when you're reaching that flow state, but I feel like with Sierra, if we get up that replay from one of her excellent waves beforehand, she hasn't even reached that flow state yet. She's still got the training wheels on. She's still developing, which is a scary prospect.
Exactly. That's my point. We're seeing it at this event with a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
We saw it with Levi Slauson in the first 3 or 4
and
minutes.
you know,
of the
the weird thing is, you know, they're still getting better, and this is what the Pro Junior setup was originally designed for many years ago, to show these surfers potential.
And Sierra Kerr has the 2 highest heat totals in this day of female competition so far. 17.54 in the heat we're in right now, 15.17 in the round of 16. Only surpassed by second and third by Janira Gonzalez at Savari and Laura Hop, who's in the heat right now, still needing 2 excellent scores. I mean,
yeah.
The point I bring up with Kylis Flint is that he almost surfed a wave to perfection.
Yeah.
Say they weren't 210s that he got.
Sure.
But could you have done more on those waves than what he did? Could you have done more on those waves with the opportunities that Sierra Kerr had?
Not necessarily.
So
that's the thing.
You're seeing it at such a young age now. Once they have a little bit more experience in a jersey, once they get more experience in heavier and different settings, what's the limit?
The sky is the limit, young man. The sky is the limit.
And the Kerr family, well, they're all smiles. Sierra just surfed a perfect heat, an 8.87, an 8.67, and just had a throwaway of a 1.0. Efficient, effective, and just full out lethal.
You know what the limit is, Mitch? It's incorporating creativity into the performances. It's showing a unique ability to read waves, board design, and everyone tuned into their body. And I think Sierra is at the top of that pack.
Well, she's doing it right now, Maddie. Had the strongest performance of the round so far, 17.54 heat total against a very informed Laura Hop. She's going to have to settle with the 5th place finish, but Sierra Kerr is just unstoppable right now. We got one more quarterfinal to go. It's going to be Bella Kenworthy taking on Talia Swindoll. Be right back with more action. what a time to be alive and be a surf fan, because we got the world's best juniors right here in Oceanside. It's quarterfinal number 4, our last of the round, and our last heat of the day. Bella Kenworthy taking on her good friend, Talia Swindoll. San Clemente in the red, Malibu in the blue. My name is Mitchell Salazar, alongside the great former CT surfer, one of South Africa's finest, Rosie Hodge. Rosie, tough going up against your friend, but it also brings out the best in you. It seems like we already have some playful antics right here. Bella Kenworthy chasing Talia Swindoll down the beach.
That friendship got left on the sand, Mitchell. Just to be clear, these women are enemies for the next 26 minutes and 45 seconds.
And Kenworthy, an experienced competitor on the Challenger Series. She had a great rookie year on the CS. And Swindoll, well, she is just a great surfer. An 8.5 in her round of 16 heat against Zali Kelly. That really got her the spot in the quarterfinals, Rosie. Tall surfer, 5'9", comes from Malibu. Point Dume, one of her favorite waves, but really trains a lot when it comes to beach breaks, with somebody also from Malibu who had a lot of success on the QS, Dylan Perillo, somebody who has been a mentor to her, and surfing in a lot of the Northern LA Board Riders events too. They've been critical to her success when it comes to competing at high-level events like this.
Yeah, that sense of community too, when you're out in a lineup and someone like Dylan takes you under his wing. And then, like you mentioned, the board riders have been so effective in pushing this younger generation. And really, I mean, when you surf in a board riders, the pressure you feel is very similar to what you'd be feeling in some of your heats. You're running out, it's a team situation. You don't want to let anyone down. You've got just a little bit of time to make it count and whammy your waves.
Yeah, it's funny. I tend to work a lot of those events, and I've seen some people trip and fall trying to get back in to the little square that they need to be in. If not, you get a 5-point deduction if time runs out. And it's not like people have a set time to go out there and it's like, hey, if I tell you to come in, you better be watching the beach, because you better be.
Each team only gets an hour.
Yeah.
And you've all got to compete within that hour. So yeah, it's fun, and it almost like creates these pressure situations, and then these surfers can apply that blueprint when they're surfing in World Junior events.
That's exactly right. Same thing goes for Bella Kenworthy, great surfer out of San Clemente. Might be having a look here from Talia on an insider, but might have a good looking wall. And it's the golden afternoon here in Oceanside. So already the best way of the heat with a pair of connections with the lip line. A lot of speed down the line by Swindoll. Little setup turn right there, and up into the lip once more. Good flow on this wave by the surfer from Malibu. And she's going to get a good finish out of it too. So impressive stuff right there on a subpar wave. Well, nothing subpar about the performance from Sierra Kerr. She is downstairs with Matt.
So Sierra Kerr getting some post-heat congratulations. I wouldn't even call it feedback. The role was to get the 2 best waves of the heat, and that she did, and they surpassed your expectations.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely thought it was going to be pretty grindy out there. We were even thinking about using like a board that's for super flat waves, and I was like, nah, I feel pretty confident on this board, so ended up taking it out and was pretty happy that I took it out, because those waves are actually fun and easy to rip on.
Yeah, and you looked like you were carrying so much confidence, a little bit of a dicey warm-up, and your heat this morning, a little slow start. You had Kira, who was in the lead for the first 10 minutes, but then something happens, you flick the switch. Do you hold nerves during that opening 10 minutes, or do you know what's about to come?
This heat I felt pretty good. This morning I was a bit nervous, but once you get like one, you're like, all right, let's just get another and just have fun pretty much.
And when you're on the best wave of the heat, obviously paddling into it, you know that it's a cracker, it's a bit of a nugget. Is it a bit of a nervous wracking, or is it just the intuitive nature that takes over when you're on that wave?
When I got my first one, I was like, I didn't really expect that to be like a super good wave. I thought it was a super good wave, but I was like, oh, maybe it's turning on and I'll just get a bunch of them. So when I was getting my second one, I was like, oh, even if I fall, there'll probably be another one, which they didn't end up being, so happy to have made my turns on it.
So what's the plan for tonight going into finals day? Are you going to kick back, or are you going to have some fun?
Yeah, gonna have some fun. I got my premiere tonight at JS Garage, so I'm excited for it, and hopefully it's gonna be fun as.
So we have some WSL highlights of the highest heat total in the women's division of the event so far. But if you want to see more, head down to watch the movie premiere tonight.
That's right, Maddie. Precursor. Don't want to miss out on Sierra Kerr's new film. Just an excellent performance, Rosie. 17.5 for heat total. I think a statement made right there, as before we went to the interview, we saw a wave ridden by Talia Swindoll. Comes in as a 5.83, near the good range. A wave that didn't seem like it had more than a 2 or a 3 on it. Ends up getting the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, that was a leg burner. I mean, she just went into every turn, had to use a lot of energy on that smaller wave, and she milked it. The 5.83 is definitely off the strength of the surfing that she was doing.
And Talia waving her arms right there, wanting to get the information out of the beach announcers. Seems like she is informed now. So we talk about frenemies out there in the water. You mentioned at that point of the heat, there's still 26 minutes, 45 seconds where they were going to be competitors, bitter rivals. When they come back to the beach, though, going to be great friends again. But Talia so far doesn't seem like the pressure's been affecting her, Rosie.
No, and I love the look of this board under her feet through the flat sections. It just looks like it carries all the speed really nicely, and it's responsive when she goes for her maneuvers. See her widen up the stance as she heads into that inside section to kind of absorb all of the impact and make sure she rides out clean. 5.83, best of the heat so far, and that sets the scale for the rest of the encounter.
You can notice those small subtleties of the point break style, can't you?
Definitely. I mean, you just think about how refined her style is, and essentially that's from riding those point breaks. You have the time to ease through all of your maneuvers and really find that intuitive flow. And then you kind of think about wanting to become a competitor. You've got to put yourself in beach break situations, and you hone a different skill set in terms of getting those quick transitions when beach breaks are part of the
norm of competition.
Exactly.
Almost.
Thank you.
20 minutes to go. Swindoll with an early lead so far over the young Bella Kenworthy. You know, we've talked about her competitive accolades, being on the Challenger Series in 23. Great rookie season. Had a couple of excellent scores. I mean, in Narrabeen, she was very close to actually winning the event. Made it into finals day. Multiple time national champion, and comes from a great surfing family. Knows how to surf a beach break better than everybody else. But standing out in San Clemente, where she's from, that's difficult, Rosie. And for her to be doing so at just 17 years of age, I think it not only says a lot about herself, but the people who she surrounds herself with.
Yeah, and I think Bella's grown up so quickly in a short amount of time. And you think about last season, being on the Challenger Series, traveling to those different locations, and all of that experience, and how much it pays off. Like, Bella did so well in those events. And Sakurema, I remember her getting, being one of the highlights of the day over there. And then also in Bolito, she did extremely well. I think at the US Open, she made a couple heats. So you kind of go through this motion of being this like young Grom phenom, and then all of a sudden you are on the Challenger Series and you mature very quickly.
And you're almost forced to, aren't you? You go to these different events, new locations, a lot of places where you've never been to before. You might not know the language, and you get there and it's like, hey kid, here you go. You either want it or you don't. And it seems like she truly did last year, which is, you know, kind of crazy given that her father, Jason, I had a conversation with him before the season started. She was still doing the local events here in California. And he was like, yeah, our intention isn't to qualify. She was in the top 15 at a certain point of the year, very close to getting there. And it almost seemed like, okay, like, what happens now? Are you just going to deny the spot if you actually do get it? And she was like, no, I'll actually take it if I do, which is something remarkable when you look at what she's been able to do in a short trajectory of time at the pro level.
Yeah, and I think, you know, like I said, like going on those surf trips, and also there's this young generation of girls that are pushing each other so hard, and she's part of that conversation. So, you know, she's looking at her peers and she's having to keep up. So she's continuously motivated because of the surfing that she's seeing around her.
And Bella gonna use priority right here. Riding the ECT Eco Carbon technology by Channel Islands. A board that she's only had for a couple of days now, so opens up with a beautiful looking slash. And a good finishing turn right there for Kenworthy. First ride of the heat. Just over 17 minutes to go, Rosie. Nice answer back right here against the 5.83 of Swindoll.
Yeah, and she needs to keep pace with Talia at this moment, because although there's still time on the clock, we have seen surfers with that strong opener carry that momentum through the heat and shut it down. So Bella does well to just find this little nugget of a wave and make it count. She does that first turn, waits a long time to get active again. So it's a 2-turn combo, a lot of downtime in between. See what the judges think about it.
I mean, both you and I do this for a living. We've had our professional careers too, and get to see a lot of these young surfers come through the rankings. Statistically speaking, I'd say around 70-75% of the heats that are being won out there are by the people that are leading at the beginning of it. At this event, though, I feel like there's been a lot of big comebacks, especially in the last 4 to 5 minutes. You know, Kenworthy's one of those people that has been in high-pressure situations before, and she knows how to perform, especially when she's wearing a rash guard like this. Still waiting on her score with 16 minutes to go, but I wouldn't be surprised to see her post a couple of 8s, especially after getting inspired by the performance of Sierra. Her score's in, Rosie. It's a 4-5. And now looking at Swindoll with the answer back. It's a strong start for her. Tries to combine it with the wrap right there. A real flat wave. But with that happy every day she's riding, gains a lot of speed in those flat sections. Forced to kick out, though, as that wave shoulders off. Halfway through the heat here, Rosie, and it's back and forth battle.
It is a back and forth battle, but Talia with that second wave, there was a little bit more of a quality wall to it.
Kenworthy now with priority, and it seems like a couple of waves approach in the lineup. And these matchups between friends end up being the most difficult ones to make. Real tense. You're usually always thinking to yourself, okay, what's it going to be like when we get back to the beach too? Seems like Talia's interested in really making it out of this one. A 4.33 here, Rosie.
Yeah, that's a nice addition to the 5 in her scoreline. But it is, I mean, I think what makes these friendship battles so fun is you know each other so well. You know, like, what kind of waves that person likes to take off on. You can look over your shoulder while they're surfing and know the quality of maneuvers that they're doing. So, you know, to have that familiarity out in the water as these ladies are going through the motions of the heat, it's fun to just watch those personalities come to life.
Yeah, and I think you were spot on with the waves a lot of people select. You know their strengths, but also know their weaknesses. And Talia, ooh, as I say that, I was about to say that she hasn't presented any weaknesses in the heat. Has a fall right there at the end, and what seemed to be a wave that was going to improve the 4.33. 14 minutes to go right here, Rosie, but I think that is great analysis. I think you're entirely spot on. You know, your brother, your sibling, your best friend, you know which waves they like to go on. There's a certain kind of look in their eyes every single time you see them, and they're like, okay, that's the wave that they're going to commit to. How do I force them to go on a wave that they don't really perform on? And you usually see that with the best of friends. You saw it with, you know, Parco and Mick. You're seeing it with Bella and Talia right here.
So Talia finds this one a little bit south down the beach. And then, oh, right there, you think she's got it, and maybe a little bit too confident that, oh, you see Reed and Zoe there, just recognizing that she hadn't ridden out clean.
Talia's mom right there, too. Comes from a great family from Malibu. 2.33, Rosie, so it doesn't improve. And now Bella with the answer back here. She's paddling into this one and gonna be up and riding. It's set up carve right there by Kenworthy. Needs a 5.67 for the lead. A lot of speed and gonna crack it shut, but also incomplete right there at the end. Seems like both surfers feeling a little bit of pressure right now, Rosie. Incomplete maneuvers for both of them at the end.
Yeah, that's a good read, and you can tell by that little, like, frustration kick as Bella gets back on her board.
Who was the one person that you liked to go up against that was your friend and you wanted to beat at that time?
You just want to beat everyone. Everyone. That's why you're there. You're there to win. It's fun to like surf against everyone, and at the end of the day, like celebrate with whoever wins, or if you lose, like make sure that you're there to congratulate them and share in that victory. But yeah, you want to. Beating anyone is fun.
You always
if you're competitive,
yeah.
beating anyone is good.
Did you always have it in the back of your mind though, if you were like at the congratulatory party for the other person, you were like, I could have beat you. I should have beat you.
No, you know what? At that point, if someone beats you, like the best thing to do is just share in that victory and be stoked for them.
We have different personalities, it seems, Rosie. 11:45 to go right here. Kenworthy just gets a 2.1 on that one, Rosie. 5.67 what she needs. They are very far south on the beach too. So that southern peak with the low tide that we're approaching, as it seems like it's actually gotten a bit cleaner and maybe standing up a little bit better on the sandbar right now, Rosie. A bit soft earlier. Was very difficult to really get something above a 5 or a 6. We've seen a couple of the scores in this heat so far, though. It's the surfer from Malibu just right up the road with the early lead against Bella Kenworthy. Swindoll looking to improve on a 4.33 when we come back. Well, it's been a fun day, and we still got 9 minutes, 20 seconds to go in our last heat of day 4 of competition at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Remember, we got the Visit Oceanside Post Show coming up after this heat. Gonna be Kaipo, Rosie, and myself, and gonna show some incredible highlights, a lot of amazing moments on day 4, Rosie. Excellent scores, high heat totals. We just saw it in the last heat with Sierra Cora just going ballistic, and we might be even seeing some of those highlights in this heat make it into the Visit Oceanside Post Show. So Swindoll, before he went to the break, Rosie, was leading, trying to replace a 4.33, did have priority. She caught a wave during the break. Seems like a good one.
Let's have a look. It's our first look at this wave as she winds through to the whitewater with that wrap. Talia in the blue. It's a good wave. Whoa, a little rebate on the inside. No one's bumped with that. On her backhand, does she find the little... Ooh, I thought she was going to get that little double up.
And then a split peak, Rosie. Bella was also on the left here, got a 2.7.
Yeah, so the left-hander looking a little sleepy through that midsection, and she kicks out. So, small scores. Talia's one was pretty good.
Yeah, and she did improve a 4.43. So a slight increase in her heat total, just under 8 minutes to go. And now Bella needing a 5.77. You know, you mentioned Swindoll coming from Malibu. Great point break style, easily noticeable in that wave right there. You can just see it with the hand placement. But, you know, she's very nervous when it comes to competing. even said it during her post-heat interview. It almost seems like it's something that benefits her, as up and riding here, great opening snap, and a second one to go with it. Rosie, this young lady has a lot to prove.
Yeah, she smashed that wave. Two-turn combo. Mom's got to take a walk. No, it's that was a good wave. And as she was paddling in, I mean, we had that drone shot. You could tell that piece of that little A-frame was coming right to her. Had a good line on it.
And Talia looking to replace a 4.43. Good support crew right there. Platenius and Zoe.
So bigger wave than we've seen. Nice little slash through there. This is shades of that 8.5 that we saw in the round of 16. So two-turn combo there.
Well,
we'll leave it in the judges' hands.
Guess what, Rosie?
Oh.
Excellent score, an 8.17. That means that Bella now needing a 9.5. And combination of major maneuvers, they talked about that. SPF, as Matt was mentioning, speed, power, flow. A couple of 8.5s even thrown in there, Rosie.
Yeah, now she's straining to hear the beach announcers. I mean, you're battling against the elements, especially when you're this far south, to hear the situation, know what's going on.
And at this point of the day, too, I mean, you've had the glare straight in your eyes if you're both the beach announcer and a judge.
And I think it all comes down to that 5.83 that Talia opened up with. I mean, that was we were mentioning it, like all the heats that we've watched today, this is the 16th one. It has come down to that opening exchange, who capitalizes first, and Talia was able to do that. So this is the 8.17 that she just locked in. It's a two-turn combo. She gathers a lot of speed and momentum down the line. That little, that's like a patented turn that Talia's got in her repertoire, this one at the end, as she eyes off the section, keeps those legs wide so she can just slam that thing shut and rides out clean.
Didn't try to overdo anything either, Rosie. Just clean, surfing, mature. Already reaching the 14-point mark in the heat. And Kenworthy, I mean, nobody's counting her out at this point. A 9.5, that's doable by her standards. 5 minutes to go, has priority. She's been a silver medalist at the ISA World Juniors. That was a few years ago in 22. And mentioned her competitive accolades as a junior, as an amateur.
Look at this wave, Mitch. Sorry to interrupt, but this is shaping up to be a good wave.
Interrupt me all you want, Rosie, because we got a good wave coming here, and it's going to be a split peak. Looking at Kenworthy now on the left. Great opening snap right there in the pocket, waiting for this wave to reform on the inside. One more section, and was trying to hammer it shut. Now looking at Talia, and she is just linking a few maneuvers in a row. And gonna get the finish right there. 4.5 on the clock, Rosie. Seems like Bella was on her way to a great comeback right there. A necessary answer back. Had the fall towards the end. And gonna see what Swindoll was able to do on the outside. Looking to improve on a 5.83.
That was so unfortunate for Bella, because that was going to improve her situation. That was kind of that little starter wave that she needed to get her name back in the ring. So this is the opening part of Swindoll's wave. This wave, a total gift. So paddling out after the 8.17 straight into this wave. Bella had priority, but she was too deep for the right-hander. Look at the line on this wave. I mean, if the judges are looking at it, she's hammering those turns. Like, don't get me wrong, maybe a touch repetitive on those maneuver choices. This one from Bella, it was shaping up to be a good wave. Like I said, it was going to improve her situation. But to improve that situation, it's all about that finishing turn. She just gets thrown off axis there. Her upper body's facing up towards the section instead of going head and shoulders over the stringer to ensure she rides out clean.
Right. So nothing's fully connected at that point. Maybe looking down the line, thinking for the next turn, the next section. And it's just a 3.07, Rosie, so still needing the 9.5, and we're also waiting for the last of Swindoll, which...
I think it's going to be, it's going to eclipse the 5.83 in my mind. It has to.
That seems to be the indication so far. 2 minutes 50 to go, and I think Talia, after that heat in the last round, she got a freebie. Remember the elimination round? She was supposed to be the last heat. Janita gets injured during the free surf. Isn't able to really showcase what she wanted to in the opening round. then makes it into the round of 16, drops an 8-5 against Zali Kelly, who is a much more experienced competitor at this level. Next thing you know, she's up against one of her best friends in Bella Kenworthy, drops another excellent score, is on her way to improving on the 5.83, and she does it by a point and a half, Rosie, a 7.33. And Bella Kenworthy now, with just over 2 minutes to go, needs 2 new scores.
Yeah, that's a precarious position for Bella. And Talia, I mean, she just surfed a perfect heat. Started strong, built to the 8.17, backed it up pretty much immediately with the 7.33.
And remember that breakaway moment that she had at the beginning of the heat too? She was looking for those rights that were just a bit further down the beach. She found 2 of them. She's been very active in the heat too. 7 waves ridden in comparison to the 4 of Bella Kenworthy. Also, another thing, Bella caught her first ride about 10 minutes into the heat too, was waiting with priority, and at that point, probably the right decision to make, Rosie. Talia's already got the 5.83. Why not wait for a set wave? It comes through. It's a 4.5. But now needing 2 new scores. It's not every day you get to see this against one of the best junior surfers in the world in Bella Kenworthy. High regards for her. But Talia Swindoll, remember that name. She's a minute away from the semifinals.
And you did peg her from the very beginning of the event as one to watch, Mitch. So good call on the talent picks.
You know, it's just working all these events here locally. Get to see a lot of the young talent. You were mentioning the next crop after this one is even scarier. I mean, Katie came through the rankings, through all the amateur programs we have here. There's a couple of young girls, Ruby Stringfellow, Eden Walla. Zion, her younger brother's also amazing. Tegan Mesa, Zoe Kaina. Wow. It's a little bit frightening for these women that are coming up through the pro juniors right now. Going to have to face them in a few years, but I think that's what we're seeing with a lot of these development programs throughout the entire world, Rosie. They're working.
Yeah.
They're producing more surfers.
Definitely. It's scary, the level of talent that these young surfers have. Like, it's mind-blowing to watch some of the edits. You're like, okay. I feel like during COVID too, like when people were going over to Indo and creating those edits, I was like blown away.
And a big moment right there. Talia's parents, they're all smiles because she's into the semifinals in a huge performance. 15.5 heat total.
That's
Hugs
pure.
all around, Rosie. A big moment in the career of this young surfer out of Malibu. 15.5 heat total, an 8.17 and a 7.33, especially in the last heat of the day. It's a big performance right there. So some incredible stuff on day 4. And guess what? We still have the Visit Oceanside Post Show with Kaipo, Rosie, and myself to recap everything that happened today. 2 rounds of the women, and we saw the men's quarterfinals too. Be right back with the Visit Oceanside Post Show.
Welcome to the Visit Oceanside Post Show here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, and we are inching closer to finals day. We have the semifinals set up. We're going to get into that and unwrap all of today's happenings. Beautiful Oceanside here. Kuiper Girl, the wonderful Rosie Hodge, my sobrino here, Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, I'm going to start with you. I mean, there was a lot of excitement. You called a lot of exciting heats today, and just for some of the highlights for you.
I thought Levi Slauson, to be fully honest, what he did in 4 minutes was what a lot of people want to do as a highlight edit. And, you know, I still think he's the favorite on the men's side. I thought Jet Chilling surfed great, though, even though he's still hard on himself. But on the women, Sierra Kerr, I mean, going to be hard to beat her, Kaipo.
Yeah, what about you, Ro?
He took the words right out of my mouth. Sierra Kerr was just unbelievable. I think Jackson's Bunch's performance against Joel Vaughan was also incredibly impressive, especially coming in as the form surfer into the quarters. Joel Vaughan, after yesterday's performance, Jackson did extremely well.
Yeah, he had to overcome, you know, just seeing what Joel Vaughan did yesterday, and he was unhindered at all. Jackson Bunch, he's into the semifinals. But let's take a look at our women's quarterfinal and how we got all set up there. We had a challenge, and the challenge was this, the prodigy, Erin Brooks, Rosie. She came in as a favorite in this quarterfinal #1, but Solageri had some different ideas.
I think Erin was definitely a victim to just the slower conditions in the midpoint of the day. She did some good surfing. There were solid moments, but Solageri, she started with a 7-point ride, and she just took control from that moment. She seemed super confident, and we've been mentioning it. She just looks like unflappable, Solageri.
No, it definitely does, Rosie, and I think a lot of people are going to be saying that this is a surprise and maybe a fluke. I don't think so, because to me, Sol is one of the best surfers in the world. She's been on the Challenger Series. She's been in this event before, made it to the quarterfinals, lost a very close heat, and she surfed great. And she opened up with a 7-point ride, too, and I think that was a big difference maker. Erin was just chasing the entire time, too.
Yeah, Sol, first time she's made it past the quarterfinals. She had 3 quarterfinal finishes previous in World Junior Championships, but it was Solageri. Smart surfing, smart use of priority, and she broke that barrier. She's into the semifinals. Mitchell, can she take it all the way?
I definitely think she can. The one tough thing I will say, though, Kaipo, coming up against Zoe Benedetto in that first semifinal, you know, wave selection is going to be crucial, especially since she has a better backhand than she does forehand. Will she be able to be on those right waves against a talented competitor like Zoe?
Well, let's take a look at where we are right now in the brackets. Rosie, we're all the way up to the semifinals. I'm staring at semifinal #2 right now, and that one's going to be one to tune in for.
Yeah, I mean, Talia's been someone that's been very impressive. She just put on a clinic in her heat against Bella Kenworthy, so that's a fun one. Sierra Kerr, though, wow, blistering performance in her quarterfinal.
Mitchell, what do you think about this? Some of your picks right here for the final.
I'll probably go Sol and Sierra.
I like it.
And then I think Sierra eventually takes out Sol. I think it's a competitive final, though, but, you know, I hope they prove me wrong.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah, it could be anyone. Talia Swindell, what she's doing right now, she could go all the way. And with that being said, she's the quarterfinal 4 winner. Talia is with Waxhead. Take it away, Waxhead.
Finding the rhythm today, Talia, through adversity, not starting the best in either of your heats, but you know what? That momentum is with you. How did you find the source? What's the lucky key?
I don't even know. I just found my rhythm in that heat. I just felt really connected to the ocean and just caught a lot of waves. I was pretty smoked, but yeah, I'm so stoked.
Well, I'm sure you didn't smoke anything. You smoked because you're exhausted, paddling your life out and surfing such long waves. Is this a brand new board, or is this something you took out specifically for the changing conditions compared to what we had the last few days?
This board's pretty new. I've been riding this the whole event, though. It's a Happy Every Day from Channel Islands, and it works amazing. I actually rode it for the first time, like, the morning before my heat on the first day, and it was just, like, instantly magic, and I haven't been off it since.
What's the plan for the evening? Rest up or go out for dinner with the family?
Probably go out for dinner. don't know, hey, maybe hang out with some friends. I don't know, is tomorrow finals day? Are they going to run tomorrow? I don't know. Probably go to bed early, get some sleep, hydrate, and get ready for tomorrow.
All right, and your fans, friends, shout out to anyone watching right now.
Yeah, shout out to my friends. They're in Mammoth, and my family watching, and anyone supporting me. I really appreciate it. Let's bring it home.
All right, get in the car, get back from Mammoth, because Talia is into finals day. Back to the post show.
Thank you, Matt, and congratulations to Talia. And she's right. She needs to stay aware because right now we have 6 heats to finish. We have the semis and the finals. We have 2 days to complete that, you guys. So we're going to pick the best window of opportunity in those 2 days. So worldsurfleague.com is where you're going to find all the updates on when we're going to run. But when we talk about the women, Mitchell, I'm just so impressed on these young ladies and the level that we see. And not by just one surfer, but the entire field.
Well, you look at the 4 semifinalists. I said that that could potentially be the final. I mean, everybody could prove me wrong. Zoe Benedetto could come out really impressive in the semifinal, end up winning the event. I also think the same thing is true for Talia. I mean, a lot of people probably didn't expect her to beat Bella that way. Had an 8 and a 7, Rosie. She comboed her at the end.
Yeah, Rosie, as a former pro yourself, are you proud? Are you kind of proud that you're seeing this next generation right now and what they're doing?
Yeah, definitely. I think every time I come to events, I'm blown away at the standard of the women. And I love that we've got like an international flavor. I mean, we've got a woman from Peru, we've got a North American, we've got Talia, who's North American, Zoe is North American. So North Americans, I mean, making up 50% of that show. But it's cool to see just all these nations represented.
Yeah, and in the same subject, international field on the men's side, and it was a young Brazilian that is making a name for himself here at the World Juniors. I'm talking about Leo Cassell because, Mitchell, he took down the defending champ right here with Jarvis Earl going down to Leo Cassell.
And he didn't do it with massive numbers either, Kaipo. A little over 12 points in terms of the heat total. And Jarvis was coming back. I mean, he had a couple of scores in the mid-range, a 4 and a 5. But he just wasn't on those right waves at the right time. He was always catching up to Leo Cassell. And impressive stuff right here, Rosie. Really like the way this kid served.
Yeah, and I love it. Like, he's so honest in his post-heat interviews, just saying that he thinks that this current generation of Brazilian surfers coming up is underrated. It's good to see him start to up the ante as he performs through the rest of the event.
He's just strong. You know, he's strong, he's chunky, he's solid in his surfing. I call him the junior Brazilian Aki when I first saw him at Snapper last year. And Leo Cassell into the semifinals where he will face off against Jackson Bunch, Mitchell.
And much like former World Junior champions, Pablo Paulino, 2-time World Junior champion, had a very similar frame, and also Kekeo Bam Bam Bacalso. And out of the 3 Brazilians that were left in the quarterfinals, he was the only one that advanced. Has a tough matchup in Semi-2. I still think Semi-1, though. Those are the people to beat right there, Kaipo, to me.
Rosie, Semi-1, Levi Slauson, Jet Schilling. I know I'm not going to make you make a pick, but I just want you to talk about each of those surfers' strengths.
Well, I think they've grown up surfing against each other, right? Like, being from North America, obviously they live like half an hour away from each other, so they know each other's surfing. I think Jet is extremely focused. I think the advantage for Jet is on the strength of his Challenger Series results last year and his experience. But Levi, he's coming in with a lot of momentum. Didn't you say his worst result in the last 4 events is a 3rd? Yeah. So he has been so consistent this year.
Yeah, yeah, and Levi actually has a winning record against Jet right now. Jet wants to make that a little bit, wants to change that narrative, but we'll see what happens. Semifinal number 1. When are we going to run that? Well, we call up our friends at Surfline, of course, and their forecast for when finals day is going to happen. It's going to be a half a day, actually a quarter day. It's like 3 hours of competition. Take us through the forecast, Mitchell.
Yeah, so that swell is easing from tonight into tomorrow, but you can see that forerunner from the northwest swell coming in. It's going to creep up a little bit tomorrow. Real clean conditions for tomorrow afternoon too, Kaipo. We could potentially be seeing it there. But a new northwest wind does slowly fill in on Sunday, Rosie.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with the 2 bumps and swell, who knows what we're going to do. Like you said, Kaipo, it's, you know, so few heats.
Yeah,
so
it's going to be an hour-to-hour thing, actually.
It's a toss-up.
So we're going to come in. Remember, we're playing with big tides right now, too. So we're going to, you know, also time that optimum tide window because of our big coefficients in the time. So it's not just the swell. it's not just the win, it will be the tide coming into factor. Thanks again to Surfline for their forecast.
Got to propose something too, Kaipo. Who does this benefit out of the surfers remaining in the draw? The people that are on the CS, have competed in CTs, that know how to wait around on a longer day for many different calls. That could be a big factor when we look at the semifinals on both the men's and the women's side.
Yeah, the focus, right? I agree with you. The ability to be able to switch on with very little notice, because we're going to wait for that optimum window. So a great point, Mitchell. So let's take a look now at our Nissan Cup Noodle wave of the day, and what a wave it was. Sierra Kerr, of course, with the wave of the day. It was this performance that Sierra was able to max out 8.87. She's got a premiere tonight too.
Just the icing on the cake after the 8.87, and loved her post-heat interview. She was just so happy, having a lot of fun out there, smashing it.
Well, what it was in rhythm with the Ocean 2, Kaipo. The two waves, the two best waves that I saw in the last 2 or 3 hours, she caught in that 20-minute time span.
Yeah, Sierra Kerr, the highest heat total, I think, for the women as well today. We're going to get over that, get to that, especially because it's right about time for us to get to our top 5 moments of today. Again, it's our pleasure to bring you those top 5 moments. Let's check it out, starting with number 5. And number 5 comes in at a bittersweet moment in the top 5, because Ryan Kainalo, Mitchell, 8.17, but that was not enough for him to get out of his quarterfinal heat.
He still surfed great, though. He needs to keep his head up high. At least made it into the quarterfinals, something he didn't do last year. But I think just consistency was something that was very noticeable at this event. Traveling with his dad, Alex, he looked great. Kaipo, he's going to have a strong year in 24.
Number 4, making a name for herself, Rosie, Annette Gonzalez-Exabari.
An 8.17, just absolutely astounded by this woman, just so impressed with each round she's been able to produce these excellent scores.
Number 3, Talia Swindell.
Yeah, and she got this wave in the last few minutes of the heat against a very experienced Zali Kelly, Kaipo. First time competing here at the World Junior Championships for Talia. Drops an 8.5, moves way up into first after this ride. And what stood out was the flow on this one. I mean, look at that top turn into the carve right there. Just pristine stuff for a surfer coming from point breaks, having to really develop her style in a beach break like this.
Number 2, in fast fashion, Levi Slauson sewed up his place into the semifinals, Rosie, with this performance. An 8.53, an 8.83, and he did it right at the beginning of this heat.
He absolutely dismantled these two waves. I mean, he just went from strength to strength in this heat, opened with a strong exchange, and then just backed it up with the 2 excellent scores. I think we were asking ourselves, he's got to save some of this for finals day. You don't want to peak too early, but he's just looking so happy, so comfortable, and well rewarded for his surfing against Heitor Müller.
And number 1, Mitchell, it's Sierra Kerr again. She put on a clinic.
She definitely did, Kaipo, and did it in a way that was very mature for her young age. Only caught 3 waves, and 2 of them being excellent. 17.54 heat total, the highest of the women's events so far, and found some great waves out there too. I mean, look at that, into the lip, wrapped it back a couple of times, and I think just in terms of her wave selection too, Kaipo, mature beyond her young years.
Well, we've been saying it for a while, the future of women's professional surfing. She's been tagged with that, and she's living up to that expectation here. Onto the semifinal, Rosie. Just a prodigy.
I mean, like you said, living up to the expectations, and that's not always easy, Capo, because, you know, we've watched her free surf, we've watched her skate, and then to see her do these kinds of things in a contest singlet and have so much fun with it, super fun. I'm looking forward to finals there.
Second generation pro surfer, inspiration from her dad, Josh Kerr. Well trained, great technique, great body mechanics. What else can you say, Mitchell?
the sky's the limit for her, Kaipo, and also riding a board that she only got a few days ago, too. That's what makes this even more impressive. A brand new board out there for maybe the biggest event of her life.
Yeah, and, you know, a world title hangs within her grasp. Well, that's the end. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Mitchell. A 7:15 call for a 7:30 start. Check into worldsurfleague.com for all of the updates. Enjoy today's end of day highlights, and you stay classy, San Diego.
You.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.